Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for coming today. We had a great day yesterday, and we have an even better day today. And we are beginning in the best way possible. We have a special invited person here, Enrique Camacho, who is the president of Millonarios. For some of us, the best team in the country, and even of the region. We're going to talk about two related things today, which he will help us, understand the big picture. One, in terms of male football, how South America, Colombia and South America, is dealing with the fact that our players leave so early to play abroad. Essentially, not necessarily Europe. They go to other, the U.S., Mexico. And so, how do big teams and football in general in South America can deal with that and be competitive in the medium and long run? And the second topic relates to women's football. We all want to push it. We all want to have a nice, big female football league. But there are issues that we need to understand. Of course, there are financial issues. Maybe fandom is not as strong yet. And we will talk about this and try to understand the view from people within the industry. So thank you very much for being here, President. I will first ask you a small question, and then I will let Maria Laura, who is kindly joining us for this round table, and Dennis and James, who are experts in this topic of sports economics and understanding how teams work mostly in the first world. But it's nice to have their view and see what it goes. So just a general opinion of how you see that football is developing in our region relative to, or trying to be competitive. We have lost competitiveness. For instance, the Club World Cup, we haven't won it in almost 2 decades. And we used to win it every year or so. So how do you see this issue in Latin American football?
Well, Latin American football has been developing a lot, especially dealing the football as a business more than a passion. We are, of course, exporters of players to different places, especially Mexico, South America, and recently a lot to Europe. This could be a good business, but this is not the business of football. To me, the business of football is developing the capacity to, let me say, reproduce what's happening in Europe or even in the States, how it's developing to a great industry more than an entertainment enterprise only, but an industry that produces a lot of impact in the economy. I think in Colombia and in South America, of course, if we talk about Brazil and Argentina, it's totally different because they have a different view from all the world towards the players and the clubs, and they have big clubs and a big economy in football. Talking otherwise in the rest of South America, what we can see is that the development of the businesses is growing. It's imitating good practices in other parts of the world, and is producing good results, economic results. But we have certain issues which are very difficult. To me, one of the most difficult issues in Colombia, developing football, is the way we can deal with players. Here in Colombia, we cannot have contracts going for more than 3 years. So when you are developing a player who is 17 years, 18 years, 1 year going to the main team, to the professional team, and starting to have some minutes, and when he's playing, he has 1 year left of a contract, and he will not sign a continuity, so you have to sell him or lose him. That's what's happened. And so one of the first things we have to do is go to contracts that can develop the player for the club and for the player in a longer term. And that's a big issue. Maybe that's the biggest problem we have to develop a player. Secondly, it's income from box office, from tickets, because we have poor facilities, poor infrastructure, poor stadiums, and a lack of security in the games. So people go to the stadium with the fear something's going to happen to me. I will prefer to see it by TV. And TV rights are wrongly managed. Negotiations were done in the past, not with a view of the future. So we have a lack of possibilities of producing better income. So you have to struggle with this type of facts, developing good practices in marketing and television, especially. Television is the most important income, as you know, in football now, the big leagues, and changing the way we see our players in a more long-term basis than a short-term basis.
Okay, so regarding women's football, I'll just start with the specific cases. I think we have three big problems, being the first one, data. And I think this is transversal to the things which are already happening in men's football as well. I think in countries like Colombia, we're still lagging in terms of understanding consumers, understanding how our clubs should use information into creating long-term strategies. I mean, there are a couple of good examples in Colombia. I think Millonarios, it's well organized. You can notice the vision that you have, but there are many, many others who are just used or utilized as small businesses with just short-term decisions all the time. I think in this case, we can start pilots because the first thing when you tell people that we need more information is like, maybe we don't have the money to gather information. We don't know how to implement new professionals into our teams who are familiar with this. But let's use, for example, smaller divisions. We have great clubs with really decent structured divisions, and I'm always asking them, they are already fans. I mean, they are part of your teams. Are you familiar with their behaviors? Are you familiar of what's the radiography behind this player? And I think these are issues who are already happening in women's football. So we need to start, I mean, if we are going to create a new market, for example, if we are going to try and understand these new consumers, that's the first thing we need to address. The second thing is communication. In a world like today, we really need to have a strong social media presence. We need to understand how to communicate to, I mean, how can we, for example, take advantage of these footballers? Something very particular from women's football is the presence of activism within the same players. And these leaders, they are really close to fans, closer than it was with men's football. I mean, it's easier for us to go to a stadium and actually talk to the female players, and they will set examples in many ways. So maybe we can use them as platforms to try and communicate and address specific issues on how to improve the development of the game. And thirdly, I think I will definitely try and use the efforts to identify actors who are strongly helping the development of the sports. I think, in a way, at times we are using a lot of resources into discussing who are those actors who are not aligned with the development of the women's game. How can we use that in a more positive way? How can we use strategies to connect with those who are already connected to this development, rather than using in the other way around? So I'll start with those three.
Wow. There's so much there to talk about and to think about. I'm going to try to address Senor Camacho's comments first. When I agree with this issue about the development of the players, and I think about the U.S. context, particularly with respect to baseball. And what happens in baseball is that when a young player is signed and they're in the lower levels, it's as if their contract is not passing time. But once they rise up to the major league level, that's when the time starts. So that the idea is to guarantee that after we've trained this player for some set period of time, at the major league level, we are able to take advantage of or benefit from the training that we have provided. And I wonder, I imagine it would require some changes in the laws about how your contracts can be structured, but I think that that's something that might be able to help you to retain a player during a very productive time of their career, if you could structure the contracts that way. I don't know if it's politically possible or anything like that, but I think that that would be a model to follow that might be very beneficial in retaining the talent before it leaves you at such a young age. Now I'm going to try to address a little bit of what Maria Laura said, and that is the woman from IRDB, do I have the acronym right? Your former boss.
Okay, yeah.
And one of the things she talked about was the lack of physical activity amongst children. And I think one of the ways that we see development of women's football in the United States is from the very ground level, that young girls are playing football from 5 or 6 years old. And so as part of that initiative to get people more active, having community leagues amongst the young girls, if you've played it, you're much more likely, I think, to be interested in following it as a fan, as well as potentially being a player later on. And so I would wonder if that would be some avenue to encourage the growth. And of course, if parents are watching their children, then they're more likely to want to follow later on as well. And so those are just a couple of ideas that I think probably are very politically difficult to get through, but might be beneficial.
Well, thank you. And some very profound points raised so far, and a lot to respond to. I think the brain drain question that you raised about players leaving Colombia and leaving your club very soon, I think it's a problem of the first world, which, as Jorge, you described, my expertise is the first world European football leagues, and they are obviously the final destination for much of the talent, and that's a problem all around the world. And it's an economic problem, depending on your perspective, of course. For me, as a fan of European football, I enjoy the fact that the best players in the world end up in the Premier League, and I can watch them on my television set. I can go along and watch them. But you're deprived of that, and the rest of the world is deprived of that. And top football leagues in countries around the world suffer from this brain drain. And it is an economic issue fundamentally, because the wealthiest clubs in Europe are the ones that can pay the most. And these are the players with the most talent, and the talent goes to where it's best compensated. And so it's a very big question. And again, this is a kind of a sports economics angle, because some of the very earliest sport economists pointed out that fundamentally a global league is kind of the ultimate end point because of these kinds of issues. Football clubs in England, in Spain, in Italy, in Germany make decisions for their benefit. But those decisions have costs elsewhere, sometimes just in their own league, because it makes it harder for the other teams in that league to compete. But then it also makes it harder for teams in other countries to compete and to put on a spectacle. And obviously that leaves you here in Colombia struggling. Jorge mentioned to me that you mentioned the television rights and the sustainability of the game. The sustainability of football boils down to whether we're all willing to pay. And certainly in Europe, it's television rights, much more than stadium attendance. And I understand you have a complete flat distribution of the television revenues, which, in terms of pure equality is laudable, but on the other hand, it is the bigger teams that attract more of the interest. And so from an economic perspective, it might be more beneficial to have a different distribution of those revenues. I think it's a decision to be made at some point amongst the clubs in the league. I see from looking at the competition that there's impressive competitive balance compared to many leagues around the world where the same team is always winning. But again, more competitive balance isn't necessarily what you want. Economically, you might want the best teams with the most fans to win more often, so that there's more excitement, more enjoyment by more fans. And I applaud Colombia and their female football team. I had a very uncomfortable morning watching in the England team in the World Cup, just about scraped past a very impressive Colombian women's team. And I think women's football is enjoying a wonderful resurgence at the moment. In England, we banned women from playing football in 1921, so we discouraged women from doing what we encouraged men to do. And this is something that we're now starting to kind of repair the damage of, and many people have suggested that there is a case for significant compensation. And so sometimes it's talked about the fact that women's football is now getting support, financial support, far beyond what's appropriate given the amount of interest, fan interest in the women's game. But I don't think that's a relevant question. We don't ask that question for men's football, and most men's football teams make losses. So why should we demand this kind of break-even point for women's football that we don't demand for men's sport? And more broadly, it taps into many of the more important social issues, and I'm happy to hear that the Colombian women's team is pushing issues in the same way that the Spanish women's team has pushed some serious issues in the last few months after they won the World Cup. There's a lot that needs to change much more broadly in society, and women's football can play a really important role in driving those kinds of important changes.
President, I would like to push a bit on the television contracts, because that's what make the difference. That is what is making the difference, not only in Europe, but in places like Brazil. Here, just correct me if I'm wrong, but there are about 36 teams in the Mayor, which is the professional association league. I once looked at the data, and almost half of them were founded in the past 25 years or so. They're very new teams, and they have this great benefit of a flat revenues are shared equally among all teams. So for small teams, it's a great deal. For large teams that compete against Brazilians and Argentinians, it's a very poor deal. And I'm wondering, what you can tell us about the politics inside this, because I feel that if they were able to understand that they are, there is an economic literature, one of the legal cartels in a country are sports associations. You can actually get together and say, we want to produce this much amount. If they understood that working together, overall revenues could go up, not going beyond a flat rate, maybe they would be willing to say, okay, we're going to negotiate the contract in a different way. Bigger teams, or at least teams that play in Copa Libertadores, South America, are going to have a bigger share, because we want them to compete, because if they reach semifinals and finals constantly, then our league is going to be valued more, and the contract is going to, on a rolling basis. So I would like to ask you about what you think, and maybe what you can tell us of the politics inside this.
Well, this is very interesting. Television in football is the biggest revenue. If you see television in the Premier League, well, any team in the Premier League, the one that earns less money, makes around 120 million pounds, and the one that makes more makes about 210 million. Not too much difference, but the list is very high. In Colombia, we get only $1 million per year for television. And that represents for us about 5% of our income, so nothing. For Manchester United, it's about 78% of the income. So it's vice versa. It's ridiculous. Why happens that? Just because we have two big problems. One is democracy in the management of the revenue. Let's vote to distribute this. Who wants equal share, or who wants a difference? So the majority says, no, equal shares. So we lose always. The big teams lose. And the idea is that what happens with that is that the level of the game goes down, because no one is going to compete to generate more revenue. It's very comfortable. There's a team that makes the money, playing well or not playing, the same as the best team, the worst team. So what happens is that, of course, the revenues from television are not as big as they should be, and are lower, because no one is competing to generate more quality in the game. What we believe is that this should be distributed accordingly to the performance of the team, equally 50%, and the other 50% according to the performance of the team and to the amount of viewers and followers you have, because that's the marketing. For example, in the last finals in Colombia, we played Millonarios against Nacional, which are the two teams that have more followers, more fans. According to the TV channel, it was the biggest rating in the history of Colombian television, that much between the two of us. And we received the same money as all the other teams who didn't play the match, who didn't go to the finals. So that is something that has to change. It's difficult. We have to show that it's not trying to, the rich guys get money from the poor guys, which is how it's viewed. No. We have to increase the amount of money. We have to guarantee what you're getting, you will be getting. But we have to get more money in the total. And that more money, that difference, we're going to distribute it in a different way, especially according to performance, from my point of view. And that's how it works all around the world. I have been studying that in Italy, in Germany, in Spain, in England, and now in the States also. So you have to pay for what you want to see. And so the performance is, for me, the best way to increase the activity of the sport, the quality of the sport, and the amount of money that everyone gets from the business of television.
Sorry if I can. I just want to connect with what you were saying. Then again, using examples for the women's game. We had I think this was like a poor strategy last week. We had a match from the Colombian national team for qualifiers for the next World Cup. And it was on Tuesday at the same time nearly as the Copa Libertadores match for the women's Colombian teams, Nacional against Palmeiras. And if we haven't already developed a product strong enough, or a product that we understand, if it's going to be able to compete with a symbol of national identity. I mean, the national team in Colombia is crucial. I mean, we stop working to stop and watch the game, even though we're just starting the qualifiers. How can we be able to do that? I mean, what kind of lack of coordination there was in order for us to accept that? But at the same time, regarding TV rights, there's something that was crucial for the Women's Super League in England. And it started with free transmission of the games on platforms. And this was really good because it was open to everyone. I mean, I know we are still have issues with internet in countries like ours, but it is a good way to build up the game, to start portraying the product and see if I'm familiar with it, if I would like to bet on that. So that's something that I wanted to address.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. Yeah, the broadcasting of the women's game, I think, is very good in England. The BBC broadcasts, everyone can watch it. It's free to air. That is a big question, of course. The men's Premier League isn't free to air, and this is a big question about the extent to which that accessibility that you get by having free-to-air television will encourage more young people to take up the game. These are questions that I don't think they've been adequately addressed in the sports economics literature. My intuition tells me that if we can all watch something, we're all going to be influenced by it, and so that would seem like a good thing. And of course, even if it is free to air and therefore the sports league like the Women's Super League is foregoing Sky Sports paying them more money than the BBC might pay them, it's still the case that the Super League will get money from advertising, which is much more broadly seen because more people can watch the game because it's free to air rather than subscription. When it comes to the men's game, a bit of context from England may be relevant in terms of the situation you have with this very flat distribution, which is that if you go back to before the Premier League began, I mean, the Premier League began in the early 1990s as a breakaway because the biggest teams, the Manchester Uniteds and the Manchester Cities and so on, were fed up with giving so much money to the other 90 teams in the Football League at that point because it was a very flat distribution amongst all the teams. So Torquay United on the south coast would get as much money or a similar amount to Manchester United. And so the Premier League began as a breakaway. And of course there is a question of, well, do we like this level of inequality that there is now, but we have the Global Football League. There's more, for better or worse, there's more money, there's more, the willingness of people to pay to watch this product has increased over time such that we do have a more unequal distribution of money. We do have a more unequal distribution of sporting outcomes now, but football has never been more popular. The attendance numbers bear it out. I gave a talk yesterday and put lots of pictures on the screen about the fact that the numbers are very high now relative to what they were in the 1980s. And so there's a strong argument for a more unequal distribution. But even within the Premier League context, the Premier League began with not very much international interest. And so the international payments for television rights were distributed equally. The payments for the domestic game and the games televised, each individual game within England had the sliding scale, so the better team who finished first got more than the team finishing in 20th. But the international television rights were distributed equally from 1 to 20. And over the 25 years, as we know, the Premier League has become a big product globally. And the amount of money that was coming in from global television rights became more than from domestically. And so you had, as you mentioned, actually, it's much more inflated, but it's very equal actually, 100 million for the 20th place team and 200 million for the first place team, which is quite a flat distribution still. That's now been changed, and again, I think there are arguments either side for that, but it would certainly seem there's a case for a less equal distribution of television rights, certainly in the Colombian case.
It's interesting. I'm going to first respond a little bit about the distribution of the television rights, to note that the National Football League in the United States in the early 1960s decided that they would share all television revenues exactly equally. And they went from a distant second place amongst the array of professional sports in the United States to far and away the prominent, overtaking baseball easily and being much, much more followed than any of the other sports. So that this equal distribution can be really important, and it's important particularly for clubs in small towns. So nobody in the world would ever have heard of Green Bay, Wisconsin, if they didn't have equal television sharing rights. I mean, it just would not have happened. So there's a benefit to it for sure, and I know that you all recognize that benefit is there. And I may be wrong about this, so if I'm wrong about this, tell me, because what I heard yesterday was that there is no clearly set schedule of when your matches are going to be. I think that one way to improve the marketability on television is to say, our games are going to be at this time on this day every week. Except for basketball, I think that's exactly the way it is in the United States, that I know at 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon I can watch my Baltimore Ravens. I don't have to follow closely to figure out when they're going to be. Everybody in the country who's a football fan knows what time the games are and what channels where you would be able to find them. And I think that kind of routine is really important. That comes back to the Women's League as well, because the National Women's Soccer League in the United States just this past, I'm sorry, it's the Women's NBA, just this past year signed a contract where they will be on every Friday night during the season so that everybody knows this is the channel and this is the time, so that they can build that into their routine. And how important would that be? I don't know, but it seems like a really simple fix to making it a more valuable television product.
So just a small, a small addition to what we are talking, and well, in the football league, in the American Football League, there are how many teams? 17. How many teams do you have? 32. But when I said that almost half of them were founded in the past 25 or so years, that is important because it means they have no fans. And the fact that they have no fans means they have no one. You know, when you see a game within Animal 1 and Animal B, because most of them the name is an animal, right? The rating may be near zero. So the fact that we are not like Argentina or even Brazil in certain areas, and certainly not England or Spain or Europe, where there is a history of a team, think about Getafe. Getafe in the 1980s or 1990s, no one knew about it. When it went to first division, its stadium was full of Getafe fans because the team had existed for many years. So when you have here a team that goes to first division from one of these clubs, only when Nacional or Millonarios or America go to play there, they have a nice setup for television. So I think understanding how football has evolved here, it matters in terms of understanding that maybe that's why the flat rate doesn't work here. That's one comment. And the other thing I would like now to discuss is female football, which is pushing hard. We all know just that it's lacking behind men in a good part because it was banned in England for 50 years, but also in Brazil, well, in Germany. football in Colombia, I have some pictures actually for female football in 1949, but essentially it really started in 1971 or so in Colombia, but at an amateur level, of course, even if they had some kind of tournaments. Professionally, it's been here for less than a decade. And you correct me if I'm wrong, CONMEBOL asks a team that if they want to play the Copa male teams to win international tournaments, they have to have a female team. And that's a good, intended regulation to push teams to have a female team. But there is a financial issue, a real financial issue, in how to actually get not only the teams to exist, but to compete and to get promoted within the the press and the media. When there's a final, I remember Santa Fe played a final against I don't know who. Here the stadium was full, but that's one game. And I'm sure if Millonarios played the final female football, the stadium would be full and stuff. But that's one game. So my question is, how is Colombian football, Millonarios in particular maybe, dealing with the fact that society is asking for more integration, gender equality, that includes sports, football in particular. The women's team in the World Cup had a high rating and a high media attendance. But then people forget, and many of these people that complain about you don't promote women's football, they have never been to a stadium to see a female football match. So how are you dealing with this?
You can address this in two different ways: politically correct or impolitically correct. So if you want me to answer that politically correct, I will say a lot of things. And if you want to see the truth about it, I'm going to be politically incorrect. Because what's happening with female football is that, to me, is completely different from men's football. And you have to develop it differently. And I'm going to talk about Colombia, not talking about women's football. But in Colombia, what happened was that one day they told us the CONMEBOL, which is the Football Association of South America, makes compulsory that all professional teams must have a professional female team if they want to compete internationally in the next year. But that was a wrongly given information. What CONMEBOL said was, if you want to compete internationally, you must have a team at the level you have in your country. I mean, if you have under 17 women's football, then you must have, Millonarios must have an under 17, not a professional team. So what happened was that suddenly we had to create a team without players, because in Colombia we don't have women players, female players, too few. We made a team and we competed, but the quality is not good because we don't have much from where to choose girls. And what you said, Dennis, I think was very important, what happens in the States. If you want to have football as a developing activity for women, then the children must play football. And in the States, what happens is that lots of women, maybe more than men, play football in school and colleges. In Colombia, that doesn't happen. So we don't have amateur football. We don't have lots of people playing football. So it's difficult to perform at a professional level. And we did the wrong way. So we have a professional team. We try to do our best. It loses money. No one goes to the stadium. We have to play at closed doors because to open the stadium is so expensive. The stadium is from the city. To open the stadium is very expensive. It's minimum 50 million pesos per match. And you open it freely, and we get a good game between Millonarios and Santa Fe, which is the most important game in Bogota for the local teams. We get 1,000 people, free. So why is that? Because no one is interested in women's football. Because they're not familiar with women's team. Because parents don't have their kids playing football. What you said. So I believe what has to be done in Colombia, and the government must do, is not saying we're going to give to the professional league so much money. We don't need the money from the government. We need the government giving money to those regions in Colombia to develop pitching grounds, football academies, etc., so that people play football, being kids, so that they will grow up, they will go at a good level, and then we have enough material to produce good activity. So I think we've done it incorrectly because of being politically correct and not seeing the business as a good development as it should have been done. We lose a lot of money with the women's team. All clubs lose money. Revenues are about 10% of the cost of the team. So this way it's difficult to develop the activity. That's my view from the female report.
You were mentioning that you set a schedule for WNBA, and that's one of the biggest issues here. When you start on January, I mean, Jorge explained yesterday that we have 2 tournaments for the men's game locally. But in January, it is normally impossible since the creation of the professional league to know when these players are going to play during the year. We have had different tournaments, 5 months, then 6, then maybe 2, but maybe like you are never aware if this is something that is going to actually happen. And you mentioned being politically incorrect. I agree in the sense that maybe you just need to be open and honest and say, we're going to play 3 months and that's it for the next 5 years. And then we can know where can we start building around. I mean, if you're familiar with the statement, with the fact, then you'll say, okay, maybe that's, as a female player or as a female supporter, maybe I don't agree with that, but how can we build a strategy to tackle that, right? So that's like the first thing. We definitely need to agree on scheduling in both men and women's football. I think that's really important. But I would like to take this space to talk about strategies that are already going on in Colombia, who are good practices on how can we develop the women's game. And the first thing is that there has been a lot of the creation of projects related to short tournaments, for example, trying to tackle this lack of professional playing in spare time. And this has been successful. I mean, this has attracted different brands because in cases we have amateurs, female players with professional players, and this has helped developing newer talents for the country. And this has opened doors for smaller brands because we're always thinking necessarily big, and that's good. I mean, in the case of Spain, for example, or the case of Liga Femenina MX in Mexico, they have had the chance of getting big sponsorship deals separated to the ones from the men's. But at the same time, maybe we need small or medium contributors to develop the women's game. Maybe we don't need to rely only on a big brand supporting it. And maybe this align better with the values because it's not only about the money, it's about building a whole identity around women's football. So I think those are good practices that we need to take into account. I remember, for example, in the case of women's football, I know that many of the female players in football, the traditional football that we know, have came from playing 5v5 or football sala. I forgot how. Yeah, from futsal. Yeah, futsal. Yeah, from futsal, for example. And there is a specific case I'm recalling right now, which was Gisela Robledo. She played for the under-20s on the World Cup. And she was globally recognized because she won a 5v5 tournament with Gatorade. And this is the kind of exposure that we need in order to create attraction for the women's game. So at the end of the day, I think we need to stop. So we need more visibility for these strategies, because these are leaders, Colombian leaders, who are trying to do things, not just complaining, but building projects, who are trying to prove that there are investments who can have a positive return. And at the same time, there are other cases in the region and globally that we need to follow and understand how can these models, how can they adapt to our reality. We don't need to invent everything. There are good practices, and how can we bring this to our knowledge, to our common knowledge.
I go first, okay?
Either way.
Okay. We're breaking the order every time. I think there's lots of valid points, really important points being made there. Probably the most important one is that we're always comparing the women's game to the men's game, whereas the men's game has had 100+ years to develop to the point that it's at. The infrastructure is fantastic in most countries for developing young boys that want to play football. They're encouraged. It's the natural thing to do. Everyone does it, and so they play football, and they're brought into the clubs, and there's all the junior leagues there. One of the things I think that's probably benefited the England women's national team is the fact that the English FA was quite late in doing this for its men's team. The men's team is now benefiting from the fact that the Football Association looked at France 20 years ago and said, what are we doing so wrong here? And France, our neighbours, are doing so right, and began to take a much more active role in the development of talent in the men's game. And I think that at the same time, politically, it was important for them to do the same thing for the women's game. And so you have fast-track procedures to develop young women into the game as well as young men into the game, and you have those structures in place because you need the players to play. You need good players to play. It's a good product that people are going to want to watch eventually. It's bound to be a loss-making endeavour at first, and a big issue there is who bears those losses. Should it be the individual clubs? Should it be the Football Association? Should it be the regional Football Association, UEFA, or whoever it may be? But there needs to be some kind of recognition there that if as we want the women's game to be like the men's game, we need to invest in it, and that won't mean any kind of profit-making opportunities, not least because, well, for most sports clubs, the men's game isn't particularly profitable either, or at all. But there needs to be a recognition of that, I think, and as you say, the conscious attempt to develop or to invest in the development of the game rather than just the end product. Here, have a team. Oh, look, no one wants to watch it. In terms of just a quick point, you may be familiar that in the Women's Super League, most of the big teams, they rely on the brand of Manchester United or Chelsea or Manchester City or Liverpool, but they all play in a smaller stadium nearby. I know that Chelsea plays at Boreham Wood, which is a football team in the 5th division in their men's team, so a nice small stadium which they can open without too much cost. At the moment it's appropriate for their needs, so it's not a loss-making endeavour to open Stamford Bridge for 3,000 or 4,000 fans that might turn up. So there are obviously steps that can be taken as well to manage better the development of the women's game as we'd like to see.
I want to make a couple of points. The first point is that, and James alluded to it a little bit, that the comparison always is to the men's game right now, whereas the sports economists amongst us probably all are familiar with the work of Dave Barry, and Dave Barry talks about how if you compare, and this is specifically to basketball, if you compare the women's NBA at its current age to the men's NBA at the same age, they look very similar, but they don't look anything alike if you look at them today. And so I think that that's a really important thing to remember, that most of the men's sports, and again, I'm talking about the US in particular, most of the men's sports were losing money up until the 70s or 80s. So it's not a terrible surprise to think that the women's teams are losing money in their infancy, so to speak. The other thing that I think is important to remember is that in the U.S., there's a law called Title IX that was passed in the 1970s that required essentially that women have the same opportunities that men. And it was then that women's sports in the United States started developing the way that it did. And it's particularly relevant for football because despite that start from the early 70s, which is earlier than all of the other countries in the world, the women's professional league struggles. We're on, I think, the fourth iteration of a women's professional league because they've just not succeeded, gone out of business, started again, gone out of business. And so, you know, while it's disheartening to think that my league in my country is struggling, that's the path that they all take. And so you should, yes, be disappointed that it didn't work, but take heart that maybe with enough perseverance and time, we're going to get that league developed such that we don't need to be subsidizing it and so on, that it'll be successful on its own 2 feet. But it doesn't happen like that.
I agree completely with you. You know, you have to be patient, work hard to develop the activity. But from day to another day, it's impossible to have a similar performance as in the men's activity that has been developing for 100 years. So I think that's a very important view. You can develop the women's activity in football in Colombia. You can do it, but we have to be patient, and it takes time. It's not as fast, and not be equal as it's happening in the men's activity. I think that you have to be clear about that.
So let's do a final round. I'm going to bring together what President Camacho said and Maria Laura, well, most of you, but trying to understand how to develop our football for both male and female. For those of you who don't know, Colombia didn't have a second division until 1991. Before that, it was like the US sports was a closed first division. We still don't have a third division. There was a project running in the Senate, actually, about creating a third division. And I know very well the Spanish case, but also in Argentina. You told us yesterday in England, so your team is in the 5th division, if I remember well. And the fact that you have all this activity will increase the base of the pyramid, which is a bit what you have been discussing. And that would be true for both male and female if you were able to create these, small competitions, regional. Maybe that's the 4th division, then the 3rd division, the region a bit larger. That's how it works in Spain. Then 2nd division is national, and then of course 1st division. And a big issue, of course, is connecting amateur football with professional football, so to make it fluid. So I guess my last question would be, what are the issues? Why have we had so much trouble in having this idea of getting the base bigger and making it easier to go to professional football? There are nice examples that this works, and from top of my head, I remember Busquets. He was playing in what would be the 4th division, and Pedro, actually, the other one. They were playing the 4th division with Guardiola being their coach, and when he went to coach the first team, he said, okay, you've been playing the 4th division, you have been really good there, I like you guys, come to the 1st division. And there are some other examples, not from within the same team. So what is the difficulty to actually do this in Colombia? Because we've been talking about this for decades.
You mean about female football? Or?
I guess for both. I'm talking about both because if you were able to do it for men, of course you should do it for women. Yes, yeah, and in a sense, what I take from what you're saying is the government is putting the money in the wrong place. Probably it would be better if they said, "I'm giving you Millonarios a bunch of money for female football, but you have to do it to create a base and kids and pay them to the bus and stuff like that to go and train." And that would be better use the money. So in a sense, I'm saying is how to make the base bigger.
Well, in the men's football, I think that what happens is that all teams want to have a closed business, a controlled business, are jealous of someone entering the business, so they don't want any more players. That's what happens. If you see it individually, of course, maybe a lot of teams says, I'm the team of this city, I don't want to have any competition, so I don't promote that. That's a big problem. Because I think you should have, as in all the places that football has been developing a lot, many divisions. You should have, and so you have a lot of people to access and bring to the big teams. We in Colombia have only one league, one A league, a B league, and nothing else. And so lots of players are lost because there are not enough clubs so they can play. If you're here, you are 21 years old, you're lost. If you haven't played in a professional team, you're lost, even though you could be a great player because you don't have enough opportunities. So I believe we should have here first division, second division, and we should create a third division. But no one wants to do that. No one wants to do that. If you propose that at the level of the football association, they would say, no, let's leave it like this because we have to develop and get stronger before doing that. And I think that's the wrong way of doing it because you're losing the talent of the human talent, which is the most important thing that you need to produce football. But that's what happens, really. It's you're jealous someone is going to enter my business. And in the ladies, from the ladies' side, the women's side, I think you have to talk first about developing at the level as you did in the States or even in England is doing now, not before, getting a lot of amateur activities or well organized with competitions so that parents take their kids and are proud of competing the kids against other teams. And that way you are growing and having a good possibility to develop quality. For example, I'm choosing the Millonarios team for next year. And it's more difficult than choosing the men's team because I don't have enough possibilities of alternatives of good quality players. Not talking about the money level, the wages, not because of that, because definitely we don't have enough quantity. And we're looking, which is sad, to Central America to see players in Central America so that we can bring them to Colombia because we don't have enough Colombians of a good level to play.
I'm going to talk about, I think it's a general issue without differentiating women's and men's side. I think we as football fans, because, well, I am a football fan, I'm assuming most of us are football fans. I think we tend to say that the biggest industry in sports is football, and we have lost perspective into doing different things, into bringing newer strategies to football. And I have read a lot of articles recently about how we are losing football fans to other sports, to spectacle, to esports. And maybe it's because we are afraid or we are too traditional to think that we should definitely rearrange the way we connect with the audiences. I had the chance to work for some months in Girona when they were in the second division in Spain. And they were also discussing this, like we tend to say that, okay, our league is lower than the others in Europe and stuff, but they were having the same issues. I remember they implemented the kiss cam, like the one in the US, for example, like the fan cam and stuff. And it was such a discussion inside the club. Like, this is too American. This is, yeah, that was the word, of course. This is too, I mean, we don't like this. We think about sports differently, and we are traditional in that way. And maybe that was the thing that is going to be, that is going to attract younger fans, because they want to wave to the fans and stuff, and be the center of attention. And this is happening in Colombia and outside. I think I was so surprised on the way the NBA and the boxing league, for example, how the way they are communicating using different platforms. I remember, for example, a case on the NBA that you were able to just pay for the last minutes of a match, because that's like the most exciting part. I mean, we're always communicating football in a traditional way, just the same narrators, the same perspective, the same cameras, and that's pretty much it. So maybe in order to try and help us to get a bigger cake for everyone in the industry, in the local industry, or in football in general, it's just we need to bring fresh ideas. We need to prepare our team inside the organizations and bet into another strategy, into creating newer revenues.
I don't have anything profound to add, so I'm just going to say thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this. It's been very interesting to me to help me understand a perspective from the industry side and from a different country from my own. Football is not a big deal in the United States. I mean, it's becoming bigger, but it's still not that prominent. So all I can do is bring my sort of insights from non-football sports and the way we do things. But I've really been fascinated to hear the discussion and the way that the issues are being framed here, and because it's so much different from the way that we approach things and think about them in the US. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate.
I think the one thing I would add is you want these broader and deeper footballing structures, and they probably take time. So, you know, I put on the slides yesterday the development of football in England, and this was a 20, 30, 40-year thing with failures of football leagues as well in the late 19th century in England, because things don't always work out as perhaps you might hope they will. I've been particularly intrigued listening to Jorge's description of these animal teams here in Colombia, and the fact that they don't generate a fan base at all. Now in England there are smaller and newer teams that have smaller fan bases, but they still have a fan base in the local area. And fundamentally, if you are a football club, you need that fan base, and I guess perhaps they haven't been developed because of the television deal, so that these owners of these teams don't need to develop a local fan base. But clearly you have population here on which to sustain a more in-depth footballing structure. I'm struck by the fact that Bogota has 8 million people and 2 football teams. Now London has, I don't know how many million people in London, but I can't count the number of professional football league teams, Premier League teams in England. I mean, in the Premier League alone, there must be 6 or 7, maybe more, teams in London. With 8 million people, you've got a lot of people there who are potentially going to come along and be a fan base for another team. Now, you made a very good point about the fact that club owners don't necessarily want more teams because it dilutes the revenue base that they've got. So, yourselves and Santa Fe here might not want too many other Brentfords and Queen's Park Rangers and other teams in other parts of Bogota to compete with your fan base. But it is that kind of broader structure. And equally, it might look different depending on where you are. I'm always struck by the fact that around Europe, B teams, second teams of the big teams play in the lower divisions. So Real Madrid's B team and Barcelona's B team will play in the second, third division. In England, the Football Association has tried this, and all the fans rebel and say, we don't want this. This is a horrible idea, a terrible, terrible idea. And that's probably in part because over that 30, 40, 50-year period in the 19th century, earlier 20th century, a sufficient footballing structure was developed with local fan bases. I live in a small town of 40,000 people, and the football club there gets 300, 400 people, and they're people that would go and watch that rather than go to Reading or Oxford or Swindon to a bigger, more recognised team. And the final thing, I guess, is, you mentioned the Senate thinking about adding a third division. It does require that centralised input, because you need those structures there in the first place. There needs some kind of structure, but there also needs that underlying sustainability of a footballing culture where you want to pay to watch, and there's enough people with that willingness to pay to make sure that any new third division that you create will be sustainable and won't be a failed league in 10 or 15 years' time.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to open, if I have a couple of questions from you guys to the president, just because of time. So anyone is, yeah, but we're, so one question.
Thank you. President Camacho raises a good point when he was explaining how to fix or change the distribution of revenues from TV, and he was explaining that everything has an equal vote, which to me is one of the biggest structural governance problems that we have in many sports organizations in Colombia. That everybody has the same every vote counts the same. Same happens, for instance, in the Olympic Committee. Federations from that are not part of the Olympic program are now majority, so they make decisions at the Olympic Committee. My question for you, experts that come from developed countries, is how to get around this, how to fix these things in order to change the status of the organizations. It's impossible to do that because you require a majority, sometimes a qualified majority, to change the status. So how to fix that?
How do you fix the problem?
Wow. I have no idea. I mean, essentially the league, in the US, a league is the owners came together and they formed a contract. And so the only way to adjust it is to form a new contract. I'm sure that that's essentially the same thing here. And I don't know how you would do that unless somehow you broke the original contract and started from scratch. I'm sorry, I don't really have any useful answer to that.
I wanted to ask you because Millonarios has a Millonarios TV, right? So could you please go deeper on why did you choose to have this channel? Is this was an alternative to this specific issue?
Yes, we have a streaming channel, which is Millonarios TV. Hello. We have a TV channel that has a lot of different presentations of Millonarios and activities and programs, etc. But what we cannot do is show our games, because it has to be shown only on the through that contract on the TV. When we've done that twice when we've played abroad. We played against some teams in the States, so it was nothing to do with the Colombian League. And then we had a transmission TV, and it was very successful. A lot of people came and paid to see it. So we know that we could do better, definitely, if we had the possibility of showing our own games. But that's not possible here in Colombia because of the TV contract.
One final question.
Here.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you,
know.
sir.
You have the microphone.
I'm sorry. Okay. President Camacho, you were mentioning the difficulties about finding quality and talent in Colombia, and that's why you go to Central America. How to develop grassroots football for instance, in a city like Bogota with 8 million people, and if you compare it with countries like Uruguay, like Croatia, where they only have like 3.5 million people, 4 million people, what do we need to do, and what does the local cities need to do in Colombia, and especially in Bogota, to develop that grassroots football that actually managed to get the talent?
You mean women's football, right?
No, no, no. Could be both, but
In general.
especially men's football.
No, when we had to go to Central America, is because I was talking about women's football.
Okay.
Because from the men's side of the football, we have in Millonarios, for example, we have academies with 1,000 kids, 2,000 kids playing in academies. Academies is different of what you say academy in England. In England, academy is your base football, not so we call here academies, or the people playing, the small kids playing. That we have lots of possibilities of getting talent and getting options and promoting players. So from the men's side, I don't see any problem, because we have lots of possibilities in Colombia. And that's why in Millonarios we only have one player in the professional team who is from abroad. All are Colombians. So in the men's team, no. In the women's team, yes, we do have problems. Because, for example, I have 2,000 kids playing in the academy, and I have 20 girls playing in the academy, 20. So we have to develop more teams, promoting the activity, bringing parents to take the girls to the pitches and play the game. So that takes time. That's why I said you have to be consistent, but you have to go step by step developing the activity.
May I add something to this regarding women's football? But I think it's not only from this side, not only in football. I think this is something that could help developing lots of sports in Colombia. We lack of infrastructure in the sense of courts for basketball, volleyball, and many other not too common sports necessarily. And I think we should definitely bring more stakeholders to the table in the sense of how can we use, for example, infrastructure inside schools. I mean, schools, they tend to not utilize their courts during their period of vacation or holidays, for example. But the problem is, how can we make the connection between clubs and these schools? And at the same time, and I know this is a specific case for women's football, I know that private schools in Colombia, they tend to develop more football in their classes. But we also have a problem in the country, which is reverse discrimination. In a way, we were discussing this before entering the panel, and is that maybe because they have a certain amount of money, when they come to play for professional football, they are not necessarily welcomed by others. I mean, this is a specific case for football in Colombia. I think that's something it's worth studying, but definitely we need to think in broader strategies, but bring in more stakeholders. That's the importance of public-private associations, to try and think how can we use these scarce resources like infrastructure in order to assign them better and try and develop more practitioners for sports in general.
Okay, thank you very much, President Camacho. Thank you for being here. Thank you, James, Dennis, and thank you especially to Maria Laura. We will have a 10-minute break, and then we will continue talking about sports economics. Thank you very much.
Hello, how are you? Fine. Well, good morning. My name is Norma Ortiz. I am accounting professor to the Uniandis School of Business. And I'm working to Andreina Moros, that's here, and Anderson Quintero, that's CESA. CESA is another business school in Colombia, very important too. And we are studying the use of neural network to classify football clubs based on their variability in sport performance. And the idea is talking with us about the purpose, what is the ELO rating, the ELO and the neural network, the different steps in our study, the results and discussion, and the final conclusion and future research. If you can, any question in any moment, I don't have problem with interrupt me, please. Okay. And what is that? What is this study? The aim of this work is classify 1,243 football clubs to Europe and Asia in the first and second division, according with their variability in sport performance, using a special index called ELO, ELO index. And with the neural network trained, we estimate the ELO estimated and contrast with the ELO real for the periods 2018 to 2022, and using the difference, the error between the ELO real with the ELO estimated for classify 1,243 clubs football in 5 categories according with their variability in sport performance. Okay, and what is the principal question? My husband is very fanatic in football. I have terrible problems all the Sundays with that. And in this case, I think, what is the problem? The football is really stable or is unstable? Because the belief, the popular belief as the football is unstable. But the question is, what kinds of different events could affect the football performance? Is possible or not categorize football clubs according with their results? And is possible or not put the different football clubs, the first division and second division, and compare their variability and extract different categories in that? And in this sense, we use the ELO rating. The ELO rating is available in webpage clubelo.com. And this is with a lot of statistics because it has the different ELOs, historic ELO, that 1,243 clubs, and use the historical index for analyze what is the really performance on these clubs. And this ELO rating consider the previous categorization, and each club have matches, update this index in their web page. And it's very interesting because the ELO is a method created by Arpad ELO for chess results, and depend to the tournament. This is the FIFA, the different leagues, the Mundial football competition, and adapt this qualification. Okay, When we review about the papers in this matter, we find papers about the ELO and football. But we found 2 papers about the neural network and football. But it's not common find paper in the both topics, neural network and ELO index. But it's important to consider that the papers about the ELO index and football only analyze the UEFA football clubs, only the UEFA football clubs. It's not a fine study with different clubs, the first and second division. And when review another papers with the ELO, a study especially for predicts, but no study their variability on the time. Okay, we build a recurrent neural network with short-term memory was trained using the historical data. The web page ELO has data from 2010 to 2017. And we cap all the data, and in the first stage, analyze the difference in the performance for these football clubs, and then test this data using the years 2019 and 2020. And the different elements in the purpose to estimate the ELO and compare the ELO estimated with the ELO real in these years, and then using an unsupervised k-means classification method separates in 5 categories all the football clubs. In this stage, in the first stage, analyze the data and identify is stable or not. In this case, it's very stable. When study the data to the football clubs from 2018 to 2020. And the second stage was build a neural network, was trained with the historical data. And contrast and analyze what is the optimal performance in their football clubs. And in the final stage, we using k-mean method to classify these football clubs in 5 categories according to the error between the real ELO with the estimated ELO. And in the results, in the first phase, we identify that the football is very stable. It's not affected by endogenous variables, but is affected by the external events. The pandemic is present in 2020, and this is completely normal, no? And according to these results, in the second phase, with the training the neural network with short-term memory, construct the ELO estimated and compare with the real ELO. And it's interesting because the worst and the best football clubs was classified with less variability. The error is less. But the clubs in the middle, the intermediate football clubs, are high variability. The worst and the best is very stable. Stable, yes? The best and the worst. But in the middle, the intermediate football club's performance, the variability is more high. Okay, and in the third phase, we use the Cummins method to classify in 5 groups, in 5 categories. And the surprise is 12 to the 15 best clubs according to the UEFA, according to the FIFA, to the FIFA World ranking, were classified in the same category, in the first category. 12 to the 15 best clubs. But 3 clubs are in another categories: Real Madrid, Chelsea, and Bayern. And it's interesting because the Real Madrid is classified in the worst category according with their variability. And Chelsea and Bayern in the best, with the less variability in their results. Okay, and our conclusion is, well, the football is stable. My husband is very nervous all the Sunday, but the football is stable. But is affected by external events, and the pandemic is the proof about that. Another important find is the neural network could be used in the future for prediction, and is useful for identifying which clubs are more predictable and have a recognizable pattern or not. And we confirm the useful to the ELO index for the football for analyze both the past and present sport behavior in football clubs. And in the last part, we think that these findings are valuable to the Football Association, regulatory bodies, sport modelers. Why? Because our findings are valuable for future stability planning. And for example, in the establishment to the friendly matches, for example. And it's possible to, for example, in strategies about the marketing, the different marks could be used, this categorization for invest or not, or buy shares or not, finally. And in the future research, we think that it's important include socioeconomic variables. Because in my case, I'm accounting. I all the time need to relate to the financial variables. It's not easy because the financial statement of these clubs is very difficult to access. But it's interesting, for example, with the economic variables, GDP per capita, or another variables, analyze their variability. And it's important that study more the impact to the external variables in the football clubs. For example, the pandemic was and after and then, but it's important studying that the 5 big countries with the best football clubs has conditions more stable than other countries. Okay, and this is another authors, and for you, for your answer, for your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Norma. That was very interesting. Would you mind explain me a little bit more how is this method of neural?
Neural network
Yes, I.
with short-term memory. Okay, we use historical data. Sorry. Okay, in this slide, we use historical data to the ELO index for 2010 to 2020, and training in a system. The system was Python system use this data for training and create each 19 teams create a new score to the ELO index.
Okay.
And then take this predicted result and incorporate the real ELO to the next 19 results and create another zones. And then construct, and create the ELO estimated with the training, with the process to the training.
Okay, so the idea of neural network is that the system learn how to calculate this value and then it predicts it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very interesting talk. So I had two questions. So firstly, I wasn't quite clear. What are the inputs in the process to calculating the estimates? And the second question was, have you tried using this data to predict out of sample? So actually going forward outside of the training sample and seeing whether you can predict beyond.
In this stage, only consider the inputs to the ELO establishment by this web page. Sorry. The inputs in this moment is the previous categorization to the ELO web page, and this page constructs the next ELO index. But in this moment, I don't search specific variables add to that construct by ARPAT ELO. And only take the ELO construct by the web page ELO with this methodology. But it's pending incorporate another outputs or another variables or analyze what other variables are important, consider for best analyzing the variability. In this moment, it's only to the variables to the web page, elo.com, and this page has this model. And all the time, when a club has a tournament or when a club has matches, this index update all the time. Each time to the clubs has a matches, this index update. And this web page recollects all the results for all the clubs all the time for each match. I don't know if it's clear or not. No, more or less.
Well, I think, so my question is along these lines, and I think I understand now what's going on here, is that this ELO rating varies on is it tournament by tournament or match by match? Match by match, yeah. So it's using, the neural network is deciding how to use the time series of this ELO, what essentially, what lags to include and how and that sort of thing, right? That's what's going on with the neural network, right? It's essentially a time series model of the evolution of that ILO.
Okay, the time series for this model?
Yeah.
50
games, no? 50 games in 1 year. The ELO, sorry. The ELO construct with 50 games in 1 year, and the memory is short.
The short-term memory.
The short-term
The
memory
neural network.
Show this period, and train for the next game with the
historical data.
Historical, 50 historical games.
Okay. Yes.
So, looking at your formula, where does the anticipated outcome come from?
The outcome
So, in the equation,
okay, the anticipate outcome, expectation of success. Because the system, according to the different to the goals, the different is 1 or different is 2 goals or 3, or is match. The anticipate outcome depend to the previous result on the match, on the last matches. And depending to this result is short or is longer, anticipate what is the next result, what is the predict result to the next matches.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. Can you go back to the slide where you have the ranking of the clubs? What is
the list of the clubs?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the results table.
Okay.
Starting with Liverpool and finishing with Celtic. Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Another? The other one.
Previous? That.
What is interesting here and a bit puzzling to me, observed ELO is always higher than expected ELO. How can that happen?
Yes. Yes. Can you repeat me, sorry?
Yeah.
The question?
Why is the difference between observed and expected ELO always positive?
Expected ELO is the ELO creating for the neural network, trained with us. But the ELO real is the ELO calculated by the web page, the ELO club, the club ELO.coins. And in our study, compare the real ELO, that the real ELO all the times update according to the real result of the last matches, yes? And the real ELO compared with the predicted ELO or estimated ELO with the neural network. And we cite this error between the real ELO and expected ELO. The expected ELO is created by us with our neural network with short-term memory. But the real ELO is the real that each club obtained according with the real results in the last match. And compare that. Okay. Compare that. The real ELO with the expected ELO. And according to the error, we create 5 categorization according to the variability in this expected ELO and the real ELO, and classify according with their variability.
And second question is, have you estimated your models separately for Asian and European clubs or for first and second division clubs?
All joint, all
Okay.
in the same group. 1,243 clubs, European and Asian clubs. That this is our clubs that this webpage, Club ELO, all the times calculate all the times.
Just very quickly, these, how many clubs are here?
5.
Oh no, in that slide, on that slide, it's 20 or something. Why are you showing only or specifically these clubs here? Because there's with there being many more, I just wasn't clear on why you're focusing in on these specific clubs.
Okay, because the picture has limits. It's not possible to put all the images with all the clubs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. Is this just the top performing ones?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an extract to the complete graphic, because complete the graphic is a lot of longer.
Gotcha.
It's not possible to put in this slide. Sorry.
Okay. So
but it's not the a specific intention. It's only, a capture and a specific classification. And in this case, it's curious to the best football club is in this part.
Yeah.
And the more little or worse are in this park.
I think this helps answer Bernd's question about why that error is always positive. Essentially, what it's saying is that at the far end of your model, the predicted ELO is slightly conservative compared to what ends up happening. Is this error out of sample? Is this the difference between the expected ELO given the data you trained it on and the ELO, the predicted ELO in the out of sample part, right, where you use the model that you trained in sample, and the actual ELO in that later sample period? Is that what you're showing here as well, or is this in sample? Is this the data that you trained the model on that you're showing here?
It's the same sample.
Oh, okay. So this
yes.
is the okay.
Yes. I don't sure about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Just because I still don't understand. This is, I understand this is a sample of the total data set.
This is a sample,
but are these the top 20 teams? Or is it just some random sample? Es decir, ¿son los mejores equipos estos?
No, it's a random sample. It's a random sample.
Okay, now.
This is the, sorry, Andreina. Okay, this is the best clubs with the best performance, and this is an worse categorization. And worse performance in the ELO index.
In the middle.
And in the middle is the another clubs is don't classify with the best results in the ELO or in the worst. But in this case, this slide is a sample because it's not possible to include all the 1,000 clubs. Yes. Okay.
So, sorry. So Celtic is the, so to the right we have the worst teams in your sample.
Yes.
So Celtic, Glasgow
Valladolid,
is the worst team in Europe?
Yes. Yes.
So Celtic is the worst, so we're lucky we have no Scottish people here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything question? If you can, in this phase, I prepare this paper for send to export review to the journal, to the export. if you have anything advice or counsel about.
Maybe you can analyze by separating each league. For example, La Liga, analyze how are the results of La Liga and see the difference between Elo and expected Elo.
For different leagues.
And what happens then.
Yes.
To separate each.
Yes, for example, it's important for the complete this study. Separate by leagues.
This is really expanding on Bernd's point again. I think one thing you want to do is definitely make this figure clearer in terms of making sure we understand who you're including. If it's just a random sample, that's great. That's perfectly fine. If it's not random, that's also fine.
Okay.
It'll just be helpful for understanding it. And then, yeah, understanding why the error is always positive is also, I think, important. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what should be the outcome of this. But in general, you expect the error to kind of be, above and below the mean, with roughly even frequency, right? Not necessarily even. So it's curious that the error is positive here. So we definitely want to understand why that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because yesterday also we were talking about Elo. I still have trouble understanding it, but I complain a bit about the results because if this is, you have data from first and second division teams.
Yes.
And
it makes,
and Celtic is the worst team in Europe. But Rangers was in the second division for most of the sample period. So I just don't understand why Celtic would be below.
Because it's not depending to the real goals or the worst performance or not. It's their variability, it's their stability in their performance on the time, and it's different, no? Because it's not the worst clubs, football clubs, no. That is the high variability, the high variability. Of the Elo rating. Yes, to the Elo rating. But isn't the worst or the best. No, it's about the variability, the stability, our question. Yes? You have problem with the Celtic? Do you have chairs there?
Celtic versus Rangers.
Okay, but it is about their variability. Variability is not the worst.
So Celtic during that period was champion every year that Rangers was in the second division, essentially.
Okay.
So I just don't understand the variability in performance. I don't see it, but it's because I don't understand the Elo thing.
Yes. I understand. Sorry for that, but it's only for their variabilities. Is the worst or performance is bad? No, it's not true. Yes. Okay. Anything? Well, thank you.
For having me again on stage. This is joint work with a former master student of mine, Alina Termöhlen. She came up with the idea of analyzing potential changes in performance of German football referees following the introduction of the video assistant referee technology. I found her master thesis very convincing and asked her whether she had already considered pursuing a PhD. And her answer was, well, what can you offer to me? A lousy paid job and a fixed-term contract. So she refuses. She is now working as an intern at the German Football Association. I don't know whether that's the better option, but that was her choice. So, what is the idea here? I'd start out with a simple principal agent argument. In environments that are characterized by information asymmetries, a principal can basically use two devices to motivate the agent or the agents to exert the expected level of effort. Once, and mostly researched, is the effect of financial incentives. And the second thing is monitoring. Starting with LASEC's now seminal paper, the impact of financial incentives have been analyzed in a large number of studies. For those of you who are not familiar with Ed LASEC's paper that appeared in the American Economic Review in 2000 already, the story goes as follows. Safe Light Glass, a windshield installer in the US, replaced its CEO, hired a new one because the owners of the company thought that the company was underperforming. The new CEO replaced the fixed hourly pay of the windshield installers by high-powered financial incentives because he paid the workers a fixed amount per windshield installed, anticipating that the workers would improve the speed and would not pay enough attention to the quality. He said, if there are customer complaints, you have to rework what you have done outside of your paid working hours. So quality remained identical and the productivity of the workers increased by 40%. The question is, how can that be explained? And since LASEC, for his paper, had longitudinal data on workers over a 36-month period, he was even able to distinguish between incentive and selection effects. So, selection effects, poorly performing workers left the company after the hourly fixed pay had been replaced by an incentive pay because they knew that they would earn less under the new pay system than they had earned under the old system. That's the selection side of the story. And those who stayed with the firm increased their performance. And in the end, what the paper finds is 50% of the productivity increase is due to selection and the other 50% is due to incentives. So these and many other findings have been summarized by Ulrich Nisi and co-authors in a review paper in the Journal of Economic Perspectives in 2011. A consensus has emerged that the effects of incentives depend on how they are designed, the form in which they are given, especially monetary or non-monetary, and how that interacts with intrinsic motivation. The impact of monitoring on individuals' performance has been studied far less, with results that can at best be characterized as difficult to reconcile. And one of the main reasons for that is data on individual productivity is extremely difficult to obtain. How can you measure the productivity of a nurse, of an elementary school teacher, of a university professor, whatever? And if companies have that data, they are reluctant to share it with external researchers. So what we do here is what we all do all the time. We use sports data to examine the question that we are particularly interested in, and we use data from 10 consecutive seasons of the German Bundesliga, 2012-13 to 2021-22, of which the first 5 cover the last seasons before the introduction of the VAR technology, and the last 5 the first seasons after its introduction. To answer a simple research question, does the new monitoring technology have an impact on referee performance? Performance of referees has always been and continues to be highly disputed. Clearly, football fans all over the world on Monday morning can talk for hours about the referee's performance, especially in case their favorite team has lost on Saturday or Sunday. Referee performance in our study is measured by a school grade ranging from 1, that's the best grade, to 6, that's the worst one, provided by Germany's most prominent weekly soccer magazine, Kicker. And please keep in mind that 1 is the best and 6 is the worst grade, because that helps avoiding misunderstandings when we come to the results. So, since the Bundesliga has 18 teams, each team plays 34 matches per season, as usual, once at home and once on the road against each other team. And that means we have 306 matches per season, yielding a complete data set of 3,060 matches, and these matches were officiated by 41 different referees. So the full sample includes all referees that appeared in at least one match. However, since the league may have used some unobservable selection strategy to identify the referees to be used after the implementation of the VAR technology, we exclude from the full sample in a second step all referees that were active in the pre-VAR period only or in the post-VAR period only. But you will see in a couple of minutes the results are completely robust, whether we use the full sample or whether we use the restricted or the reduced sample. So here you have the names of the referees that were active only in the pre or in the post-VAR period, and the column next to the names gives the number of matches in which these guys appeared in the Bundesliga, and the last column gives the average grade they obtained, and you see there is quite some variation in the pre as well as in the post-VAR period. So that ranges for the pre-VAR period between 2.99 to 3.53, and we will come to that later on. The grade that you have received in your last match for your performance has a massive, statistically significant impact on the waiting time until you are assigned to the next match. And why is that important? Well, there is a significant match fee that the referees are entitled to, depending on their prior performance at the start of the season. Bundesliga referees receive a base salary. Again, we will come to that later, depending on their experience and their international exposure. And the match fee then is the same for everybody. It's 5,000 euros per match. And if you have to wait 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks until the next match, that means you are losing quite some money. This table has the names of the referees that we observe in both periods. And here again, you see that the grades vary significantly between 2.64, Manuel Gräfe. He is currently, that's an interesting point to mention, he is currently suing the German Football Association because Bundesliga referees have to retire at the age of 47. And he sues the Football Association for age discrimination at the moment, and the case is still pending. The interesting thing is, he has been the best performing referee whatsoever, but had to retire. So, the average grades in the full sample as well as in the reduced sample appear in this graph. So, before the introduction of the VAR technology, the average referee grade was 3 point something in the full as well as in the reduced sample. And you see that in the post-implementation period, grades are somewhat better. The question is whether that is statistically significant and whether it's economically relevant. When we talk to journalists that are working for Kicker magazine, the argument always was, no, there will be no effect whatsoever on the evaluation of the referees, because these guys have always been doing and continue to do their very best, irrespective of VAR technology or not. So here you see the distribution of the grades in the pre and in the post-VAR period. First, for the full sample, and you see that especially the second best grade is far more important in the post-VAR period, suggesting that referee performance has indeed increased. And the picture remains absolutely the same when we use the data from the reduced sample only. So here the descriptive statistics, a referee grade, 3.11 in the full sample, 3.10 in the reduced sample. Standard deviation is slightly above 1. We control for a couple of factors that can be considered to have an influence on the referee's performance. We are all familiar with the literature about referee bias, impact of the audience, whether the stadium was completely empty during the pandemic, etc. So we have we have the attendance for each match, and you see there are matches with 0 fans in the stadium, Corona, and the largest audience in Germany is always to be observed in Dortmund, where stadium capacity is exactly 81,365. Apart from attendance, we also use capacity utilization. Clearly, it makes a difference if you have 20,000 people in a stadium with a capacity of 20,000 or in a stadium with a capacity of 70,000. So Hertha BSC, for example, playing in the Olympic Stadium, that stadium has a capacity of 74,000, and the average capacity utilization is some 40%. They sell out if Bayern Munich comes, and that's about it. We use or we derive home win probability from the betting odds. We have the goal difference at the end of the match as a potential explanatory variable, and we include a dummy variable, surprise, in our estimation. What does surprise mean? Surprise means the home team loses, although it was ex ante the favorite, or the home team wins, although it was ex ante the underdog in a particular match. that might have an impact on the atmosphere in the stadium, which in turn might have an impact on the performance of the referee. We can skip that. So, controlling for a large number of potential determinants, what we find is that in the post-war period, the referee performance is graded significantly better if the new technology did not intervene. In case that the technology intervened, or in case that the initial decision of the referee was corrected, we find no difference with respect to the reference group, and that is the pre-war period. What is perhaps particularly interesting is that once we include referee dummies, the effect gets stronger. So you see what we have controlled here. Nothing is statistically significant, but on top of the variables that I have explained a minute ago, we also include season dummies and matchday dummies. We have in other or in extended estimations also included home team and away team dummies, and this has no effect whatsoever on the results. And what is interesting to see is that once we move on to the reduced sample, recall this includes only referees who were active in both periods, the effect sizes increase. So when you look at the magnitude of the coefficients, that is not only statistically highly significant, that's also economically relevant in the sense that these performance improvements lead to a reduction in the waiting time until a particular referee is assigned to the next match. That means providing more effort and avoiding intervention by the new monitoring technology pays off immediately for the referees. So our results suggest that, at least in this particular context, monitoring does not lead to a crowding out of intrinsic motivation, because the referees are motivated by career concerns in an attempt to reduce the likelihood as well as the number of false decisions. The German Football Association has already long ago implemented a specific tournament-style nomination procedure to select and to motivate the best referees. And this tournament-style model looks as follows. At the beginning of each season, around 25 referees are nominated. That number varies between 23 and 26, including last season's top performers who are still eligible. That means below a certain age threshold, plus a certain number of junior referees who have demonstrated their talent and abilities in the previous season in the second division. Poorly performing referees are, in the long run, removed from the pool, and in the short run, sanctioned in the sense that they have to wait significantly longer until they are assigned to the next match. Since referees are remunerated not only with a fixed annual salary, but also on a match basis, longer waiting periods result in lower salaries. Thus, combining financial incentives with close monitoring yields superior results than either financial incentives or monitoring alone. So here you see, as a final slide, how the remuneration of first division referees developed in Germany in the season 2012-2013. No base salaries were paid to referees independent of their performance. Every referee received a match fee of 3,800 euros. In the season 13-14, for the first time, base salaries were paid, and that started with 40,000 euros a year for referees who officiated in international matches. And you see that there are three categories. Referees with an experience of less than 5 years in the first division are paid significantly lower base salaries than those with experience of 5 years and more. And these, again, make less than those who are officially nominated as FIFA referees. These figures have increased over time, and that's one of the reasons why we include in our estimations season fixed effects to control for this development, for this increase in the remuneration over time. When we go into more detail, and that is the last slide here, we see that among the 20 referees who were active in both periods, 16 increased their performance in the sense that they received better grades, and in 6 out of these 16 cases at the individual level, that difference is statistically significant. 4 guys deteriorated in their performance, and 3 of these 4 were eliminated from the pool 1 year later already. So the Football Association seems to react rather quickly in these circumstances. That's all I have to say in this context. Thanks for your attention. I'm looking forward to your comments and to your questions.
Thank you very much, Bernd. Really, I'm actually still impressed about the salaries of the referees in Germany, but trying to avoid that and forget about that. So you're working on per match data, because with the VAR, working with the VAR has become a bit more difficult than when it first started. Because at the beginning you kind of saw every time the VAR was taking a decision. Now there is some on the back decisions that the VAR simply calls the referee, and you don't know it. You don't know if, as a spectator, if the VAR is saying or not saying something. So my question goes is how do you take this data from VAR? It's a big decision that the game actually stops, or is there in Germany some kind of report at the end of the game where they say, we did 5-10 VAR checks? And just to, the other question would be, I think it matters in terms of, it might matter in terms of your exercise, how many times the VAR acted in a given game.
So the data published by Kicker is very detailed. We first know the minute in which the VAR intervened, and we know the reason why the VAR intervened. And that means if VAR intervened 5 times during a match, we have exactly that information. Every single time, the minute in which the system intervened, as well as the reason, and whether the referee's initial decision was overturned or not. In other estimations, we include the minute as well as the reason for intervention. This leaves our basic findings completely unaffected. And we have also checked whether in the first season or in the first 2 seasons, the technology intervened more often than in later periods. This is not the case.
Thanks, Bernd. I think it's really, really interesting. Not least the decision of your co-researcher, which I think that's worth thinking about. So there are two things I'd say here. So one is, again, a point I made yesterday, but I think is relevant here again. You have a classic event study set up with a two-way fixed effects model, and there's just a big literature now about how that's potentially unreliable as a way of estimating, and there's a whole bunch of other estimators around now, and I was plugging the one I like, which is the imputation estimator, which basically what you do is you would use all of the pre-VAR data and all of the post-VAR data for, I guess, for those where there were no interventions. And what you would use is then say, well, you'd then create run a regression which excluded those observations where there were a VAR intervention. And then you'd fit the model that you got for those post-VAR, for those with the interventions, and see whether the fitted value is different from the actual value. Mm-hmm. And that would be your estimate of the intervention. And many cases it ends up being the same, but it's, again, a lot of this literature, a lot of papers, people are now looking for these kind of alternative estimates. And there are a bunch of others, actually, so there's different ones. But the question I had, though, I don't know, it's a question of observation. So when you were talking, I knew what I expected to happen here. I expected the rating of the referees to go, to improve when there was a VAR intervention, because clearly, as you say, at the water cooler on Monday morning, all the discussion is, oh, it was obviously offside, the guy's an idiot, or it was never offside, what were they thinking? And that the VAR technology ruled that out. So all those negative consequences would disappear for those referees, and their ratings would go up. And there'd be no effect when there was no intervention. If I'm getting this right, your results are exactly the opposite of that. And that, I cannot make any sense of that, whatever. So, I don't know. Can you help me with some explanation?
I thought you would comment on Stefan's comment. No. So our interpretation is it's the combination of monitoring and financial incentives that induces referees to exert more effort. In the pre-VAR period, mistakes have not been sanctioned immediately or directly, but they are today. And if you are competing in a world where employees or agents have career concerns, that is not an unexpected result.
Maybe we discuss it. That makes no sense to me, but we can discuss it later.
Lewis, do you want to follow on?
I'm wondering if part of what's going on there, following on that point, is that not all games are created equal. Some games have more close calls than others, and instances where there's no VAR intervention would tend to happen in games where there are very clear calls, right? And so maybe it's easier to give the referee a great score in a game where the calls that the referee had to make were not contentious. Could that be something that's going on there in terms of explaining that statistically significant coefficient?
The only information we have is the minute of intervention and the reason for intervention. And that's about it. And when we control for that, nothing happens to our results.
Yeah, no, I guess the point is that it's just curious that one stays significant, because I think the conclusion you're drawing is that the VAR intervention doesn't have an impact, which, yeah, we definitely see that. I don't think that's not robust. I think it's curious that non-intervention, the lack of a need for intervention has a significant effect. Yeah, that's still curious and interesting.
No, and our interpretation is, as long as the technology has no reason to intervene, the performance of the referee must have been pretty good. Otherwise, and what does that mean? If the referee made one false decision, that induces the technology to intervene.
Gotcha, yeah, okay.
And therefore, we were not that surprised, at least not as much as Stefan is, to find that no intervention yields better performance measures.
Possibly following on from that, just a touch, and I may have missed this, but the intervention from VAR is formulaic, right? And it's a function of the game itself rather than anything the referee's doing. So if a goal happens, there'll be an intervention from VAR, because the set of reasons why VAR intervenes is fixed. So it isn't a function of the referee's behavior, is that right?
Yeah, so if the referee does not call an offside, but the VAR does, that's indicative of a poorer referee performance. If the VAR discovers something that the referee has not discovered, the technology must have been superior to the referee.
But with an offside, the intervention happens anyway because the goal's happened and then they've decided whether or not it's offside or not. Am I getting that wrong? Because would you know if, just general offside calls aren't checked unless there's been a goal?
Yeah.
So it's got nothing to do with whether the referee made a good decision or not, right? It's going to be checked.
Yeah, but our point is the journalists working for Kicker argued the VAR technology should have no impact whatsoever on the referee's performance. But we do find a significant effect in case that there is no intervention. So even the external observers seem to evaluate the performance without intervention better than any other performance.
I mean, that's interesting. The other question I was going to ask was, I don't know whether it's the same in Germany as in England, but VAR is deeply unpopular. And I wonder if it's possible that, therefore, the referee performance can, in some objective sense, have been improving, despite the fact everyone still absolutely hates VAR. And a second question, you mentioned at the start that in the windshield situation, all the bad workers cleared off. All the referees that dropped out, are they the worst referees that dropped out? Do you have any information on that?
The poorer referees had a higher probability to drop out, yes, that's for sure. So there was some selection going on. And that is the reason why we include in the estimations also referee fixed effects.
Yes, I would like to add something that related with the discussion, but different. I tend to have a different interpretation of what you find here, because VAR, I take it maybe more like a increase a technological change that increases the productivity of labor, if you want to put it in that way. I mean, this is a change in capital or technology that increases the capacity of the referees to perform better. It is not, I think it is not a better way to monitoring their performance. It's a help for them. And this is important because the interpretation concerning the relationship between performance and efficiency wages and all those literature is different to the idea of technological change. And that's my concern with your interpretation. It's very interesting, and the results are very interesting, but I will tend to interpret this idea better like technological change rather than wages or monitoring in the labor place. That's.
I see your point, but what would then be the concrete interpretation? So the referees know that there is an additional technology available to correct potential mistakes.
Yes, because it's a global increase in performance. It is not only for the best and not only for the worst. Everyone increases the performance. You showed us the results of the ranking of the ranking of the points the journal the newspaper gave to the referees, and you see everyone is, not everyone, but in global, everyone is performing better. Instead of increasing, or maybe, let me ask a question. Is there an increase in the probability to get rid of bad referees with the VAR? That's my question.
We have not yet checked whether the turnover in the pool has increased, but that is certainly something that can easily be done. Yeah, that's a good point.
I've got two suggestions. One is the regression results, right? Those are OLS?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably worth using an ordered response model there.
It's fixed effects, sorry. It's not.
Oh, I see.
But ordered probit does not yield different results. It's completely identical.
I can't remember the result for ordered logit, but I know with logit models you may be able to incorporate fixed effects. I don't remember that for ordered logit specifically, but the exponential has some nice properties that can allow you to maybe do that. So it's possible, although, like you say, it probably won't qualitatively change your results in any case. So that's not as important. The possibly more useful suggestion would be with your final results where you look at some improvements in referee scores, and you mentioned that some referees also get worse in performance. It's worth maybe doing a bit of a, what do you call it again? For a robustness check, do the same exercise with 2 different time periods where the VAR hasn't been introduced, and see if there you don't see significant changes in performance. Because you've got many random variables here, right? In terms of, I can't remember how many refs there are.
41.
41. It's not a huge sample, but there's going to be some variation that's just a matter of the fact that you're sampling a random variable many times. So you want to kind of compare, I think, those results that you're getting pre and post VAR with 2 other subsamples where there isn't that change, and see if you see any similar sort of variation in terms of performance or not. Yeah. Preferably not in this case, right, in terms of the argument you're making. But I think that's a good robustness check.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks, Bernd. Interesting as always. There's a couple of suggestions for the presentation aspect of it, I think, and maybe they're irrelevant, I don't know. But my feeling is that there's referee mistakes of 2 types: errors of omission and errors of commission. So when they missed a call and when they got a call wrong, when they made a call but it was wrong. And I wonder if there's some way in your data to tell which kind of error has occurred, and whether the VAR does something differently in those 2 circumstances. Listening to James, the impression I had was, if there's an offsides that leads to a goal, VAR automatically responds. But in other circumstances...
Not if Liverpool are playing, right?
But if there's a challenge that the referee lets go, does the VAR automatically say, no, that was a yellow card, or that was a foul? 2 different kinds of things there that may be giving you some different kind of information. The second thing that I was interested in more detail about is you said a couple of times inducing the technology to intervene. And, you know, in American sports, it's not a technology that intervenes, it's a human that says we have to look at the video again. And making that clear, is it actually that there's just some program that says, well, no,
there are humans sitting somewhere in Cologne watching the scene over and over again in slow motion, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's just saying that differently.
We even know the names of those people re-watching a particular moment of the match.
Well, that would be interesting, fixed effects also.
Yeah, that can be done.
And then the final thing, you said this a couple of times about referee effort. I don't have any idea what that means. What does it mean for the referee to give more effort? Either is it that they're not running, they're standing at midfield and kind of watching this way and watching that way, or are they trailing the play closely? And otherwise, I don't know what effort means in this context. Blowing the whistle more often, that might be more effort, but so think about the language there.
Yeah, yeah. So we should try to get rid of this innocent principal agent language, which is not that innocent, of course. Okay.
Can I have a look back at your results table, Ben?
The results table?
I mean, basically, what we wanted to kind of understand was
this one.
The no intervention and I see you got the decision corrected. I kind of missed this as you were going through, but obviously, you know, there's a play and the referee calls, okay, it's offside, and the goal therefore is disallowed, and it goes to VAR, and then the goal is allowed. That's a decision corrected, but that would then be in the with intervention. That would be a 1 for with intervention and a 1 for decision corrected. Is that how your model works?
No, that appears only once.
Okay, I'm just trying to work out how these things come in, given the decisions can be overturned, and that's obviously something that then reflects on the quality of the referee decision in the first place. Did they get it right or wrong? Because the intervention, to a large extent, is exogenous to the referee, but obviously then has some kind of effect on him.
Yeah, but we can easily be more precise on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So with the intervention, sorry, just again to be clear. So the intervention is an automatic VAR review was triggered, and the VAR review upheld the decision of the referee. So the difference between the with intervention and the decision corrected is the key difference here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And that's where we should expect it. So that's what's weird, right? The kicker evaluators do not think that it matters whether you got it right or got it wrong. They just don't care. But that's weird, right? That
is weird.
That's
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
And not really very consistent with principal agent theory or any of the other things you're telling us.
No, the kicker journalists apparently only react to an intervention. Whether it was adequate or not seems not to play a role. Yeah. You may say, well, that's then an irrelevant finding, but that has an impact on the waiting period until somebody is assigned to the next match. And that's highly significant in terms of foregone income.
But they're not reacting to an intervention. That's why they're insignificant, these coefficients, because they're not reacting to that.
But the guys without any intervention are assigned to the next match much faster. And therefore it's economically relevant.
Yeah, well, but we're saying, what does it mean that this? Here's one interpretation. Actually, first, this is about the ratings of the kicker folk. It's got nothing to do with the referee. Their judgments, they might be fair, they might be unfair. Who knows whether they're giving a fair rating? But the kicker people are connected to the people who appoint the referees. So the people who appoint the referees look at the kicker ratings, and they see from that the kicker people think that they're better, and that's how the referee. So this has got nothing to do really with this is an interpretation, but you could say this might have nothing to do with the performance of the referee, just merely the relationship between the kicker people and the people in the DFB who appoint the referees.
Okay, yeah.
That's consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Again, that is more a matter of language than of interpreting the fundamental findings.
No, because it may have nothing to do with incentives. That's the point.
Okay, I see. Yeah. See.
Sorry, I may be off here, but no intervention and with intervention should add to one, right? Like they're exhaustive, mutually exclusive categories?
I skipped that slide here. No.
Oh, yeah. Essentially, thank you. Yeah, my question was, what's the base category?
No, these are exclusive categories.
Those are so. Which is the base category in the regression? No VAR.
No VAR.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That helps with the interpretation. Great.
Thank you, Bern. We need to move on.
Okay.
Yeah. Namaste everyone. I am Adarsh Subedi of Kathmandu University School of Arts. Today I'm here to present my paper on the demand of the UFC pay-per-view and the influence of superstar fighters. The motivation to write the paper on this topic stems from UFC's sale in 2016 in the amount of 4.1 billion US dollars. It was at the time the highest amount paid for any sports franchise in history. For a company that started in 1993 and faced years of downturn, it was a huge stride. Thus, I wanted to investigate what are the factors behind its success. A little background on the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It was founded in 1993 as a means to find out which style of martial arts is the best one, be it boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, and many more. There are other competitors of the UFC, but it is the premier mixed martial arts institution in the world. At the start, it was labeled as illegal in various states in America. It was taken over by Dana White and the Fertitta brothers in January of 2001 for approximately $2 million US dollars and founded Zuffa LLC to be its parent company. After their acquisition, UFC was valued at around $1 billion US dollars in 2008. The demand for the UFC events was derived from factors like location of the events, price, number of fights, income of people, and types of fights on a cards, such as championship fights or marquee events. The UFC started using the pay-per-view model in September of 2001 through the broadcasting of their event UFC 33. The pay-per-view model is a simple transactional model where people pay to watch individual televised events. The money earned from the sales of the pay-per-view is one of the main revenue streams of the UFC. So the increase in demand for the pay-per-view event directly aligns with the increase in demand for the UFC in recent years. And having a major fighter in the UFC card is seen as a major bonus for any event. Having a superstar fighter in the UFC card garners more media attention than any other regular fight. Having more eyes on the news coverage can have a direct relation with the boost in the pay-per-view sales. One of the most monumental cards in UFC history was UFC 40 held on 2002. The event, headlined by a championship grudge match between Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock, received significant media coverage from media like outlets like ESPN. The heavily promoted event drew 150,000 pay-per-view buys, and despite the continued losses the company suffered after that, the effect of Superstar is still seen in the growing sport. George St. Pierre, one of UFC's biggest stars, made upwards of $3 million per fight in prize money and pay-per-view bonuses, and then earned millions of other dollars from his endorsement by other brands and companies. The international market for UFC flourishes, especially in Brazil, Canada, Japan, and the United Kingdom. Having a superstar is not only beneficial in creating the demand, but also beneficial in sponsorship generation process, such as in UFC 100. It is another example of superstar momentum where $1.6 million of pay-per-view was sold, highest at the time. The card was headlined by heavyweight championship fight between Brock Lesnar and Frank Mir. Brock Lesnar is a bona fide superstar through his work in professional wrestling and amazing amateur wrestling status, which many experts believe is the cause for the highest grossing pay-per-view for the time. The sport has evolved very much since the time of UFC 100. UFC has been regularly talked about show in a mainstream sports. The fighters are treated like any other professional athletes, unlike the term street fighters used in the previous days. My research will focus on the present years of the UFC with new superstars. The superstars in these generations are not only signified by their accomplishments and marketability, but involve other factors like their charisma, mannerisms, personality, social following, and brand image. Through these criteria, there are fighters like Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz, Israel Adesanya, and old fighters like George St. Pierre and Brock Lesnar who fit the bill. They all draw a huge crowd in their events and have a massive fan following in the entire world. With the ever-growing sports like MMA and the increasing status of the UFC fighter, I focus on my research question: does the inclusion of superstar fighter increase the demand of the pay-per-view? In reviewing the literature on specific topics, papers by Watanabe and Tansky analyze the demands for UFC pay-per-views by running ordinary least square regression models. In both papers, the same primary variables were used, supported with control variables. Their focus mainly was on the effect of the Ultimate Fighter. It is a reality show of the UFC, which was growing at the time and having effects on business decisions. The effect of the the Ultimate Fighter was shown insignificant in the study of Watanabe, but significant in Tansky's research for determining the demand for the UFC pay-per-view. Another opposing view between the two papers came with the variable holiday weekends, where Watanabe returned negative significance for the demand of the pay-per-view during a holiday weekend, but Tansky's research showed it is insignificant in determining demand. Watanabe wrote a follow-up to his original paper, this time looking at both attendance and pay-per-view buy rate as dependent variables. He added new variables like weight classes and title fights to other variables from the previous research. In this new research, heavier weight classes and their title fights were significant in determining the demand of the pay-per-view. When the weight classes get smaller, the significance also goes down. During the period of 2011 to 2013, when the data was taken, the championship fight were rated high, with very little presence of superstar being the champion of the division. Similarly, another paper focuses on the superstar fighter as the main variable, which does not show much significance. The performance of star fighter is more of a driver of demand than the inclusion of star fighter itself. It is their main conclusion. In addition, they suggest looking at two-star fighters in the card and bank in the success of well-performing fighters. Another qualitative paper suggests look at how pay-per-view numbers are influenced by weight classes, title fights, grudge matches, ultimate fighters, rematches, competitive matchups, and certain superstar fighters. First, while there is no direct correlation between weight classes and buy rate, higher weight classes tend to draw more interest than lower weight classes. This could be due to long-standing notion that bigger bodies attract more interest, or to the fact that the lighter weights are newer and less established than the heavier ones. Most likely, it is the combination of both. The effect of a title fight is difficult to measure as champions are usually successful enough to be drawn regardless of the title. Events can be successful regardless of whether or not there is a title fight. However, title fights give legitimacy and allow semi popular fighters to headline the events that they otherwise wouldn't. Things that are not in the literature. Less emphasis on the superstar fighters' importance. Superstar fighters have been levied with their performance to check their impact. The only involvement, the only involvement of the superstar effect has not yet been fully analyzed. Along with that, the grudge match between the two superstar fighters also has not been scrutinized more. Two superstars fighting each other may garner more attraction than one superstar in the card. Plus, the engagement of casual sports watchers is also to be determined. MMA was specific to the hardcore fan bases, but now with more recognizable fighters, the reach has been extended to casual watchers as well. What's new in this area of research is that superstars fighters' involvement alone is greater than the performance in their previous bouts. Loss in their previous fights does not affect their power to generate pay per view buys. Weight classes also specifically do not matter, as was previously the case. A heavyweight championship fight can easily be eclipsed by superstar fights of lower weight classes. Along with that, championship fights are also of less importance. Talking about the theory, I have based this paper on demand for sports theory based on the study by Borland and McDonald. They categorize the demand for live sporting events into 5 divisions: consumer preferences, economic price, quality of viewing, characteristics of sporting event, and supply capacity. We have to now we have to transform these general sport determinants into a UFC specific demand determinants. For that, the first category of consumer preference is irrelevant as it is outside of any party's control. The second category deals with the price of the viewership. Neoclassical economic theory indicates that the price has an inverse effect on demand. As the price goes down, the number of purchases of product increases. The availability of substitutes, especially the free ones, may also affect the demand of the pay-per-view. The third category of quality of viewing is not applicable in the case of the UFC, as every purchaser of the pay-per-view views exactly the same broadcast. The fourth category is one of the relevant ones to our study, since the event characteristics have the most determining power over the buy rate, as well as the most variation of all categories. Lastly, the fifth category, supply capacity, is not applicable as there is no limit to the number of pay-per-views that can be purchased. Of the event category, the most important is the set of bouts on pay-per-view card, highlighted by main event fight. Other characteristics may include number of fights, number of championship fights, weight classes of the fights, and the event location. Now, the data to conduct this research are the factors that are potentially linked to the demand for the pay-per-views of the UFC. The data collected spans 6 years from UFC 195, hosted on January 2, 2016, to UFC 264, hosted on December 11 to 2021. There are a total of 74 observations. Observations are the pay-per-view hosted by the UFC. The data comes from Zuffa LLC till 2016 and then from WMEING after they acquired the UFC brand. Here in this table, we can see the top 10 pay-per-view buys from 2016 to 2021. It can be addressed here. Pay-per-view with the inclusion of superstar fighters are having the highest pay-per-view numbers. Only one out of the top 10 highest grossing pay-per-views came without the involvement of the superstar fighter. Coming to this section is our model to test the hypothesis. It is an ordinary least square regression model with a fixed set of variables chosen to affect the demand of the UFC pay-per-view. As we can see in the slide, pay-per-view is our dependent variable, which is the total number of pay-per-view buys for a UFC event. Sub is the superstar variable, which indicates the involvement of a superstar fighter in a UFC event. The price variable represents the price of individual UFC pay-per-views. Venue and champ include the venue where the UFC event is held, and champ shows if there is any championship fight in the UFC event or not. And lastly, duration shows the period between two consecutive UFC events. Here in this graph, we can see the pay-per-views and the number of pay-per-views it sold. The general distribution of pay-per-view is similar across the years, with only a major spike at the late end of 2018 in the card where Conor McGregor, a superstar of the UFC, fought. 2017 and 2019 are the only years, as shown by the figure, to not have pay-per-views more than 1 million buys. Next is the summary of the descriptive statistics of the variables used in our empirical model. The average pay-per-view sold is around 500,000 and the average price of the pay-per-view revolves around $61. The average duration between any two pay-per-views is nearly 29 days. The variable superstar, champion, and venues are all taken as dummies. Now the results from our empirical model. The variable superstar has the most pull among any other variables in the determination of demand for the pay-per-view. This is shown by the significant and positive coefficient of sub. Considering other things remain the same, the impact of the presence of superstar has a massive effect on the demand of the pay-per-view. The impact that superstar has on the card is massive than any other variable indicators taken in our model. The presence of a superstar has a huge marginal impact on the entire event. Adding just one superstar in the UFC event, we can see 600,000 more pay-per-view sales. The mean pay-per-view sales, as we saw in the previous slide, was around 500,000. Thus, adding a superstar can guarantee more than 1 million pay-per-view buys, keeping other variables constant. This is a huge pool considering other variables like the price of the product and the status of marquee champions. Other than that, the impact of superstar, the price also has a very little significance on the demand of the pay-per-view. The increase in prices of the pay-per-view is making more people buy it. When we increase the mean price by $10, the pay-per-view sales increases by over 80,000. This goes against the principal demand theory of economics, but it has a simple explanation in this case. The increase in price comes at the start of the new year or when there is a superstar fighter fighting on the card. The price has increased 4 times in the 6 years the data was taken, and 4 of those price hikes came when Conor McGregor is in the fight card. This is a managerially important statistic as the company can get away with the price hike as long as the pay-per-view card has a superstar fighter in it. Another important variable to look into is the status of the championship fight in the card. The variable is insignificant to our result, but still we can make some assumptions about the demand for the pay-per-view. Most of the pay-per-view main events are championship fights. Only 7 out of the sample data we have taken is a non-championship main event. Pay-per-view is the showcase event for the UFC. These cards are used to highlight the champions of the company and many other great fighters. So when the main event is not a championship fight, the main event is a fight showcasing the superstars. Hence, the higher the significance of championship fighter in demand of the pay-per-view may have caused the negative significance of the effect of championship fighters due to the involvement of superstar fighters. The duration between fights and the location of the fights are other 2 variables in our model. Both are insignificant, meaning the 2 variables do not have an effect on the demand of the pay-per-view. The pay-per-view is watched online and available everywhere, so the location and duration between fights have no significant effect. The 2 variables would have had an effect on demand for in-person attendance seats, but the ease of availability of the pay-per-view from anywhere in the world makes the location of the fight, duration between the fights, the time and day of the fight less significant than other variables like involvement of superstar in the card, price of the pay-per-view, and championship fights in the card. From the model, we have identified that there is evidence for the demand for sports theory, as we mentioned in our theory section. Point number 4 of our demand for sports hypothesis, the characteristics of sporting context, which is important focus of this research, is easily satisfied due to our main independent variable, superstar, being significant. The demand for the pay-per-view is increasing with the involvement of the superstar fighter. The impact of the superstar fighter can be observed on all pay-per-view cards where the superstar fighter is involved. So, the major finding of the paper is that the presence of superstar and the price of the pay-per-view is the main factor for deriving pay-per-view demand in the UFC. The results of the model used in this research mirror the findings of Robbins and Watanabe, who both estimated the demand for the pay-per-view. Both papers uncovered superstars might have some significance in the demand of the pay-per-view. They had other variables like weight classes and champions which were more significant than the superstar, but their sample taken was from the time when the superstar fighters were, where the concept of superstar fighter was relatively new. While the importance of superstar fighter is highlighted in all the research, the situation differs from all sample of all the timestamps. The number of superstars in an event has increased from 0.2 to 0.9 from 2015 to 2021. Hence, the ever-increasing significance of superstars in the demand of the pay-per-view. However, this research differs from previous research in the case of championship fights. In previous findings, the significance of championship fights is highest for higher weight classes and significance falls with lower weight classes, as we saw in the literature review section. The case states superstar fighter is significant in demand, but not as significant as heavyweight championship fight in the event. However, the prominence of the new breed of superstar talents with their branding and marketing capabilities have been able to center themselves in the spotlight without a championship, causing the championship variable insignificant in my research. Many of the differences in research come from the time period in which the research was conducted. Rims and Shapiro, which we discussed in our literature review section, also had superstar variable significant, but had an additional significance of the performance, the chance of them winning. The demand revolved around not only a superstar, but also their performance and their capability to win the fight. This has since been changed as the performance of superstar does not matter and their presence is only enough by my research. In my sample, Conor McGregor has popped up multiple times in the highest bought pay-per-views. One of the 6 involved fights, Conor has lost 3 of those fights, 2 fights back to back, but still he has the pull to sell millions of pay-per-views. Another impact variable in the research is price. Price had a negative significance for the research of Tansky and Watanabe. Their research had samples from the dark ages of the UFC, where it was working to recognize itself as a legitimate sport. Along with the progressing years, the negative significance of the price went to positive significance discovered by Robbins and seen in my research. The positive price effect on demand may have been the impact of superstar fighter and their power to bring in more money. The results provided by the paper may have implications for both UFC and the fighters. The research shows a blueprint for the UFC management and other MMA event runners. They should shift their focus more from current business planning to marketing events and championships and move towards developing superstar fighters who are fan-friendly, brand image fitting to grow their own business. This research does not see the answer only from managerial perspective, but also provides helpful insight to the fighters. The fighters can create their own brand, their own image, and become more recognizable personalities to make themselves fall into the category of a superstar. This will create leverage for individual fighters during contract negotiations to gain more money for their performance. This research draws in to find the effect of superstar fighters on the demand for UFC pay-per-views. The concept of a superstar fighter is fairly new, and with the addition of many superstars, further research may shed light on new results. The number of samples could increase in the future as more and more superstar caliber fighters enter the UFC. There are some variables found significant that can be of great consequence. The research is a simple step to shed light on the superstar's impact on a UFC event. Further research in this field can include other aspects limited in this research. New research in this field could include omitted variables like weight classes, fighter styles, and add attendance as a dependent variable to find the combined effect. Plus, further researchers will benefit from a larger sample size with the concept of superstar fighters being household in the upcoming years. Thank you for listening.
Hi there, very, very interesting work. You've got the classic problem that comes up in every industrial organization paper, which is that price is set by firms with demand in mind, right? And I think price is important here because with this story I'm telling, you know, you expect price to increase, like you said, when superstars are forecasted are scheduled to fight, right? So I'm not quite sure how you deal with it in this context, or how you should deal with it, but yeah, maybe you can use the fact that price is constant over long periods and estimate your model within periods where price is constant. I don't know if that's feasible given how prices vary with pay-per-view, but yeah, I mean, if you could tell us maybe a little bit more about how prices vary, that might give some idea about how you might be able to kind of slice up your data and avoid this endogeneity problem that you've got going on there.
Yeah, thank you. So as you said, the problem of the price which has been created due to the increase, I think we can use your solution to fixing the problem, as the price increases only occurs yearly, or when a superstar fighter is added, and that is also a very rare case. So we can make periods, as you said, to, I think, negate the problems which I have been facing in my papers as well.
Thank you very much. Can you show us the correlation matrix of your data? My expectation is that championship fights and superstar fights, that must be highly correlated. So do you have a multicollinearity problem in your data? That's a simple question.
Yeah, so I have not kept that slide. I did not keep the table of correlation in my slide right now. But the problem did arise at first, but due to the less number of superstar fighters, the problem was not that significant, in my opinion, to affect my research in a very significant way.
So I think it's an interesting question about what determines the demand for these things, and I think probably none of us are very surprised to hear that it's superstars drive the demand. So which is a very sensible result in the end. I think one thing you might do is say, well, what makes you a superstar? So you could think about having identified these fighters who are superstars. What are the characteristics which drive them? And then do these characteristics explain fully the demand, or is there, is there something missing? So I think going deeper into the nature of superstardom, I think, would be interesting.
Yeah, sure. For my categorization of superstar, it was mainly through their fan followings, their social media followings, and how much they are engaged in their own communities, and how much they are being recognized in their own countries, and how their fights are being recognized. So as you said, just like you said, going through in depth about that may be a very good solution, but my paper lacks that as well. So thank you for that good insight, which I could look further for my follow-up paper.
Adarcha, thank you very much for being here. This is Jorge.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the price is an issue. It's prices, I mean, elasticities, given goods don't exist. So I was thinking in terms of an instrument for this case. Maybe you have your data is per fight, right?
Yes.
Maybe
per people or event.
Per event. Oh, okay, per event. But maybe, the normal instrument, or the most traditional instrument for estimating demand is to find some cost-related variable. So maybe here something about the wages wages, whatever they get paid these guys per fight, could serve you to try to fix that issue. And I'm pretty sure, yes, as Stefan said, that the superstar effect will remain, but your regression will be cleaner.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, this
Thank
is
you.
Lewis speaking. Along Jorge's point, if anything, what's likely happening here is you're slightly underestimating the effect of superstardom on pay-per-view sales given price, right? Precisely because price is going to go up when superstars are there, and if price has its normal, effect on demand, then it's going to reduce demand. And so, I don't think this would change qualitatively your results at all. But if you want to do kind of this is a exercise in demand estimation and thinking about any sort of counterfactuals, then getting that price coefficient is still important.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the insights.
Okay, Adarsh, thank you very much. You are in Nepal, right?
Yes.
Okay, really excited to have you here. I don't know what time it is, but thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Hope to see you sometime somewhere in the world, in person, I mean.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me begin by saying thank you to Professor Jorge Tovar for organizing this, the first ever Latin American Sports Economics Conference. Espero que sean muchos más en el futuro. Thank you, Jorge, for inviting me to be a keynote speaker at this conference and for the opportunity to spend the week here in Bogota interacting with you and your colleagues and your students. Thanks also to BetPay for sponsoring the conference. I also want to thank the Uniandes International Fund for the financial support that made my week here possible. The fund's Thinkers of the World program seeks to contribute to internationalization and establish dialogues and contacts between University of the Andes students and professors and international academics, even generating close and lasting ties between the groups. These are admirable goals, which I hope have been furthered by my visit here. As I begin, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. Some of you may know, but actually I don't think anybody knows this, but I'll tell you anyway. The summer between my sophomore and junior years in high school, I was an exchange student in Monterrey, Mexico. I was an exchange student there, and I lived with the Garza Garcia family in Colonia Leones. It was the summer of 1974. Two really important things happened in the summer of 1974. The first is Richard Nixon resigned from the presidency of the United States and was pardoned for his crimes. The second, and more relevant for this talk, is that Germany hosted the World Cup. And I saw on Mexican television real soccer for the very first time. I was captivated by the Dutch team, not the German team, with their famous players Johan Cruyff and Johnny Rep. I would not see quality football again for 30 years. In college, I was a history major and took every course available on Latin American history. Then I went on to the University of Arizona, where I earned a master's degree in Latin American studies. As part of that program, I had to study Portuguese, which paid off a bit in preparing for this talk, as you'll find out a little while from now. While pursuing the Latin American Studies degree, I worked for a research group called Documentary Relations of the Southwest. It was run by a Jesuit priest, and what I did there was read and classified documents from the San Antonio de Béjar archives of the Spanish colonial government. San Antonio de Béjar, for those unaware, is what is San Antonio, Texas. As I finished the Latin American Studies degree, I turned to economics to kill some time while I waited to be called from a list of potential foreign service officers. My goal was to be a diplomat. That fell through because President Ronald Reagan instituted a federal hiring freeze at the same time I went on the list. Fortunately for me, I found out I had an aptitude and a strong interest in economics, so I pursued a PhD in it. From that time in 1983 until Professor Tovar invited me to give this keynote address, and I started preparing for this talk, I had done nothing professionally related to Latin America since 1983. In between, I've spent a bunch of time in Germany teaching and giving lectures at 4 different universities, in Spain giving lectures on several occasions and advising PhD students, and in Russia teaching, giving lectures, advising students, and co-authoring around 10 papers with Russian colleagues. In other words, I have a record of establishing long-lasting dialogues and contacts with international academics in the tradition that the University of Andes International Fund envisions. I say now that I hope that I have started such relationships here as well. And importantly for me, in a very real way, this conference brings my career full circle back to where it started when I got my master's degree in Latin American Studies. In this talk, I have 2 related goals. The first goal is to motivate Latin American researchers, particularly economists, to seriously consider
using their skills to analyze issues in sports economics. The second goal is to convince you of the truth of the title of my talk, Sports Economics, a way to study everything microeconomic. The first goal is perhaps easy to accomplish, at least superficially, because individual researchers might find something fun to study about Colombian football or beach volleyball or cycling or motocross that involves some sort of economic issues. The second goal is, however, more fundamental. As editor of the Journal of Sports Economics, one of my objectives has been to, to publish papers in the journal on sports economics topics that draw citations from people outside of sports economics. The way to do that is to address general economic questions, but to do so in the context of sports. Lawrence Kahn made a related point with respect to labor market issues back in 2000 in the Journal of Economic Perspectives when, in his paper, The Sports Business as a Labor Market Laboratory. I will come back to Kahn's argument later. More recently, Michael Barelli, Alex Krumer, and Ilya Morgulev published a paper in the Journal of Behavioral and Experimental Economics where they make a similar point that studying sports can help us understand aspects of decision-making and choices that are not sport-related. Even better, in their paper, they cite two Nobel laureates, Daniel Kahneman and Gary Becker, each of who emphasized advantages of studying sports. Importantly, Barelli, Krumer, and Morgulev provide a list of papers that have done just this with respect to certain kinds of behaviors. Responding to pressure, the importance of the order of competitions on behavior of competitors, the effects on performance of incentives, strategic allocation of efforts, and many others. Later in this talk, I will try to add to the topics on the list of issues that can be studied using sports, but for now I will focus on the Latin American aspect of my talk. So, I wanted to get a feel for the publications on sports economics topics related to Latin America, so I did the natural thing. I did a Google Scholar search. I was aware previously of a small number of such papers prior to doing the search. Most of those papers happen to have been written by Tadeo Gasparetto, who presented via Zoom yesterday, and his co-author and PhD supervisor, Angel Barajas. As an aside, I met Angel Barajas at a conference organized by Bernd Frick in Paderborn in 2009. I met Tadeo in Orense, Spain, sometime around 2012 or 2013 when Tadeo was doing his PhD with Angel. Tadeo is Brazilian, in case you didn't know that from yesterday. He's Brazilian. And Tadeo's papers with Angel are predominantly about topics in Brazilian football. And interestingly, some of them are written in English, some of them are written in Spanish, and some of them are written in Portuguese. For example, in the European Sport Management Quarterly, they published a study comparing demand for football broadcasts in Brazil's two largest markets, Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo. An interesting finding of that paper is that fans from the two cities appear to have different risk preferences when it comes to choosing whether or not to watch the match on television. Following up on that paper, the two published, along with Elena Shakina, Football Fans' Emotions, Uncertainty Against Brand Perception in Frontiers in Psychology. And I think, Elise, you should find that paper. At issue in the paper is whether uncertainty about the outcome of a match interacts with the brand of the teams in determining attendance. So how do brand and uncertainty matter together as opposed to independently in affecting attendance? In Revista de Administração de Empresas, Gasparetto and Barajas published Reanalizando la competitividad en la industria del fútbol, diferencia acumulada de puntos. This paper used the accumulated point difference approach to analyze competitive balance. And they did this for 9 football leagues over 8 seasons. Unfortunately, only one of the 9 was a Latin American sport league, and it happened to be, not surprisingly, Campeonato Brasileiro. To complete the set of languages, the two published Muito Barulho por Nada, o Streaming no Futebol Brasileiro, or Much Ado About Nothing, Streaming of Football, Brazilian football. So there had been press articles about what would happen if the Brazilian Football League started streaming their matches, but there had not been any academic study of it. And so that's what Angel and Tadeo did. The remaining papers on Latin American sports that I could find through my Google search are by non-Latin Americans. The first of these is by Amir Neto and Brad Humphreys. Brad Humphreys is a longtime co-author of mine. And the paper is called Localization Economies and Firm Productivity, Evidence from Football Teams in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Amir Neto is Brazilian also. The paper is not yet published, but it addresses a very interesting and important question of general economics related to urban environments. In particular, what they want to do is assess the extent to which agglomeration economies, so the fact that you have lots of people close together in an urban environment, influences the economy. The typical argument might be, for example, that if you have more people in an area, you're going to have the benefits of larger markets, for example, more consumers. What extent does that improve or help the economy to develop? Now, I mentioned this paper precisely for the simple reason that this is the kind of paper that I really, really would like to see published, because it's about sports, and what they use is promotion and relegation within the many, many football teams in the Sao Paulo area to address this idea of agglomeration economies and how bringing all these people together is beneficial for the growth of the economy. They find that both urbanization, so lots of people close together, and what's called localization externalities, meaning that you have access to the same markets, that you can share technology and things of that nature, both influence the performance of individual football clubs. That they benefit from this in terms of productivity. Unfortunately, they're unable to identify the mechanism by which this happens. So we got a lot of people together, and that means the football clubs are more productive, but what is the mechanism that goes from lots of people close together to more productivity of the football clubs? And they're not able to identify that. Maybe the first sports economics paper on Latin America that I ever saw is one that was pretty interesting and very timely. It's by Seth Gitter, and it's entitled The H1N1 Virus and Mexican Baseball Attendance. It was published in the highly regarded and well-known journal, Athens Sports Journal. No, I'm kidding, it's not a well-regarded, highly well-known journal. And it was published in December of 2017. In the paper, Gitter used attendance from the Mexican Baseball League and from the Mexican National Health Service data to evaluate the impact of the spread of the H1N1 virus and of social distancing measures introduced by the Mexican government on baseball attendance. What he found was that the outbreak of the H1N1 virus reduced game attendance by between 15 and 30%, and that the reduction was greater in those areas where the infection rate was greater. That's probably not surprising, but I've never seen anybody, or had never seen anybody, do that sort of thing before. Moreover, when the government mandated social distancing measures, that also reduced attendance at Mexican baseball by an additional 20%. Unfortunately, actually I should say maybe coincidentally, last week, Seth Gitter gave a talk at my university, and we talked specifically about this paper, and I was complaining to him that what he did not do, which I think would have been the most important and interesting thing, was did these measures, these social distancing measures, and the fact that people were not going to baseball games improve or reduce, rather, the rate of infection? That seems like the natural thing to do, but he did not do that, so maybe he and I will at some point, I'm not sure. So those I knew about in advance. When I searched for papers on sports in Latin America, I really came up quite empty. I did find a collection of papers called Sport in Latin America, Policy, Organization, and Management, edited by Gonzalo Bravo, Rosa Lopez de D'Amico, and Charles Parrish, and it was published in 2016. The editors identified 4 themes for this volume. And I think these 4 themes are actually pretty interesting because of the coincidence or the overlap with what we've talked about here, particularly in the 2 panel sessions. What are those themes? The role of government, the role of the private sector, sport governance, and the role of women in sport. That seems to overlap pretty highly with the things we talked about earlier this morning and yesterday afternoon. I will mention some specific chapters in this book, but before I do that, I have to list the disciplines that Bravo et al. Include as having taken their diverse approaches to analyzing sport in Latin America. These are the disciplines: anthropology, cultural studies, history, comparative sport policy, management, sociology, etc. I was surprised economics was not on that list. But it is quite consistent with my Google search results. There really is little sports economics research in Latin America. I hope that will change. Sport management researchers Lucy Thibault and John Harvey identified rationales for government involvement in sport. Their rationales were to build social cohesion, to encourage economic development, and to foster international cooperation. Taking these rationales as their North Star, several authors in the volume, Sport in Latin America, address the role of government. Mark Keach notes that throughout the developing world, sports policies emphasize elite sports. I believe we've heard something about that over the previous sessions. He says, part of the explanation for the increase in public funding for sport in developing countries lies in the instrumental perception of sport, i.e., sport has the capacity to ameliorate or camouflage problems. Moreover, the cultural significance of sports is evidenced by media attention on the national team, as well as public support for government spending on stadiums and other sports infrastructure. In each case, the emphasis is on elite sport, with infrastructure spending on stadiums and training facilities for elite athletes, and on instilling national pride and citizen support for the government. April Roeder also makes the point that sport policy is a tool used by governments to increase support among the populace. Indeed, she notes that throughout Latin America, whether military or civilian, populist, autocratic, dictatorship, or democracy, during the 20th century, all Latin American governments have followed similar policies towards sport, oftentimes influenced by movements in the international community. One example of this is the international Sport for All kind of programs that evolved in the 1990s. Other issues raised in the articles on sports in Latin America are country and sport specific and are steeped in institutional details but short on hard analysis of effectiveness and efficiency, probably because there's no economists doing the work. These are areas that I believe economists could and should delve into. I will provide a couple of examples, and my first example comes from right here in Colombia. Victor Alonso Molina Bedoya and Jose Fernando Tavares Fernandez discuss Colombia's 10-year plan for sport, physical education, recreation, and physical activity. They state that the plan is a collaborative commitment to use sport and physical activity to foster a sentiment of coexistence and peace across the country. But then they write, quote, while a large sum of money is being invested in a wide variety of sport programming, it is unclear if these investments are enhancing the quality of life for the populace as assumed. This sentiment practically cries out for economists to jump into the question. My second example is from Multi-Sport Games in South America by Jorge Silva Borges and Silvana Gonzalez Messina. Among the events discussed are the obvious examples of the Pan American Games, the Football World Cup, and the Summer Olympics. But they also talk about lesser-known events, at least lesser-known outside of Latin America, like the Bolivarian Games, the Bolivarian Beach Games, and the South American Games. The two organizations offering these regional competitions, Bolivarian Sport Organization, or I presume it's pronounced ODEBO, and South American Sporting Organization, ODESUR, were also created to increase sport participation among the people of South America. Unfortunately, the authors provide no evidence on this issue. Borges and Gonzalez Messina opine that given the costs of hosting these events, often from the public treasury, quote, the spread of a positive image for the city and country is perhaps the key justification. Indeed, they cite a poll conducted in 2014 before the South American Games that were hosted in Santiago, Chile, in which 76% of Chileans believed the Games were good for the image of Chile. They do not, of course, indicate whether this perceived image was worth the $50 million spent on new venues and other expenses from hosting the event. Economists are trained to address such issues as this and to assess whether hosting the event was the best use of these funds. In my opinion, these are areas in which Latin American economists can do sports economics research that will be of general interest both in and outside of Latin America. Indeed, while I was reading the chapter, I kept thinking to myself, if the data is available, and I have no idea if it is, but if it's available, these examples would make a very nice synthetic control method study of the impact of hosting these events. It's not that none of this research has been done. As I mentioned, much of what I found was written in Portuguese on topics specific to Brazil. Unfortunately, some of what I found I couldn't access because it was behind paywalls, or the links were dead. I'm going to discuss two papers and a little bit papers that were referenced within them. And maybe other papers like these have been done for other countries in Latin America, but I couldn't find them. So the first of these papers is Panorama das Principais Fontes de Financiamento Público para o Esporte Brasileiro by Suelen Barbosa Eiras de Castro and Fernando Marinho Mesadri. And it was published in a journal called Revista da LASEC. LASEC is the anagram for the Latin American Association of Sociocultural Studies of Sports. You can imagine already there's no economic analysis in that. The Brazilian Federal Constitution of 1988 recognized the duty of the government to promote sports. The authors provide details on various means of funding sports in Brazil, but they do so without any analysis of the data. So they tell us where the funds came from, but they don't tell us anything about the efficiency or the effectiveness of its use. The second of the Brazilian studies, and this really, really disappointed me, the second of the studies was called Desenvolvimento Local e Esportes de Aventura na Natureza a Produção de Riquezas a partir do esporte no Brasil. So if your Portuguese is a little rusty, what that says is local development and adventure sports generation of sport GDP in Brazil. I thought, oh, this is great. They're going to actually analyze the impact of adventure sports on generating GDP in Brazil. Yeah, as Stefan's shaking his head, not a chance. Not a chance. This was published in a journal called Multitemas in 2022. Sadly, rather than produce estimates of the contribution of adventure sports to either local or national economies, the article is a bibliometric study that identifies papers with a focus on adventure sports and development. So it doesn't tell us anything about what the developments were, what they cost, what their outcome was. It just is a list of the papers that had those two topics together. There are few papers, sadly, rather than produce estimates of the contribution of adventure sports, the article is just a bibliometric study that identifies papers with a focus on adventure sports and local development. There are a few papers identified, none of them in English. And that's unfortunate because there are numerous papers that do precisely what I would like this one to have done for the United States. So what they did find, the only evidence of the importance of sports in the economy is a reproduction of tables from a report by Istvan Kaznar, Evolução do PIB do Esporte, the evolution of GDP from sports. And this was from 2013. There was also a slide presentation from Pluriconsultatoria, also from 2013. The latter indicates that the 40 largest football clubs in terms of invoicing, making up about 80% of the total, comprised 0.06% of Brazilian GDP and 3.7% of sport GDP, amounting to about 2.5 billion reais. The authors of the study estimated that Brazilian sporting GDP grew 6.4% in 2012. While these are interesting facts, there's no other context. There's no indication of whether there was a policy to increase sport GDP in absolute level or as a share of national GDP, or if this growth was an intended consequence of some policy. We just are told this is what happened, but we don't know why, and we aren't told if it was intentional, desirable, or anything. So, as maybe is obvious from my tone, I think it's obvious that a variety of follow-up studies would be valuable, including just a replication of the report to find out if it's still an accurate description of the way sporting GDP and GDP evolve in Brazil. At this point, I hope I've convinced you that there are numerous topics in sports economics in Latin America that are worth researching. Let me now turn to the second goal of my talk, to convince you that analysis of sports provides an entree into many issues in microeconomics, and one that may not exist through non-sports means. I should probably mention that I have what might be described as a very expansive definition of microeconomics. Generally speaking, every time a person, a firm, a non-governmental agency, or a government makes a decision or a choice is potentially within the scope of microeconomics. All the examples of research I described earlier, I would consider to fall within the heading of microeconomics. I recognize that not everyone will agree, but that's where I'm coming from. I previously mentioned Lawrence Kahn's 2000 paper. The sport business as a labor market laboratory. Kahn presents 4 areas in which he felt sports provided a way to study important labor market questions. These are monopsony hiring, racial discrimination, efficient and initial allocations of resources, and the influence of supervision and incentives. I agree with all of Kahn's areas, though I would include some issues which he does not mention. He does talk about discrimination, and he mentions 4 types. These 4 types are discrimination in salary, discrimination in hiring, discrimination in retention, and positional segregation. Now, just as you non-followers of American sports, you may wonder what positional segregation is. To give you the sort of the most extreme, worst kind of example of it, for a long time, the belief was that African Americans could not play a particular position in American football because they weren't smart enough. And so you didn't see African Americans playing that position. That's no longer the true. About half of the players that are playing that position in the NFL now are actually African Americans. But at one time, that was thought to be the case. Okay, so he mentions salary, hiring, retention, and positional segregation, but he does not mention gender discrimination, which, of course, can certainly be with respect to salary, hiring, and retention for sure. Probably not positional segregation because there aren't any women playing in men's sports, so you're not going to only put men in positions that, in such a case, or you're not going to be able to put women in those positions. If men and women are not on the same team, the traditional notion of positional segregation does not apply, of course, but one can envision women being denied jobs coaching certain activities because they are women, particularly when a common attitude is that only people who have played a sport can coach that sport. Thinking about discrimination against women, sports economists are doing interesting work on that topic. For example, Brad Humphreys, which in what may have been the first paper along these lines, in 2000, Equal Pay on the Hardwood, the earnings gap between male and female NCAA Division I basketball coaches, studied precisely this position where there are both men coaches and women coaches of women's college basketball teams. And the question was, what's the salary differential in that situation? So he compares the pay of men and women who coach women's collegiate basketball. He finds that the women earn more than the men, but that both earn less than men coaching men's basketball teams. A similar but much more recent study is by Carlos Gomez-Gonzalez, Helmut Dietl, and Cornel Nessler, and this was published in 2019 in the Sport Management Review. They compare men and women managers of women's football teams from France, Germany, and Norway. Their analysis indicates that the gender of the head coach is in no way related to the team's success, as measured by points per match. So whether your head coach is a male or a female doesn't make any difference in terms of how successful that club is. A related paper by the same three authors, Carlos Gomez-Gonzalez, Helmut Dietl, and Cornel Nessler, along with Dave Barry, is called "Can Consumers See a Difference? An Experiment with High-Skilled Soccer Players." In this study, people watch and evaluate gameplay of men's and women's football in two different circumstances. In one case, the screen is clear and it is easy to distinguish men's and women's footage. So you can watch and it's clear this is the women playing and this is the men playing. In the other case, the players' images are blurred so that gender is not clear. People are asked to evaluate the quality of the play. Evaluations of men's football is higher only when gender is clearly revealed. When it is impossible to tell the gender, men's and women's football gets the same quality rating. The upshot of this finding is that when claiming women's football is not as good as men's football, there's an inherent gender bias, and that bias is going to harm the marketability and the financial success of women's sports. Bernd Frick has studied performance of men and women in several different contexts. For example, in 2011, he published Gender Differences in Competitiveness, Empirical Evidence from Professional Distance Running, in which he found that the gap between men's and women's times has narrowed and that women's races are quite balanced when large amounts of prize money or prestige are on the line. In a second paper in that same year, he focused specifically on ultramarathons, races of 50 or even 100 kilometers, and he was insane enough to have run in such an event. The evidence supported the hypothesis that women's performance was more affected by culture and incentives than by biology. Just yesterday, Bernd presented gender differences in the concentration of individual performance evidence from track and field athletics. This sort of study is, in my opinion, important for combating gender stereotypes and encouraging the development of women's sports generally. I also believe that whenever incentives... Sorry. Okay. I have to slow down. I shouldn't have had that coffee at lunch. Cachaça. Okay. So I honestly believe that whenever incentives are involved, the issue is one that economists should study, and we should consider it. But what I want to convince you of now is that sports can be used to study everything microeconomic. And so far, I have limited my discussion essentially to gender discrimination. A significant body of current sports economics research relates to the behavior of referees, the behavior of judges, players, and coaches under different kinds of stress. For example, do referees and judges make different decisions based on the presence of large, boisterous crowds than they do in empty stadiums? Are their decisions subject to implicit biases, say in favor of their fellow countrymen or people of their same race? And what about player performance? Much has been made of choking under pressure, for example. Is this better? On the other hand, some players may respond to pressure with greater performance. Many of the papers cited in the Bar, Eli, Krumer, and Morgulev paper that I mentioned earlier address these sorts of issues. One also must ask what it means to be under pressure. In the penalty shootout phase of a football match, players are certainly under pressure in that moment. On the other hand, a player that signs a new contract for a great deal of money, or whose contract is transferred between football clubs for an especially large transfer fee, may feel pressure to live up to the expectations inherent in those contracts. That won't show up in one game, but over the length of the entire season. These kind of questions arise in other contexts. For example, this idea of performance under pressure actually comes from the education literature, which discusses two effects, the Pygmalion effect and the Gollum effect. The Pygmalion effect is essentially that student performance will be better than expected if those students believe that their instructor has high expectations of their performance. The Gollum effect is that students' performance will be worse than expected if the student thinks that the teacher has low expectations for their performance. We can apply or use these kinds of ideas to think about performance of athletes under stress. Now, of course, there's a clear ethical quandary in this situation. It is clearly unethical to test this with students by telling them that you have low expectations of their performance if the result will be even worse than you expected, right? That's clearly unethical. Fortunately, using sports data, one can operationalize measures of pressure and expectations without being the source of either. Workers in many contexts face pressure of various sorts. Understanding when and how to use pressure to enhance performance or to avoid poor performance is a clear benefit from this type of research, and it is research to which economists are well positioned to contribute. Now let's turn to a somewhat different subject matter, financial markets. John Maynard Keynes famously compared the stock market to a casino. People studying sports betting can relate, as concepts about the efficiency of betting markets coincide with concepts on the efficiency of financial markets. Indeed, just as financial analysts look for mispriced stocks, betting market analysts look for mispriced bets. Studying gambling markets has advantages over studying financial markets. The range of potential outcomes is smaller. Teams win or teams lose. They cover the spread or they do not. And the odds or betting lines are often set in a fashion that enables one to determine the implicit probability of each outcome, and therefore the expected return and the variance in the returns on some bet. Those facts are not true for financial markets. Indeed, it's rather fanciful to think that one can formulate an expected return or a variance for a stock in a statistical sense. Moreover, once a game is done, it's possible to assess the accuracy of the estimated probabilities as well as the expected returns. For stocks, an endpoint at which the investor can reassess does not exist. My point here is simply to say that using betting markets, researchers may be able to test hypotheses about the functioning of financial markets that are not testable with financial market data. Previously, I mentioned Neto and Humphrey's work on agglomeration economies in Brazil, and that they could not identify the mechanism by which agglomeration affected the local football clubs. A hypothesis in the literature is about the availability of a skilled labor force from which the local firms can draw. In the context of those local football clubs, it may be possible to track the movements of the players among and between the clubs, and thus to address whether the agglomeration economies are related to the labor market. Whether they are or are not, the answer to that question is relevant to the broader urban economics and growth literatures, which cannot address this question because of the lack of detailed information on worker movement. But even without that detailed information on worker mobility, it is useful to consider other urban environments, like Bogota, Montevideo, Buenos Aires, to try to replicate the Neto and Humphreys results. Now I've come full circle in this talk, going from Latin American sports economics to a discussion of topics that can be studied using sports data from a variety of economic disciplines, and back to a topic in sports economics from Latin America. I hope that I've convinced you that there is much that Latin American scholars, especially economists, can study related to sports, and that there are many topics in sports that one can study to address general issues of interest to economists. Thanks for your attention. Gracias por su atención. Hay preguntas. ¿Nadie?
Hola, yeah. So thank you very much, Denise. I just have one question. I mean, I don't want to sound kind of like utilitarian in a way, but I was just thinking how to encourage or create incentives for research regarding sports economics, but how can we, I mean, in a way, how can we try and engage the private sector to fund this this new research on the topic? I mean, what would you advise after all this reading that you did about the bibliography that we have created? How can we convince them to place some resources and yeah, feel that they are going to benefit from their research?
That's an interesting question. If I was a person who generated lots of grant money, I might have an interesting answer. Sports economics research is, generally speaking, not well supported financially, except for, I would say, in Germany, where I think it's supported quite well. But I think rather than think about it as where can we get the financial support to do it, I would think of it as an institutional kind of setting. And what I mean by that is within the academy, within universities and colleges, to the extent that research is an important product of the faculty, not denigrating research that uses sports as its foundation would be a big stepping stone, a good place to start. Because in a great deal of America, and Lewis even talked about this the other day, that his PhD supervisor said something along the lines of, don't do sports, because it's going to be a hard sell to get a job if that's what you do. If we can get departments and universities to recognize that just because the data is from sports doesn't mean that it's not valuable, we will make a big step in the right direction. And in the US, we're still struggling with that, and so it's just a tough thing to do.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I would just like to bring to your attention that we, probably if you look at any other area beyond sports economics and international trade or IO or whatever, well, the outcome won't be as empty as you found. But relatively speaking, we are always short of research work for the region. And it is basically for two reasons. One is very easy, we lack funding. And the other is that we're still a region that is economically growing. So if you think about, if you look in economics for research on Chile, there's probably high quality research over many years, or even Argentina, then some in Brazil, and in some sense, we Colombians are trying to push up, and so it's a matter that we enter the world stage a bit late. And regarding to your answer, I didn't know the story of your advisor, Luis, but I'll just say it here, when I was trying to find a topic to write my dissertation in around, 2000 in Berkeley, and I was trying to work, I did IO and trade, and my advisor was going to be Aviv Nebo, a big shot in IO. I said, at some point I just couldn't find the topic, and I told him, what about sports economics? I have this data. And his answer was, yeah, but that's not sexy. That's the words he used. And so I just disregarded that, and I didn't pursue anything in sports until 15 or 16 years later. So yeah, it's difficult to enter the area, the topic.
I'm treating this as a discussion now, but this is actually along the lines of the points you are making, which is that the way that I convinced my advisor that it is a good idea, which she agrees that it is because I was able to focus in on what's the economic insights from this.
and to try and make that the focus of the paper. And since then, presenting it to audiences outside of sport and economics, it's been very well received because there's a lot of economics there to study. And that's really what you're saying, is that, if you can dig into these economic concepts and theories and problems in that data, you can add value well beyond just the realm of understanding this one environment, but in general to understand human behavior and decision making. And yeah, that's really exciting.
Absolutely.
I'd like to add on that point. So in 1995, I finished my habilitation, which by then was still the formal requirement to become a professor in Germany. And I did that habilitation on the economic consequences of worker empowerment. And my advisor, until the very end, told me, you are going to ruin your academic career by doing an economic analysis of worker empowerment. Leave that to the sociologists, or leave that to the anthropologists, whatever. But subsequently, we were able to publish some of these papers in distinguished journals, like the British Journal of Industrial Relations. So whenever you are among the first on the podium, you always have to deal with the argument, this is not economics, this is something different. So we should be more offensive. When it comes to the explanation of human behavior, we cannot only explain human behavior, we can also predict changes in human behavior when we know how the circumstances have changed. Sociologists and psychologists can only produce ex-post explanations. And the typical explanation is, oh, preferences have changed. Typically, it's not the preferences that change, it's the relative costs of the alternatives. And that's the argument we have to bring forward over and over again to convince other social scientists.
My turn. Dennis, thank you very much. You gave me a lot of ideas on future research, but also one of the things that is hard for us in Latin America or in my country is that when I have a specific data, we don't have data that we can rely on. And maybe the paper that you were citing of Brazilian GDP or something, maybe it's because there's a limitation. We just get to a point and then we don't have anything else to contrast with. So it's a real challenge to start to writing about these topics when we consider that basic economics is already hard enough to have something to write on.
Yeah, and I tried to emphasize a couple of times that if the data exists, and I actually spent a little bit of time on the Chilean government website trying to make heads or tails of their data, and it looks like they have useful data, but my Spanish is not anywhere near good enough to figure out the distinctions between the different kinds of tax collections and spending and so on. I just couldn't do it. So it may be that there just isn't possible, but it may be that it is possible, and I encourage people to try to find that data. Yeah.
So if all the old men are weighing in, I should have a go as well.
See that again?
If all the old men are expressing an opinion, I should put in my 2 pennyworth, I think.
Okay.
So it strikes me that in some ways this situation, if I think back to the 1990s, that was a time when there was virtually no sports economics being done in Europe. It was almost none. And there were a few of us who were starting to do it. And what we had to do was learn from the Americans, because it had already established itself to some degree in the United States as a discipline. And a lot of what we did back in the late 90s, early 2000s was first to try to replicate what had been done in an American context, in a European context,
And then second, to try and identify what's different about our European context, and what makes that different. And I think that's been how Europe has managed to develop a certain strength in this field. I think it's also important to say that within the economics field in general, we're still not a very big group, either in the US or in Europe. So it's not like we somehow dominate the stage. And what I would say is that one thing, if you want to be successful, if you want to write successfully in this area, the first thing you have to do is be up with the economics literature itself. And I think that's one of the problems with sometimes people have, is that they don't recognize that you actually, in order to persuade our colleagues, you have to have some credibility in showing that you're aware of what are the general trends in your field, not just saying, well, this is sports, so you should be interested in it. I think in Europe and the United States, as everyone's been saying, I think that, we have I think we have one big advantage is data. We have more data. But I would also say about that is one thing, we did have data back in the 1990s, even before the widespread advent of internet data. And that was an advantage which I think in Latin America, I mean, I remember going back 20, 25 years, meeting people from Latin America who were interested in writing about sports, economics, but saying, well, there's just no data, we can't get the information. I think one thing that's changed is the internet has opened up huge new sources of data for all of us. And although I haven't researched it, but I can't believe that there aren't sources that one could try to tap into in Latin America that would help develop research here. And certainly just if you think about some of the things you were mentioning about studying the results of particular competitions and some stuff like choking under pressure and so forth, that's not necessarily drawn from very high-profile competitive environments. Often it's things that are not particularly well known. So it's not that you have to study, soccer or the most popular sports. Often there are insights to come from less popular environments. I think the other thing that we have an advantage in Europe and America is historically stability. The stability of the economic and political regimes helps to create an environment where you can generate a long time series. But on the other hand, one thing that might be interesting to say is now that people are more interested in the effect of random changes in the environment. I guess in Latin America, there have been a lot of random changes in the environment in history. That's something that potentially for you to exploit. So I think there are opportunities here to do things. And the last thing I wanted to say was, there is Ignacio Palacios Huerta is nearly completed a paper for the Journal of Economic Literature, which is a survey of what economists can learn from sports. And I think that survey will probably appear in the next year or so. And it's its current version is about 100 pages. So it's going to be a very big publication. And that will be a landmark for all of us for the next 20 plus years, in my view. So if you're interested in developing in this area, that's the paper you want to look at in the near future to give you some kind of roadmap of where we're going.
Do you understand Spanish? Yes. Well,
I can try.
Do you have the translation?
Gracias. Tengo una pregunta, y es que, digamos, acá en Colombia tenemos aproximadamente unos 10 programas de entrenamiento deportivo, educación física, licenciatura en recreación, en deporte, etcétera. Pero hay una desconexión con todo el tema de la economía, o sea, nuestros estudiantes normalmente no cursan ninguna asignatura relacionada con economía. cómo se pudiera lograr alguna articulación en el sector, porque pues lo vemos ahorita en el evento, o sea, podemos estar hablando que en Bogotá hay más de 2.000, 3.000 personas estudiando con temáticas relacionadas al sector y pues en el auditorio se ve que no están. Entonces, ¿cómo lograr esa conexión? ¿O qué han hecho ustedes en Estados Unidos, en Europa? ¿Lo puedes?
No lo voy a poder en español, pero the connections that I have are from saying yes. That's probably sounds kind of silly, but for example, the way that I started working in Russia is a very long and circular kind of route. How did it happen? Angel Barajas, that I mentioned in my talk, was working with some Russian people, and he contacted me and said, we're going to put in a grant to create an international laboratory, and I would like you to participate. And I said yes. I never in a million years would have guessed that in my career I would end up spending over the course of about 6 years, almost a year's worth of time in Russia. I would never have imagined that, but it happened because I said, yes, I will do this. Connections are going to be personal. So I'm not sure, for example, right now, at the end of this, we'll end with a little bit of time in the coffee break. Talk to the people here about what you're interested in and make that connection. I mean, there are topics that are in Latin America that I would love to try to explore. I mentioned one of them, the synthetic control, but I would need help with it. And I'm sure everybody here probably has similar kinds of reactions, similar kinds of ideas that maybe came to them, but they can only work together if you talk to each other. And after the North Americans and the Europeans leave, email is really easy. And Zoom is really easy. It's easy to continue contacts like that. So I'm not sure if I'm really answering your question, but my goal in coming here was both to experience Bogota, but also to interact with the faculty here. And the other day I met with students for a little while. The goal is to make those connections. So talk to me, talk to Bernd, talk to Stefan, talk to us. There may be something you're interested in and that we're also interested in, okay?
I would like to add another point to the ones that you have addressed in your interesting talk. The use of data from professional team sports is typically justified with the argument, that's big business. Well, that's relative. The 36 first and second division clubs in Germany generate an aggregate annual revenue of 4 billion. It's that big business. Volkswagen generates 250 billion in a single year. So Volkswagen alone is 60 times as large as the 36 professional football clubs in Germany. So the argument football is big business is easy to dismiss. What is far more difficult to dismiss is the argument recreational sport is big business. And we typically do not take into account adequately the entire industry, be it professional fitness centers, be it the sports industry, the apparel industry, be it the sports tourism, be it other industries. So we should have an eye on the developments in that areas because they affect the lives of far more people than just a few hundred football players
in the first and the second division.
Yeah, absolutely. There's this great quip from, I think it was from Henry Aaron, who was a tax economist in the United States. And he was testifying before the US Congress. And his statement was something along the lines of, Major League Baseball is about the equivalent size as a company that manufactures cardboard boxes. It's tiny, but it has a sort of an outsized interest because there's no section in the newspaper called the cardboard box industry, but typically the newspaper does have a sports section. It's a very different kind of setting. So we maybe sometimes put too much emphasis on the big business side of it. There's lots of potentially interesting issues in amateur sports. One of the things that I've tried to do as the editor of a book series is to get people to study understudied sports. So for example, Stefan, sitting right there, has told me on a couple of occasions he would write a book for me about cricket. I have asked people to write, there's a couple of books about cycling economics in my series. So if you can think, beach volleyball, I don't know what the range of sports are that are popular here other than football and cycling, but those would be interesting areas to pursue in a variety of ways. Government support for those, how many fans do they get? How are they organized? Is the competition balanced or unbalanced? All sorts of interesting issues because of different institutions and different circumstances and contexts may help us to understand not just the sport, but human decision making. And that's really where I think it really is beneficial. Thank you.
Minutes, yeah, the 50-minute break. 15 minutos.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Mi contribución aquí a este congreso pues será que la exposición la vamos a hacer en español. Vamos a ir un poco tocando el tema de lo que mencionabas, Denis, y es… Oh, sorry you guys. I do speak a lot. In Spanish, I speak pretty fast. Bueno, perfecto. Entonces, bueno, el tema de mi presentación es la implementación de clusters como fuente de crecimiento para la industria deportiva, analizando el caso del clúster de Bogotá, del clúster del deporte de Bogotá. Aquí hay que hacer una aclaración, esto es una ongoing research, o sea, es una investigación que apenas toma curso y en donde va a ser un poco distinto a lo que suele pasar. Aquí voy a hablar más desde la óptica de la persona tomadora de decisiones, más de la persona que implementa este tipo de modelos y no tanto desde la óptica de la academia, es un poco distinta. Entonces, pues como tal, la pregunta general que quiero llegar a responder eventualmente es el tema de si la implementación del modelo clúster aporta al crecimiento y desarrollo de la industria deportiva en Colombia. ¿A través de qué? En este caso muy puntual de esta conferencia es analizando los retos y oportunidades presentes en la implementación del modelo clúster en la industria deportiva de Colombia, como llevando a cabo el estudio de caso relacionado con la formulación e implementación del clúster del deporte de Bogotá en un periodo específico de tiempo, abarcando entre finales del 2020, agosto del 2020 exactamente, y marzo del 2023. ¿Por qué? Pues en primer lugar, la motivación está en aportar al estudio de implementación de modelos clúster en América Latina relacionados específicamente con la industria del deporte y además, pues aquí vale la pena la aclaración porque hice parte de ese proyecto, tanto como profesional de apoyo en su momento y luego como líder del proyecto como tal de clúster del deporte. Aquí entonces una parte que, digamos, es un poco marco teórico, pero también, digamos, regulatorio, creo que hubiera sido más complementario el uso del concepto regulatorio, y es que para Colombia, en 2014 aproximadamente, se empieza a hablar de las dificultades o del reto que tiene el país en materia de productividad y competitividad. Ahí los tomadores de decisiones empiezan a discutir las dificultades que tenemos nosotros en términos de diversificar productos, de la falta de fortalecimiento de nuestras unidades productivas y pues se analiza específicamente el caso que se viene dando en el sureste asiático. ¿Cuál es ese desempeño de Latinoamérica en el caso colombiano? ¿Cómo viene cayendo la productividad total de los factores comparado con el mismo desempeño en el mismo periodo en el sureste asiático, en países como Corea del Sur, en países como Malasia, como Vietnam? Ahí entonces empiezan a entenderse la importancia de hablar de estrategias de articulación público-privada, académica también, y empezar desde el gobierno a tomar iniciativa en establecer ese liderazgo para mejorar esas falencias. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Se establece el COMPES 3866 de Política de Desarrollo Productivo y ahí se empieza también, digamos, a enmarcar la creación de una jerarquía, de una estructura que avale y que soporte estas estrategias de desarrollo local. Eso es el otro tema muy importante. Se empieza a hablar de cómo podemos fortalecer con herramientas, cómo avalamos con recursos, con estímulos, la creación de iniciativas clúster específicamente en algunos territorios, entendiendo, digamos, el comportamiento de las actividades económicas en ciudades específicas. Aquí, como vamos a hablar del caso bogotano, es muy importante el papel de la Cámara de Comercio de Bogotá. La Cámara de Comercio de Bogotá se vuelve el líder en implementación de materia de iniciativas clúster en la ciudad. En este momento cuenta con 16 iniciativas de clúster en 16 sectores distintos y se vuelven un poco aquellos que fomentan desde 2014 la implementación de estas herramientas, coordinando una agenda que llamaron la Estrategia de Especialización Inteligente, en donde invitando a los actores empresariales, unidades productivas pequeñas, medianas, grandes, el gobierno distrital y departamental, y pues actores de la academia, muchas universidades, para que definieran hacia dónde deberían enfocarse los recursos y, digamos, la construcción de hojas de ruta para el desarrollo productivo local. Ahí, en ese mismo marco, y quiero cerrar, ahí en el 2020 se toma la decisión con el cambio de administración, con la llegada de la alcaldesa Claudia López, se establece que, digamos que era importante tener dentro del Plan Distrital de Desarrollo un proyecto de fortalecimiento de la economía del deporte. En el eje de ese proyecto como tal, se estima que era importante crear una herramienta de iniciativa de clúster que le apuntara a todo, digamos, la industria deportiva. Dos conceptos claves que se abordaron en el proyecto, y aquí pues, digamos, en ese momento en que hacía parte del equipo, es importante que nosotros definimos clúster con con un significado puntual, y es que es una agenda de trabajo que permite articular, aquí me quedó, digamos, un poco redundante, pero de forma coordinada, la identificación e implementación de proyectos que le apunten a la superación de barreras de competitividad y productividad del sector del deporte. ¿Y cómo entendimos la industria del deporte? Eso fue, digamos, uno de los debates. Deporte no solo de la forma convencional, no estamos hablando solo de la práctica deportiva, no solo de deportes que están incluidos en el marco del olimpismo, sino también todas las actividades relacionadas con la práctica de actividad física. En ese caso, por ejemplo, nos era relevante incluir a la iniciativa de clúster el caso de los gimnasios. Entonces, esto era un rubro de la economía que nos interesaba abarcar dentro de este proyecto. Y también algunas actividades de recreación, y ahí, digamos, por ejemplo, el debate sobre si se incluía el caso, pues si bien esto es un deporte en muchos países, pero el caso de los deportes electrónicos. Se incluía y al final se define que se iban a incluir todas las actividades económicas directas y hasta cierto punto indirectas dentro del análisis y dentro de la invitación a participar en la construcción de esta agenda de desarrollo productivo. Como tal, entonces, digamos, para empezar a dar respuesta a esta investigación, pues en principio acá el enfoque es cualitativo. Al final, digamos, tengo una propuesta sobre hacia dónde podíamos ir en cuanto a términos cuantitativos. La intención es verificar este modelo de la teoría planteada y la evidencia empírica que tuvimos en este periodo, y pues en realidad pues estamos hablando de un análisis de caso. Vamos a construir conclusiones a partir de lo que pasó en ese periodo de tiempo. Aquí entonces un poco lo que pasó con el clúster en este periodo, rápidamente. En el 2020 recibimos nosotros esa transferencia de conocimiento de la Cámara de Comercio de Bogotá y sus iniciativas de clúster. Nosotros recibimos de parte de ellos un conocimiento para poner en marcha el clúster cuya secretaría técnica, cuya organización quedaría liderada por el Instituto Distrital de Recreación y Deporte, el IDRD, que ustedes conocieron el día de ayer. Para 2021 ya empezamos con todos los procedimientos de formulación estratégica, ya voy a ahondar en ese punto en particular porque es lo que más nos interesa para la discusión, y empezamos a hacer la socialización con aliados y con público en general. 2022 ya llevamos a cabo el lanzamiento del clúster como tal, que ha formalizado dentro del esquema de la red clúster de Colombia, y pues llevamos a cabo ya una participación en una convocatoria para acceder a recursos y poder construir nuestra hoja de ruta. Finalmente, ¿con qué cerramos este año? Con el fortalecimiento de la gobernanza, o por lo menos las primeras mesas de trabajo para mantener este clúster formalizado, y pues hicimos algunos eventos ya como de relacionamiento estratégico de los actores. Aquí solo cifras, digamos rápidamente, creo que no se ve por la luz, pero bueno, fue el primer clúster de deporte que se llevó a cabo en Colombia. En este momento tiene una intervención de 30 a 40 empresarios o hasta marzo del 2023. Como les comentaba, participamos de una primera convocatoria para acceder a premios. También producto de del trabajo del clúster se relacionó por la importancia de construir esa primera cuenta satélite estadística del deporte, y pues se dejó también el legado unas 4 mesas de trabajo en temas que están relacionados con el fortalecimiento del talento humano, con el crecimiento de la demanda por el consumo deportivo, un tema de relacionamiento estratégico con actores y cómo introducimos el tema de innovación y tecnología dentro del trabajo del deporte. Esto voy a adentrarme un poco, digamos, la anterior es por contexto para las preguntas, pero en últimas, digamos, mi propósito acá es contarles, aquí después de la revisión del modelo clúster y siguiendo mucho la línea de investigadores como Ricardo Hausmann, como Dani Rodríguez, como Michael Porter, que fue el primero en empezar a tocar este tema de aglomeraciones relacionadas con la forma como las concebimos en Colombia, porque digamos que ha sido un marco que se ha repetido y se ha replicado a lo largo del territorio colombiano. Son más de 100 iniciativas de clúster trabajando la misma metodología, pero voy a contarles a los retos a los que nos enfrentamos al momento de implementarlos. Aquí entonces es, digamos, un poco esa hoja de ruta que se nos dicta para decir cómo se debe implementar un clúster de manera exitosa. Y lo primero es hablar de la priorización. ¿Cómo entramos nosotros a definir cuáles son esos segmentos de negocio en una ciudad o en un territorio para poder crear una iniciativa de clúster? Nosotros sabíamos que era relacionado con el deporte, pero era importante definir unos segmentos que estuvieran en mayor crecimiento o pues que tuvieran, digamos, la posibilidad de interrelacionamiento entre los actores, y ahí nos encontramos con la primera dificultad, y es que no teníamos data que nos permitiera definir de todos los negocios o de todas las actividades económicas dentro de lo que consideramos deporte para poder decir, creo que deberíamos apostarle por esta línea. Creo que lo que más aporta en Bogotá es, por ejemplo, la producción de ropa deportiva, o creo que es la organización de eventos deportivos. Nosotros no contábamos con esa data, la única fuente de información con la que contábamos era el registro mercantil de la Cámara de Comercio de Bogotá, en donde se registran aquellas empresas formalizadas. Pero una de las características, además de nuestra economía colombiana, no solo en el deporte, es la alta presencia de informalidad en la economía. Entonces, solo teniendo en cuenta a estas empresas formalizadas, dejábamos de lado un montón de data que sería interesante para entender el comportamiento del sector. Hablando el tema de la oferta y la demanda, también dependíamos mucho de trabajo de entrevista. Nos reunimos por lo menos con más de 120 empresarios, formalizados, no formalizados, con actores más bien en general que tenían relación con el deporte, incluyendo también pues, investigadores, y a partir de ahí empezamos a entender cuál era el comportamiento de esa oferta y la demanda, pero como tal, esto mucho más oferta, mucho más información desde la óptica de lo cualitativo. En términos del ejercicio de benchmarking, para nosotros fue de fácil acceso, relativamente, la información sobre clústeres en Europa. Nos reunimos con el clúster de Cataluña, que tiene, digamos, uno de los clústeres más consolidados en materia del deporte, en donde también ellos decidieron tener el mismo enfoque, y es que abarcaron todas las actividades económicas relacionadas con el deporte, sin importar, digamos, la diferenciación si era de actividad física o deporte convencional, que fue el mismo enfoque que adoptamos. Pero tuvimos una barrera con respecto a Latinoamérica. No existía ningún esfuerzo de desarrollo productivo similar al que le estábamos apostando, y pues al final eso nos hubiera también dado más herramientas para entender cómo podía aterrizarse un ejercicio de clúster en este territorio. Hablando de la estrategia de comunicación, nos dimos cuenta que tuvimos una dificultad para conectar con esos primeros aliados, y es que el lenguaje en el que se maneja toda la estrategia de clúster está muy relacionado con el lenguaje, con anglicismos, con el uso del inglés. Entonces, si yo me reunía con un empresario y le empezaba a hablar de benchmarking, el empresario no estaba familiarizado con este tipo de conceptos. Entonces, ahí yo ya tenía una barrera al momento de recibir una retroalimentación que nos serviría para poder aterrizar el ejercicio que estábamos llevando a cabo. Ahí nos tocó rápidamente readaptar mucho de este lenguaje para que entendieran que el deporte tenía una conexión con la economía, que si yo como un ex deportista profesional decidía montar un club de patinaje, de ciclismo, de fútbol, seguía siendo deportista, pero también era un empresario, porque estaba llevando a cabo una actividad transaccional, porque estaba prestando un servicio de formación. Para nosotros esto fue una de las primeras barreras, porque muchos de los clubes y escuelas que tenemos presentes, hablando puntualmente del deporte convencional, tenemos ex deportistas que no están familiarizados con administración de negocios ni con la economía. También llevamos a cabo un ejercicio de transferencia de conocimiento a la ciudadanía para empezar a familiarizarlos con esa conexión entre economía y desarrollo de las ciudades y la importancia del deporte y sus actividades económicas para ese aporte. Empezamos también a identificar cuáles eran esos actores gubernamentales que teníamos que se involucraban en este ejercicio de clúster y al final ahí, por ejemplo, encontramos una falencia y es que en la mayoría de institutos encargados de gestionar el deporte desde lo gubernamental no había cabida o no existe, digamos, muchos desarrollos en torno a la investigación sobre el aporte del deporte en la economía. Y finalmente también empezamos a analizar cómo nos alineábamos digamos, a la oferta de cooperación internacional, a las tendencias en materia de impacto social, de desarrollo sostenible, y pues nos dábamos cuenta que en el caso puntual bogotano, pero además colombiano, estaban muy alineados en materia de lo social, no tanto desde la óptica de nuevo de lo económico. Pasando ya, porque esto era la fase de formulación, pero pasando a la fase de implementación, y por implementación me refiero al lanzamiento del clúster que se da en 2022, ahí empezamos entonces con otro tipo de barreras. La primera es la construcción del plan de acción. Y aquí hicimos un gran trabajo, tuvimos una fortuna de habernos aliado con empresarios que respondieron rápidamente y también académicos a entender que era importante construir una agenda para definir el futuro o las decisiones que estaban relacionadas con el crecimiento y el fortalecimiento de la economía del deporte. Ahí nosotros también nos vimos beneficiarios de esa convocatoria, tuvimos una victoria temprana al ser apoyados y asesorados por la Universidad de los Andes y por la Red Clúster de Colombia para construir nuestra hoja de ruta y nuestras primeras acciones y proyectos de las mesas de trabajo. En materia de comunicaciones tuvimos unas falencias y todavía creo que las seguimos teniendo relacionadas con cómo logramos posicionar la existencia de este espacio. Que no se quede simplemente, digamos, como entre los actores de siempre que entienden el funcionamiento del deporte como una empresa o del deporte como un gestor de impacto económico, pero ahí digamos que falta mucha más estrategia de salida sobre que puede estar relacionada también con el tema del lenguaje y de los actores que están involucrados en este momento. Y finalmente quiero cerrar con el tema de métricas de seguimiento a la implementación. Desde el principio de esta definición de cuál era la gobernanza y la implementación de este clúster, definimos, digamos, y hasta el punto en que estuve en marzo de este año, no alcanzamos a saber cómo íbamos a hacer seguimiento al éxito de las estrategias de clúster. Cómo íbamos a tener una batería de indicadores que argumentara que sí se venía cumpliendo con el trabajo que se había propuesto, sí estábamos generando el impacto que se quería con la implementación de la herramienta, y creo pues que esto es un elemento clave al momento de pensar si eventualmente un modelo clúster en el deporte sí está aportándole al desarrollo de la industria como tal. Aquí lo que les mencionaba hacia dónde creo que podía dirigirse la investigación, y ahí abro el espacio para preguntas, pues es definitivamente cómo asignamos valores por rasgos y digamos en materia de entender si el modelo clúster que implementamos ha venido siendo exitoso, si se está cumpliendo la métrica o digamos la intencionalidad con la que se aplicó el modelo, cómo hacemos para tabular esos resultados, cómo hacemos un caso comparativo, clústers, cuál ha sido el caso por ejemplo de Cataluña o el caso del clúster de deportes de montaña en Francia, por ejemplo, el clúster de tecnología y deporte en Holanda, cómo nos comparamos con ellos para saber si sí se está cumpliendo con esas expectativas. Y finalmente, pues el seguimiento al trabajo del clúster en el mediano plazo. Todavía es un clúster muy joven, pero habría que entender cuáles son, digamos, desde ya, cuáles han sido esos efectos de la implementación y si se ha tenido, digamos, algún cambio en el desarrollo local. Muchas gracias.
preguntar en español. Me preguntaba una cosa con respecto a la selección de deportes, ¿o es algo más amplio? Porque claramente un clúster es algo que tiene una cierta homogeneidad, ¿cierto? Es un tipo que permite tener economías de escala, de ciertas cosas. Pero claramente pues es muy posible que un clúster de deportes en general pues tenga una gran diversidad, desde, como hablábamos ayer, de quien fabrica ropa deportiva hasta quienes importan bicicletas muy sofisticadas o cosas del estilo. Entonces, ¿cómo se selecciona, cómo se define esa homogeneidad del clúster? Me gustaría saber, eso es.
Claro que sí, bueno, en nuestro caso puntual, digamos, tuvimos dos modelos, digamos, que consideramos que podían apuntarle a la intencionalidad que queríamos. Y es el modelo de Cataluña, que centra, digamos, todas las actividades económicas que respondan al consumo deportivo. Entonces, ellos centran todo el estudio en que existe un practicante deportivo, no necesariamente profesional, estamos aquí incluyendo un amateur o alguien que esporádicamente, sí, digamos, ahí sería como la definición de amateur como lo consideres, pero sí, alguien que esporádicamente hace alguna actividad física, pues demanda unos bienes y servicios puntuales. Entonces, todos aquellos que estén relacionados con esa práctica tienen cabida dentro del ejercicio de clúster. También hay otro similar que es el Kids Cluster, también en Cataluña, que incluye todas las actividades económicas relacionadas con la infancia. Entonces, aquí incluyen desde la juguetería hasta la producción de ropa de niños, no sé, también inclusive algunos servicios de acompañamiento de niñeras, eso todo tiene cabida en ese mismo ejercicio. Así fue que lo concebimos y por eso es que el universo es tan heterogéneo. En efecto, en las personas que están interviniendo en este espacio, en este momento, tenemos representantes de gimnasios, tenemos representantes de marcas de ropa, tenemos representantes de medios de comunicación deportivos. Entonces, a lo que le apuntamos es que en el trabajo de las mesas, digamos, en esas 4 mesas que se definieron, ahí es donde se pudiera, digamos, aterrizar esas heterogeneidades, y por eso definimos que fueran 4 áreas generales que les sirvieran transversalmente a todos los grupos de interés.
María Laura, muchas gracias por tu presentación, muy interesante, no solo la presentación, sino todo el proyecto como tal. Me interesa mucho, por favor, si es que nos puedes explicar un poco más el tema de la cuenta satélite. Esto nos ayuda mucho para tener los datos que estamos necesitando para hacer todas las investigaciones. ¿Nos puedes contar cómo llegaron a definir esta cuenta satélite? ¿Cuál fue el proceso? Entendería que debería ser una política pública para que se establezca y empiecen a registrar información de producción en el área deportiva. ¿Y cómo fue todo esto, toda esta elaboración?
Claro que sí, Alice. Bueno, entonces te cuento. Si bien no es el proyecto específico que lideré, porque esto era otro proyecto que parte, digamos, tenía relación con el clúster, lo primero que, como les mencioné, la primera gran barrera que tuvimos fue la información. Y a partir de ahí identificamos 9 actividades económicas registradas por Cámara de Comercio que tenían una relación directa con el deporte. Digamos que eso qué significaba, que en alguna parte de la actividad económica tenía la palabra deporte involucrado, o recreación o actividad física. Eso fue, digamos, esa base. Lo primero que nosotros en el convenio que llevamos a cabo con el Departamento Administrativo Nacional de Estadística de Colombia, dijimos, miren, por lo menos ya arrancamos con esta muestra de empresas, 2.809 empresas registradas para 2020, y esa, digamos, a partir de ahí ya, pues digamos ahí sí el DANE como encargado oficial de la estadística colombiana, pues hizo un análisis exhaustivo sobre otras actividades que estaban relacionadas de manera indirecta con ellas. O sea, al final, si no estoy mal, el resultado era que habían unas 36 actividades económicas que tenían alguna relación con el deporte en Colombia, que se podían identificar. Ahora, hay otra falencia, y es que de todas formas era importante ya contar con unos instrumentos que ya vinieran recogiendo información relacionada. No es que se construyó un instrumento paralelo para analizar el deporte, la recreación y la actividad física, sino que se extrajeron datos de esos instrumentos que ya recogían otro tipo de información, por ejemplo la encuesta relacionada con el ocio, con el consumo del ocio, la utilización, digamos, de recursos en el ocio en Colombia, eso nos servía para soportar y empezar a analizar ese resultado que nos dio ayer la directora del instituto relacionada con la contribución del deporte en el Producto Interno Bruto de la ciudad. Eso es lo otro, digamos, la otra acción pionera es que no se había sacado esa información a nivel de la ciudad. Esto es por eso también es esa particularidad de la cuenta satélite.
Y si es que puedo hacer alguna otra pregunta. Cuando nosotros trabajamos entre actores privados y públicos en estas mesas de trabajo, muchas veces no somos eficientes al momento de ejecutar, tal vez tenemos muchas buenas ideas y no ponemos unos deadlines o no hacemos un seguimiento. En este proyecto se encontraron con esas barreras, ¿cómo pudieron superarlas?
Definitivamente creo que una de las dificultades más grandes en implementación de clúster es cómo garantizamos la sostenibilidad en el mediano y largo plazo. Y aquí particularmente esto es un tema polémico porque, digamos, o difícil de tratar, porque normalmente si uno revisa la teoría clúster, la importancia de la cabeza o del liderazgo o de esa secretaría técnica de los clústers tiene que estar muy impulsada desde el empresariado. Y los clústers que no cuentan con una participación robusta de los empresarios tienden a terminar, a fracasar. En nuestro caso, pues fue una iniciativa que se lidera desde el gobierno para involucrar a los empresarios y a los actores de la academia. Entonces, lo más importante, o sea, la respuesta es sí, digamos que tuvimos esa dificultad. Bueno, entonces, para la toma de decisiones, y eso nos ayudó mucho participar de esta convocatoria de la construcción de la hoja de ruta con Red Cluster y con la Universidad de los Andes, era tratar de trasladar ese conocimiento de cómo mantener fortalecido el clúster y cómo empoderar a los miembros del clúster, a los empresarios y a los representantes de la academia, para que si había un cambio, porque en este caso lo que suele pasar, digamos que si hay cambios en la administración, no sabemos la continuidad de los proyectos. Y en este caso, pues la administración se termina a finales de este año. Por eso era importante, digamos, no sabemos todavía qué va a pasar con el cambio digamos, de dirección del instituto, el cambio de la alcaldesa. Era importante que la batuta, el liderazgo lo sigan manteniendo los empresarios y que ellos estén conformes y que estén empoderados de la información y de los proyectos y, digamos, de toda la construcción que se pretende para mantenerse en el mediano y largo plazo.
Hola, te quería preguntar qué estrategias han pensado con respecto a la informalidad que se ve en todo el tema deportivo. Yo lo digo personalmente porque yo juego vóley y el club en el que estoy, digamos que yo creo que hace parte de la iniciativa de ustedes, tiene un NID, está registrado, pero hay muchos alrededor que no. Entonces, pues sí quisiera saber qué estrategias han pensado para aumentar la formalidad en el deporte en Bogotá, que a mi parecer es muy grande.
Bueno, sí, específicamente dentro de la mesa de trabajo relacionada con relacionamiento estratégico con actores y ahí se tocó ese tema, bueno, y también en la mesa de talento humano. ¿Cómo empezamos a generar unos estímulos para la formalidad? El tema y lo que notamos, porque para decirte que ya tenemos una acción concreta, como te digo, estuve hasta marzo, pero digamos, conozco todavía el trabajo que se viene haciendo en el clúster, pero uno de los temas específicos es que para tener un club en Colombia, un club deportivo, tú no necesariamente tienes que estar formalizado en términos del registro mercantil de la Cámara de Comercio. O sea, no tienes que estar registrado como una empresa. Existe una figura que está relacionada a la ley del deporte y al funcionamiento de los organismos del Sistema Nacional del Deporte, que es el reconocimiento deportivo. Entonces ahí, digamos que lo que nos damos cuenta es que ahí puede llegar a haber una desarticulación, una falta de alineación entre dos mundos, porque digamos ahí hay un montón de entidades que funcionan bajo esta figura, pues que no están bajo el entendimiento de una función digamos como parte de la economía. No hay forma de hacerle un seguimiento, porque pues esa data está registrada solo para los organismos que existen en el deporte. Entonces, digamos que lo primero sería entender, primero si sí hay un incentivo para que un organismo deportivo se formalice. Eso yo creo que parte también de la pedagogía, porque toda la respuesta no puede ser formalízate, pero ¿por qué razón? De nuevo, vuelvo al primer problema, y es cuando nos acercábamos a estos personas o dirigentes o demás de ligas, de clubes, de escuelas, no estaban familiarizados con el lenguaje de la administración o con el lenguaje de la economía. Entonces hay que romper ese primer acercamiento, esa barrera que tenemos entre unos y otros, para empezar a entender cuál es su propósito en últimas. Tu club de voleibol quiere competir, quiere vender cosas, habría que tratar de entender también cuál es ese propósito con el que se gesta. Y a partir de ahí sí tendríamos que alinearlo, porque para qué apostarle entonces a tener unos gastos de registro y si eso lo beneficia de alguna forma o no, entre muchas otras cosas.
Hola María Laura.
Hola Diego.
Muy interesante, muy chévere tu exposición y tu investigación. Quiero hacer dos preguntas muy como específicas y tal vez una, no sé si muy difícil de responder, y es, desde tu perspectiva y tu experiencia estando en el IDRD y manejando estos proyectos a nivel local, ¿cómo es la relación con entidades a nivel nacional, estilo Ministerio del Deporte? Y lo pregunto es porque tuve la oportunidad de hace tal vez 2 o 3 años presentar un derecho de petición al Ministerio del Deporte preguntando una serie de información que, pues, en teoría era algo sencillo y realmente lo único que me decían es, nosotros no tenemos la información, diríjase directamente a la entidad local a la cual está preguntando específicamente. Y en ese sentido, para hacer una política pública del Ministerio del Deporte como tal, pues me parece que es un poco difícil, y esa articulación, ¿cómo se ve?
Sí, a ver, para dar respuesta a eso, como mencionaba, en este momento, digamos, a partir del ejercicio que hicimos, sí nos dimos cuenta que desde lo nacional, no, digamos, desde el Ministerio del Deporte, el tema de fortalecer unidades productivas asociadas con la práctica deportiva, actividad física, no estaba dentro, digamos, de los proyectos que suele manejar. Aquí pues, lo hablo como una investigadora independiente, o digamos que una persona que revisó los temas que toca el ministerio, están muy relacionados con el desarrollo de talento, ¿sí? Normalmente el desarrollo de las bases que van a competir en deporte convencional, también digamos en temas más asociados con los valores deportivos. Definitivamente no se tocaba el tema del impacto de la empresa, del impacto del sector privado, del desarrollo e investigación asociada a la economía del deporte, no eran rubros que fueran de relevancia. Y pues digamos en el caso de Bogotá, pues el instituto, que es digamos el otro agente, pues también era digamos la primera vez que ponía un pie en esta misma temática, en eso era pionero y líder. Hay una cosa que también hay que aclarar, y es que no tenemos en Colombia gremios muy destacados en materia de lo deportivo, hablando desde la óptica de lo económico, como suele pasar en otros sectores. Entonces sí, habían silos de información, ¿no? Por varias entidades, y todavía esto creo que está presente. Entonces, pues no, digamos que no es sorpresivo lo que me dices que pasa, pero no necesariamente es porque haya una desarticulación entre los actores, sino simplemente porque no se abarca un tema que está dentro de la priorización que se hace dentro de la estrategia de trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Okay. So the first thing I will speak in Spanish. I'm sorry for the 4 persons who are having the headphones, but I'm happy to have the questions in English and to answer in English. Okay, so I will switch to Spanish, but the slides are mainly in English because some parts are in Spanish. You will see, but I will try to explain in detail. Okay. Entonces, este es un proyecto un poco distinto probablemente al tipo de investigaciones que hemos visto en esta conferencia, en el sentido en que se trata de un proyecto un poco ambicioso, tal vez demasiado ambicioso, que estamos haciendo en colaboración con Jorge Tovar, a quien agradezco de adentrarme en esto de la economía del deporte, aprovechando la pasión compartida por la historia y por el fútbol. Entonces, este proyecto es un proyecto de un libro que esperamos vea la luz el año entrante. Y el libro trata sobre un periodo muy particular de la historia del fútbol colombiano y que yo diría no es solo una historia local, es una historia también global y es una historia muy interesante que tiene interés también para el mundo en general y en particular también para la región latinoamericana, suramericana, en ese periodo, en los años 50 del siglo XX, donde en Colombia se aparece el fútbol profesional, es el inicio del fútbol profesional colombiano, pero es un inicio rimbombante, es el inicio del fútbol profesional colombiano en medio del desarrollo de una liga profesional que por primera vez aparece en el país, bajo unas condiciones muy particulares y que crea un mito, y ese mito se conoce como el Dorado, y ya voy a hablar un poco de eso. Entonces, para conectar la idea de que esto es un mito con la noción de el nombre que se le ha dado al periodo, que es el Dorado, voy a utilizar esta cita de un libro que recientemente, bueno, relativamente recientemente fue escrito y es muy ambicioso, una gran historia del fútbol a nivel internacional y donde hay un capítulo dedicado a este fenómeno que es el Dorado en Colombia. Y hoy me acaba de hablar Stefan sobre un otro capítulo que existe, y es decir, en la historia del fútbol mundial, cuando se menciona Colombia muchas veces se menciona el caso del Dorado, es algo que ha llamado el interés de los historiadores del deporte. Y el Dorado, entonces empecemos por el referente. ¿Qué significa el Dorado? El Dorado es ese mito que consiste en el mito de los conquistadores, esa idea que los conquistadores españoles tienen durante varios siglos incluso, pero que motiva sobre todo la conquista de lo que es hoy Colombia, de América septentrional en general, es decir, del desarrollo de la conquista española a lo largo del territorio colombiano buscando oro. Y lo que es el Dorado es básicamente la historia según la cual en varias partes del mundo, en varias partes del país, en particular el mito se concentra en decir que en esta laguna, fotografía aquí del colega Jorge, de Guatavita, muy cerca de Bogotá, y para los quienes vienen de afuera los invitamos a que vayan, se bañaba en oro el cacique o alguna princesa indígena, se bañaba en oro y entraba a la laguna y dejaba entonces todo el oro de su cuerpo, o también se tiraban artefactos, se dejaban artefactos sagrados de oro en esa laguna. Entonces, obviamente la idea del mito del Dorado es la idea de el atractivo que genera la abundancia de oro y la posibilidad de encontrar una cantidad enorme de oro para el siglo XVI-XVII asociado a estos ritos de los indígenas. Y lo que dice esta cita es muy interesante, y es que en cambio de ese oro que no encontraron nunca los conquistadores y que hasta muy recientemente se sigue escarbando y se ha hecho buceo y todo en la laguna para encontrar el oro y nunca se ha encontrado nada, al contrario de eso, sí hubo un verdadero evento del Dorado, que es el Dorado del fútbol colombiano. Y el Dorado del fútbol colombiano que tuvo lugar en las canchas de fútbol en Colombia fue ese periodo precisamente donde por algunos cortos años el fútbol o las canchas de fútbol en Colombia, las principales ciudades vieron el Dorado, y ese Dorado se refiere en parte al atractivo que tuvo la Liga Colombiana para jugadores extranjeros. Y ese mito es un mito que va a ser muy importante en la fundación del fútbol colombiano, pero que también va a ser muy importante para entender el tipo de fenómeno que hoy podríamos asimilar a los fenómenos que se viven en algunas de esas ligas que son incipientes, que son nacientes en el mundo y que invierten enormes sumas de dinero y pagan enormes salarios a ciertos jugadores de muy alta calidad para atraerlos. Entonces piensen obviamente en las ligas de Arabia Saudita, Catarí, incluso la liga china, incluso de alguna manera la liga norteamericana en los periodos en que, y hoy en día pues con la presencia de Messi, pero bueno,
todo este fenómeno de esas ligas que quieren de manera acelerada hacer progresar su liga, pero a través del atractivo de jugadores. Lo que es paradójico para un país como Colombia es cómo pudo haber sido esto posible en un país como Colombia, en una economía que para los años 40 Colombia es un país mucho menos desarrollado de lo que es hoy, pero no solo eso, sino dentro del contexto suramericano no es un país con altos niveles de ingreso. De hecho, es un país con bajos niveles de ingreso, apenas está iniciando su proceso de desarrollo, pero aún más es un país en un alto nivel de conflicto. Y voy a hablar de eso un poquito en el contexto histórico de la primera parte. Entonces, es una pregunta muy interesante que creemos que puede ser una pregunta valiosa también para la historia en general y para la economía del fútbol. Entonces lo que voy a hacer es primero tratar de dar un poquito de contexto histórico de qué se trata el Dorado muy rápidamente, muy superficialmente, y sobre todo me voy a concentrar en esa primera parte en cuáles fueron lo que llamaríamos las condiciones iniciales que hicieron posible ese fenómeno. Y el fenómeno que es, para decirlo de una manera rápida, lo que nosotros estamos encontrando en nuestra investigación es que se trata de algo que se parece más a una burbuja especulativa que cualquier otra cosa. Y esa forma de burbuja especulativa en que se convirtió ese fenómeno del Dorado, ese mito del Dorado, nos va a llevar entonces a hablar de lo que son las características del mito, de lo que dice la narrativa tradicional, pero de lo que nosotros también estamos encontrando, y después un poco entender esos elementos de esa burbuja especulativa, como hubo unas pulsiones, unos animal spirits, ahí sí la palabra en inglés es más diciente, y después una explosión de esa burbuja en muy corto periodo, y de eso es de lo que vamos entonces a hablar. Ok, perdón, listo. Ya, me di cuenta que es un poquito más lento. Entonces, algo de contexto local simplemente para dar sobre todo enfocado en la idea de las condiciones iniciales que hicieron posible el desarrollo de esta burbuja, que se iniciara la burbuja. Lo primero es entender que el nivel del fútbol colombiano, lo que es el fútbol colombiano para los años 40, finales de los años 40, cuando inicia la liga profesional en Colombia, que inicia en el año 1948, el nivel del fútbol colombiano es muy bajo. En varios sentidos. Primero, el fútbol colombiano, la liga no existe antes del año 48, no hay una liga profesional, lo que hay es unos campeonatos locales que permiten la aparición de equipos, la mayor parte de ellos amateur y algunos de esos equipos aficionados, con algunos jugadores un poco más dedicados, digamos, a jugar el deporte, pero nadie es profesional para ese momento. Segundo, el fútbol, debido primero a eso, también es un nivel bajo que no permite que el país tenga una representación internacional de calidad. También la selección Colombia, el equipo nacional, es un equipo de muy bajo desempeño, no tiene ninguna, digamos, impacto en los partidos internacionales, o es una de las cenicientas, como decimos, del fútbol suramericano. Entonces, el nivel de competencia internacional es muy bajo. Y finalmente, también se puede decir que para esos años, por lo tanto, la afición y el desarrollo incluso de la infraestructura, de estadios, etcétera, es todavía muy limitado en el país, y ese va a ser un punto muy importante. Pero entonces, en ese contexto de prácticamente ausencia de un fútbol de alta calidad y de una liga profesional, aparecen algunas iniciativas de algunos empresarios locales, de algunas élites locales empresariales, y eso es parte de las cosas que estamos investigando con Jorge, tratando de entender cuáles fueron las motivaciones que esos empresarios locales tuvieron para crear equipos de fútbol locales e invertir en ellos. Eso no lo voy a desarrollar en esto que vamos a hablar hoy, pero es un punto que va a ser muy importante en nuestro libro. Esos empresarios locales empiezan entonces a desarrollar equipos de fútbol, a financiar equipos de fútbol, y bajo el empuje de algunos de esos empresarios, en particular unos personajes que son muy relevantes en esta historia, que fueron quienes estuvieron al origen de los equipos de Bogotá, en particular de Millonarios, que es un equipo central en esta historia, vamos a ver, es el equipo que finalmente representa el Dorado. Y entonces en Millonarios, los directivos de Millonarios crean una federación que se llama la DIMAYOR, con el propósito de crear una liga profesional en el año 48. Pero al lado de la DIMAYOR, de ese intento de los empresarios por crear una liga profesional, antes de la DIMAYOR existía una federación de fútbol aficionado, que hoy en día tiene, digamos, relación con la forma en que está estructurada la organización del fútbol colombiano, que tiene varias instituciones que de alguna manera se coordinan, pero lo que es interesante es que esa otra institución, la del fútbol amateur, que es ADEFútbol, es una federación que fundamentalmente tiene como dos virtudes. Una es organizar el fútbol aficionado y la segunda es estar asociado y reconocido por la FIFA y por la Conmebol. Entonces, eso le permite a la de fútbol ser quien decide quiénes son los representantes del fútbol nacional afuera. Y en ese momento, con la creación de la DIMAYOR, se crea una gran tensión. Inicialmente hay un intento de asociación entre ambas federaciones, digamos de compartir, de dividirse el terreno, la de fútbol manteniendo el fútbol amateur y la DIMAYOR promoviendo la liga profesional, pero ese intento de matrimonio inicial fracasa rápidamente y entran en conflicto. Y ese elemento del conflicto es muy importante porque eso significa que la DIMAYOR, al entrar en conflicto con la de fútbol, que es la federación que agrupa el fútbol aficionado, pero sobre todo que es quien está reconocido por la FIFA y que se rige, por lo tanto, por las reglas del fútbol internacional de la FIFA, sobre todo en términos de traslados de jugadores, de compra-venta de jugadores, de etcétera, todo ese tipo de cosas. La DIMAYOR rompe de alguna manera con la FIFA, al romper con la de fútbol. Y al romper con la FIFA, lo que surge es lo que ha conocido incluso en la literatura cuando se habla del caso colombiano en sus inicios, y también obviamente de manera despectiva quienes ya vamos a ver van a ser afectados por este dorado, que son sobre todo los equipos de fútbol del sur, de Argentina, de Uruguay, de Perú, etcétera. La van a llamar una liga pirata. Es una liga pirata porque es una liga que no va a respetar las reglas del juego internacional, si ustedes quieren. Es una liga pirata porque básicamente el punto crucial, y eso es lo que crea entonces esas condiciones iniciales de las que yo quiero o que quiero mencionar como si fueran el inicio de la burbuja, lo que permite es que aprovechando una condición que es ser pirata, no cumplir las reglas de la FIFA y por lo tanto no tener que pagar en particular por los traslados de los jugadores, no tener que pagarle a los equipos de donde vienen los jugadores, y además jugar con la idea de que finalmente un jugador que está en un equipo local, en un equipo por ejemplo en Argentina, de pronto tiene temor de que no lo convoquen a la selección nacional porque hay unas reglas de permanencia en el fútbol local antes de poder ir a jugar en el fútbol internacional, etcétera, tampoco las tienen que cumplir. Entonces, ese carácter pirata de la DIMAYOR, o por lo tanto de la Liga Profesional Colombiana, junto con otro fenómeno que se da de manera muy importante en el sur del continente, que es una serie de huelgas de jugadores de fútbol, una presión muy grande de los jugadores de fútbol de muy alto nivel que están desarrollándose en Sudamérica. En Argentina en particular es la huelga más significativa para el caso nuestro, pero también en Uruguay y en otros países empieza a haber muchas protestas por parte de los jugadores de fútbol. Entonces crea las condiciones iniciales de esta burbuja, es decir, unos empresarios ambiciosos que quieren desarrollar una liga que no existe, que quieren desarrollar una liga profesional tratando de traer los mejores jugadores que puedan traer, porque los jugadores locales no son de muy alta calidad, y un contexto de huelgas en Argentina que permite entonces una gran migración. Entonces el famoso éxodo, esa búsqueda del dorado es una búsqueda también impulsada por las condiciones laborales deficientes o no muy buenas que están viviendo los jugadores en Argentina, y entonces en términos relativos se hace muy atractivo ir a este lugar que se está promoviendo como un lugar que será el futuro de alguna manera del fútbol profesional en Sudamérica. Entonces este contexto crea las condiciones para el inicio del inflamiento de la burbuja especulativa. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Que la historiografía, digamos, o la forma tradicional y más, digamos, la narrativa casi popular que se tiene sobre el dorado, tanto en Colombia como en alguna parte de los historiadores del fútbol, es que la liga logró, esa liga colombiana, logró ser el dorado, es decir, logró ser un lugar atractivo para los jugadores, donde llegaron los mejores jugadores del mundo. Eso se repite muchas veces. De hecho, hay un libro reciente muy interesante y muy bien informado sobre Millonarios que lo llama El mejor equipo del mundo, y que es un gran libro, un libro que ha sido muy exitoso en ventas en Colombia y que presenta a Millonarios como fue en su momento el mejor equipo del mundo, es decir, el Millonarios del año 1951 en particular. Y eso hace parte entonces del mito. Los mejores jugadores del mundo jugaban en Colombia. Era una liga de un altísimo nivel y de capacidad de competencia internacional. Ese es un punto muy importante. Era una liga no solo buena, sino con capacidad de jugar afuera y ganarle a los mejores equipos del mundo. Ya hablaremos de eso, que son episodios muy importantes del mito. Y finalmente, eso entonces nos lleva a que la liga pues es altamente competitiva internacionalmente, pero también internamente, perdón que me salté esto, se presenta como una liga muy competitiva, de mucha competencia, de alto nivel, de muchos equipos de muy alto nivel, como si fuera de alguna manera la mejor liga del mundo en su momento también, no solo los mejores jugadores. Y obviamente también eso vendría acompañado de que los salarios de los jugadores estaban por encima del mercado internacional. Entonces, lo que voy a hacer un poco es abordar punto por punto de esta narrativa y tratar de mostrar, no necesariamente para decir que eso es mentira, sino para decir que muchos elementos de lo que hemos encontrado en la investigación con Jorge nos llevan a pensar que buena parte de este mito es también un mito. Buena parte de esto es una historia un poco exagerada de lo que fue ese periodo y que era sobre todo algo insostenible. Ese es como el elemento al que vamos. Entonces, primero, el momento bully, el momento de gran especulación. Ya dijimos, el contexto es un contexto que lo facilita, que lo permite, pero lo que canaliza esa especulación es fundamentalmente la contratación de los jugadores. Entonces, aquí tenemos un símbolo de ese mito, que es probablemente tal vez el elemento que más ha promovido la idea de que en Colombia estaban los mejores jugadores del mundo, que es en particular este personaje que es Di Stéfano. Y Di Stéfano aquí aparece en esta foto vistiendo la camiseta de Millonarios en compañía de Pedernera, que es otro jugador argentino de tan alta calidad como Di Stéfano, pero un poco mayor, que tal vez no tuvo un desarrollo internacional tan importante como Di Stéfano, digamos, no terminó jugando en una liga europea muy importante, pero que fue crucial en el desarrollo del fútbol colombiano porque fue quien hizo como de intermediario en atraer a estos grandes jugadores, a los muy buenos jugadores argentinos, al fútbol colombiano, en particular a Millonarios. Entonces, Millonarios es ese equipo que concentra la mayor cantidad de jugadores, es el que inicia y obviamente el que, digamos, representa esas grandes ambiciones de empresarios que quieren crear aquí una liga de muy alto nivel. Y en últimas lo que nosotros encontramos es que, contrariamente a lo que dice un poco la narrativa, hay una gran migración, sí hay una gran migración de jugadores internacionales, ya les voy a mostrar el dato, pero la calidad relativa de esos jugadores no es que hayan llegado todos los Di Stéfano del mundo, no es que se llenó de las grandes figuras del mundo. Son unos casos excepcionales, pero hay mucha intención de parte de los empresarios de traer a los mejores. De hecho, hay un momento en que se habla de que Kubala va a venir a jugar a Colombia, está la negociación a punto de cerrarse con no solo un equipo, sino con varios equipos hay negociaciones. Kubala termina jugando en la Liga Española y es una de las grandes figuras del periodo, junto con Di Stéfano, se vuelven como los dos grandes figuras de la Liga Española cuando Di Stéfano migra después del Dorado a España, al Real Madrid, donde obviamente es una de las grandes figuras de la historia del Real Madrid. Pero entonces, claro, el mito se concentra, digamos, pone el foco, pone la lupa en la presencia de este tipo de jugadores, pero ese no es el tipo de jugadores que en general llega a Colombia. Sin embargo, lo que sí genera la presencia de estos jugadores, como en cualquier burbuja especulativa, es que los demás empresarios de los demás equipos, más pequeños, con menos capacidad, intentan imitar a Millonarios. Es decir, que la liga se vuelve una liga llena de jugadores extranjeros, no necesariamente de muy alta calidad obviamente de calidad relativa con los jugadores nacionales muy alta, porque nuestros jugadores son la mayor parte amateur, son la mayor parte jugadores aficionados que no se pueden dedicar a eso. Y uno de los elementos cruciales que voy a decir ahorita en términos económicos es que un jugador internacional en promedio ganaba casi 2 veces lo que un jugador local. Más o menos un jugador internacional ganaba 300 pesos mensuales, ese es un dato que tenemos en promedio. Seguramente los jugadores de muy alta calidad ganaban mucho más, incluso hemos visto que se puede pensar en que ganaban el doble de esos 300 pesos mensuales, que eso es alrededor de unos $100 mensuales de la época. Y los jugadores nacionales ganaban la mitad, más o menos 170 pesos mensuales. Eso va a ser muy importante entonces, porque eso a lo que va a llevar es a que el gran flujo de jugadores va a llegar del extranjero, y eso va a encarecer la nómina de los equipos nacionales. Va a hacer que la inversión para poder tener un equipo relativamente competitivo sea muy alta. Una de las cosas muy importantes que vamos a encontrar también es que el tipo de información, de fuente de información que nosotros tenemos es en parte la prensa, es muy importante la prensa, pero también información directa, por ejemplo, de los archivos de la Cancillería, de los archivos de Relaciones Exteriores, que nos permiten ver las fichas, digamos, de los dossiers de migración de los jugadores, y esas fichas tienen mucha información. Esta es obviamente la más emblemática, este es Di Stéfano, pero eso nos permite saber cuándo llegaron, cómo llegaron, en qué condiciones llegaron. Esta página es muy interesante, esta es la página de entradas y salidas del país de los jugadores, y eso nos permite entonces verificar, por ejemplo, las giras internacionales que hacen los equipos y las giras internacionales que hacen los jugadores. Aquí está casi que toda la historia de Di Stéfano en Colombia, porque lo que permite ver es cuándo llegó, hacia dónde salió, hacia qué país salió, pero en qué año también se fue. Y este año es crucial. A partir del año 53 el Dorado va a perder a Di Stéfano y va a perder también pues, su brillo. Y lo otro es que tenemos información como esta en este tipo de, que es cómo llegaron, para dónde llegaron. Entonces el contrato con el Club Millonarios tiene algo de información sobre qué tanto dinero traían o no, etcétera. Entonces con esto nosotros podemos hacer una síntesis de cuáles fueron los jugadores, cuántos jugadores vinieron, más o menos en qué condiciones vinieron. Aquí simplemente para mostrar otro tipo de fuente que nos permite saber cuántos jugadores vinieron, y es esta, que es publicado en un periódico regional, que dice el censo de futbolistas internacionales, y aquí lo que uno ve, simplemente voy a agrandar la suma, es que 75 jugadores de más o menos en ese año donde se toma esa información, más o menos había 10, 11 equipos, y eso es más o menos casi la mitad, digamos, del plantel, del número de jugadores que están jugando en ese momento. Y sobre todo yo quiero destacar esto: muchos equipos, y sobre todo los equipos que van a ser más importantes, tienen en su nómina casi que la totalidad de jugadores son extranjeros. Miren todos los peruanos que tiene el Deportivo Cali, Millonarios lleno de argentinos, casi que la totalidad de la nómina y de los que forman en los partidos son extranjeros, etcétera. Entonces eso genera esa primera burbuja especulativa, el inflamiento que es la carrera a tener jugadores extranjeros y lo costosos que son los jugadores extranjeros. Sin embargo, cuando uno va a ver los resultados, lo que uno ve es que los buenos resultados se concentran, es decir, el nivel de competencia es realmente muy desigual. Los buenos jugadores se concentran en los grandes equipos. Aquí tenemos, la figura no se ve muy bien, pero lo que muestra es en la línea azul es el desempeño de Millonarios, que es el equipo que va a ser el más importante entre 1948 y 1954. La zona gris es el periodo del Dorado, desde el año 49 hasta el año 54. Aquí tenemos hasta el 56, perdón. Y la línea amarilla es el equipo ganador de ese año, el equipo campeón de la liga, que Millonarios gana 4 veces de las 5 posibles. Pero vean ustedes, el desempeño relativo en puntos de Millonarios y de los equipos campeones es de 80% de los puntos, gana el 80% de los puntos posibles. Aquí abajo lo que tenemos es otra medida de la competencia. Tenemos la relación de los puntos totales sumados por los 3 primeros equipos, los equipos del top 3, dividido por los puntos que hacen los equipos del top 3. Recuerden que estamos hablando, aquí tenemos los números de equipos, tenemos al inicio 10 equipos, después va creciendo hasta tener un máximo de 18 equipos en la cumbre, en el pico del dorado, y luego volvemos a caer a 10 equipos. Entonces ustedes ven que el top sobre los de más abajo tienen una relación de casi 3, a veces casi hasta 4 veces los puntos de los de la parte baja. Entonces, la conclusión un poco de esto es que realmente la burbuja sí existe, en el sentido llegan jugadores extranjeros, pero la calidad relativa se concentra fundamentalmente en unos pocos equipos. A esta se agrega entonces ese mito de que los equipos colombianos hacen grandes giras internacionales y giras muy importantes. Las giras internacionales van a ser muy importantes porque van a dar mucho dinero, ya les voy a mostrar un poco algo de datos sobre eso. Y entonces en Colombia se ha focalizado mucho nuestro mito, en que Millonarios le gana, es una gira mítica, que es la última gira grande que hace Millonarios, que es donde en últimas el Real Madrid termina interesándose en Di Stéfano porque les hace un tremendo baile, pero ese partido queda 4-2 a favor de Millonarios en Madrid. Y lo que es interesante es que en Colombia se presenta como, claro, es el único equipo a nivel suramericano que era capaz de ganarle al Real Madrid, golear al Real Madrid de local, y en realidad hemos encontrado que no es cierto. Los otros equipos suramericanos, en particular equipos argentinos, hacían giras internacionales y, por ejemplo, el Independiente de Avellaneda le ganó 6-0 al Real Madrid en un año después, cuando ya Di Stéfano jugaba en el Real Madrid. Entonces, en realidad esa idea de que nuestros equipos eran unos equipos que eran capaces de ganarle a cualquier equipo del mundo, que era la mejor liga del mundo, que era de alta competitividad, no parece estar de acuerdo con lo que hemos ido encontrando. Hacia el año 53, las condiciones iniciales que dieron origen a la burbuja se van a revertir. Primer punto muy importante, se llega a lo que se llama el Acuerdo de Lima después de mucho intento la FIFA y la Conmebol y bueno, de mediar entre ADEFútbol y la DIMAYOR. La DIMAYOR finalmente llega a un acuerdo con la FIFA para poder dejar de ser una liga pirata, pero ese acuerdo va a implicar que los equipos colombianos tienen que cumplir las reglas de los traslados de jugadores internacionales y eso es un elemento crucial, porque empieza a encarecer la compra de jugadores internacionales. Obviamente por Di Stéfano, Millonarios no pagó nada a River, pero si le hubiera tocado comprarlo como lo compró después el Real Madrid, no le pagó a Millonarios, sino que le pagó a su equipo de origen, hubiera sido probablemente impagable para Millonarios. Entonces, una de las cosas muy importantes es eso, se revierte eso con lo que se llama el Acuerdo de Lima y el acuerdo pactaba que a partir del año 54, en octubre del 54, ya Colombia dejaba de ser una liga pirata y tenía que pagar los derechos de traslados. Por lo tanto, se hace insostenible esa carrera de comprar, pero lo que más insostenible hace, y tal vez es el punto más importante que hemos encontrado nosotros, es que financieramente era insostenible la burbuja. ¿Por qué era insostenible? Aquí les traigo esta información que está acá, no se ve del todo muy bien, pero esto es una información muy interesante publicada sobre los recaudos en taquilla de Millonarios a lo largo del año más importante del Dorado, que es el año 51, y lo que vemos aquí es una gran heterogeneidad en taquilla. Entonces, voy a mostrar 3 cosas importantes. Primero, esto que está subrayado es el recaudo de Millonarios en un partido contra uno de los equipos de más alto nivel del momento, que hoy en día ya no es de tan alto nivel, que es el Cúcuta. Para ese año Cúcuta es uno de los equipos que mejor armado está, que mejores jugadores tiene. Ese recaudo es de 89.000 pesos, simplemente tengamos el número en la cabeza, 89.000 pesos. Pero cuando Millonarios juega, por ejemplo, contra un equipo, mi amado Deportivo Pereira estaba por acá, que es de 3.600 pesos. O sea, son 30 veces casi menos el recaudo cuando juega contra un equipo pequeño. Pero cuando juega contra un equipo internacional, y eso es lo interesante de esta tabla, como un equipo boliviano o un equipo húngaro que viene en gira a Colombia, los recaudos son más grandes. Entonces, si vemos, Millonarios logra hacer unos ingresos de 1 millón de pesos en el año 51, unos gastos que aparecen por aquí también en esta información de más o menos 500.000 pesos. Y lo que le permite fundamentalmente a Millonarios hacer esa gran taquilla y tener esos grandes ingresos y hacerse sostenible, al menos para ese año tener pues 50% así mal contado de ganancia, es que no es los partidos domésticos. En promedio un partido local contra un equipo local es de 16.000 pesos el recaudo, obvio, con partidos extraordinarios, de taquillas extraordinarias como estos, pero en promedio son 16.000 pesos de recaudo por un partido contra un equipo nacional. Mientras que contra un equipo internacional, incluso equipos no necesariamente tan afamados como vienen de Bolivia, vienen de Hungría, vienen algunos equipos de varias partes de Argentina, de Brasil, el promedio del recaudo es 50.000 pesos y cuando el Millonarios hace giras internacionales también los recaudos son altos. Entonces, buena parte de los ingresos dependían de la posibilidad de que los espectadores vinieran al estadio. ¿Cuándo venían? No cuando jugaba contra el Pereira, cuando jugaba contra un equipo internacional. Entonces, parte de la burbuja especulativa era que lo que hacía sostenible un equipo como Millonarios era poder tener partidos internacionales o poder jugar contra los equipos de lo alto de la tabla. Contra los demás equipos era muy poco. Ahora, imagínense esta historia del lado de los equipos pequeños, el Pereira o los otros equipos, incluso equipos relativamente importantes como el Cali, ya lo va a mostrar, van a entrar en bancarrota. Incluso equipos como el Cúcuta, que atraen cierto público. El mensaje que encontramos es: no hay público suficiente en Colombia para sostener esta burbuja. Los costos de traer jugadores internacionales son muy grandes, son insostenibles para los equipos nacionales, no hay suficiente público, solo es atractivo cuando se juega, no es especialmente atractivo cuando se juegan con equipos internacionales, y la falta de competencia, la incapacidad, digamos, de ganarle a Millonarios, un equipo pequeño, también obviamente no genera un atractivo para quienes son hinchas locales. Entonces, en el año 53, y ya voy con esto terminando, en el año 53 pasamos de tener 18 equipos en lo alto de la época del Dorado a 10 equipos, casi que la mitad de los equipos salen del campeonato. La liga entonces fracasa, incluso antes de que empiecen a tener que pagar por comprar jugadores extranjeros. Y finalmente para el año 54 y 55 el número de equipos se mantiene bastante bajo, nunca llega en esos años hasta muy adelante a volver a ver 18 equipos compitiendo, comprando jugadores extranjeros. Entonces es el rompimiento de la burbuja. Ya para terminar, entonces simplemente quiero decir dos cosas. Esto que hemos encontrado no necesariamente implica que el Dorado no haya dejado algo importante para Colombia, y probablemente lo que es interesante de estas apuestas excesivamente, que buscan como un desarrollo excesivamente acelerado de las ligas profesionales de fútbol, es probablemente lo que encontramos en Colombia, es que cuando no tenemos nada, cuando pasamos de un nivel muy bajo, de un fútbol amateur, de un fútbol apenas en construcción, a un fútbol donde empiezan a llegar figuras, donde empieza a haber un nivel de competencia un poco más alto, con la llegada de jugadores extranjeros, eso desencadena un interés por el fútbol, y eso fue lo que pasó en Colombia. En últimas, el Dorado sí le deja algo muy importante a Colombia, es que le deja la liga profesional y genera un crecimiento que muy probablemente, si no hubiera existido ese episodio, no hubiera permitido un desarrollo del fútbol colombiano. Obviamente el fútbol colombiano se va a tardar en llegar a niveles competitivos dentro de Sudamérica hasta los años 80, 90, donde se produce otra especie de Dorado que alguna vez queremos investigar Jorge y yo, pero que está relacionado con cosas peligrosas como las drogas, pero es otro momento de empuje, pero al menos en los años 50 nos queda una liga profesional, nos queda un nivel de competencia interesante. Sin embargo, se requirieron condiciones excepcionales para que apareciera, fue un proceso excesivamente acelerado, donde en una economía incapaz muy probablemente, a diferencia de lo que es hoy Qatar, de lo que es hoy Arabia Saudita o incluso China o la Liga Norteamericana, no había capitales suficientes para poder sostener este ritmo, digamos, de especulación económica que requería tener equipos en esa época competitivos y que requería capitales mucho más grandes que los empresarios locales en Colombia tenían. Y por lo tanto la burbuja se estalla rápido y probablemente eso no va a pasar en Arabia Saudita, la billetera es mucho más grande, pero probablemente en un país como este la economía no era suficientemente desarrollada para tener una billetera de ese tamaño y poderlo sostener. Finalmente, entonces estamos en esta construcción de este libro y lo que más nos importa es sus preguntas, sus dudas. Tenemos muchísima información, muchísimos trabajo de archivo que hemos hecho con Jorge, entonces todo lo que nos puedan sugerir, preguntar, nos va a servir muchísimo para seguir como explorando preguntas para nuestro libro. Muchas gracias a todos. And now I can answer your questions in English if you want, if you prefer to. Or in Spanish.
Well, I love this story, and I really enjoyed your presentation. And I'm really looking forward to getting the book. I'm sure it's going to be great. So I think I think 3 observations that I would make on this. So the first one, first at the end, I'm glad you emphasized the positive here, because along your presentation, it sounded very negative. Oh, it's all a myth, and it wasn't any good, and it was lousy. And I think it was great. And I don't know, I think, like most English people, I have a fondness for pirates. And I think it was a great adventure. So I think that's interesting. I think the second thing to say is, that actually creating this league in that era and bringing, okay, maybe not all the world's best players, but a good fraction, they were a pretty impressive bunch. It was relatively cheap. It would cost you a lot more money today. So you didn't mention the Manchester United players who came, but they would have been on a maximum wage of I think it was about £12. £8. So what? That's $10 a week. So if you think about the comparable cost today, so it's a thing that was of its time and couldn't easily be repeated unless you've got Saudi a kind of wealth. And the final observation I make is that when you say it was unsustainable because they all went bankrupt, the characteristic of professional football, soccer around the world is that clubs go bankrupt all the time. It's a constant drumbeat of the leagues going back right from the foundation. Bankruptcy is a normal state of affairs for football clubs. And the point I always try to make to people about this is, because people tear their hair out and say, oh, it's terrible, they're always going bankrupt. It's not terrible. It's the world's most popular sport. It has the more attention than any other sport in the world. It's obviously successful. It obviously works this way. And actually, what I fear is if you got rid of bankruptcy, it would become much worse. And maybe one of the reasons that bankruptcy is so important is because you don't get exciting events like this without the up and then the down, But the ride was great. The voyage was wonderful, even if, like all voyages, it ends in failure of some sort.
Yeah, just a reaction. Thank you. Both comments are really important for us, and of course that's something we need to refine our narrative and the way in which we present it. But of course we will take this into account. Thank you.
Hola Andrés, también me encantó, la verdad, lo que llevan hasta ahora. Creo que quedaría para crear contenido audiovisual, bueno, tantas cosas, más allá de una investigación. A partir de esos resultados que tienen y pensándolo en un contexto actual, ¿tendría algún sentido incentivar, por ejemplo, una liga femenina pirata? O sea, ¿tendría unos efectos positivos en el contexto actual? ¿Tendría algún tipo de sentido económico?
Bueno, creo que la pregunta es muy buena y está difícil de responder porque nos llama posiblemente a especular. De pronto le digo a Jorge que me ayude un poco, pero Pero tal vez una cosa que me parece interesante de decir es que una de las características de esta liga pirata era esa posibilidad de atraer jugadores extranjeros que subían el nivel, era un poco esa la idea. Y de hecho estaban pensando en que a largo plazo nuestros jugadores llegaran a cierto nivel. Ahora, pienso que el desarrollo de los jugadores del fútbol profesional colombiano, de las jugadoras de fútbol profesional colombiano hoy, pues o lo que existe como fútbol profesional colombiano, ya alcanzaron un cierto nivel y entonces eso lo hace distinto. Es muy diferente traer a Di Stéfano cuando aquí no hay nadie como Linda Caicedo, pues no tenemos un jugador de fútbol ni remotamente comparable a Di Stéfano, más allá de un arquero que le tapaba penaltis alguna vez, pero no mucho más. A lo que es hoy nuestro desarrollo. Entonces probablemente la estrategia tendría que ser otra, no necesariamente es llenarnos de jugadoras extranjeras, probablemente es por otro lado el desarrollo, y lo pienso por eso, porque Colombia empieza a exportar jugadores mucho más tarde. O sea, si ustedes ven, esto es pura entrada neta de jugadores extranjeros, aquí salida no hay nadie que sea remotamente una figura en Latinoamérica. Entonces creo que esa es la diferencia, eso sería como mi respuesta. No sé si Jorge eso le parece buena respuesta. Bueno.
Muchas gracias. Yo creo que realmente este libro, más que mostrar que era solo un mito, yo creo que muestra que la estructura que conocemos como el mundo del fútbol hoy sigue funcionando a partir de este mito. Porque si bien es cierto que ahora entran estos capitales enormes, se ven casos como un Barcelona que igual estaba llevando su capacidad financiera al límite con tal de mantener a Messi incluso en un tiempo donde financieramente ya no era capaz de sostenerlo. Y lo que vemos hoy es realmente los equipos, incluso pasándose el fair play financiero, endeudándose a nombre de los dueños del equipo para poder pues camuflar el tema y llevando las transferencias de los futbolistas a niveles sumamente altos, porque sigue siendo una competencia de quién tiene los mejores jugadores, que además hoy generan un ingreso adicional que es camisetas, merch y bueno, digamos una cosa que en ese momento no era tan relevante, pero me parece súper importante porque yo creo que lo que vemos como una liga pirata es una liga que no tenía la regulación que hoy tiene, pero que el incentivo y realmente el impulso sí es algo que hoy se mantiene y es tener la mayor calidad en esto. Y me encanta tu pregunta porque creo que se relaciona con, puede que nosotros no podamos tener la liga femenina pirata, pero tal vez lo que están logrando los equipos europeos, las colombianas son las futbolistas, pues hoy por hoy Colombia es de los que más exporta talento de fútbol femenino. Entonces tal vez estamos siendo nosotros los que estamos generando ese talento para que en otras partes del mundo el fútbol femenino esté teniendo ese impulso. Entonces tal vez no puedan ser piratas hoy por hoy, pero sí están jalando ese talento y por eso resulta tan relevante ver que es una dinámica que existe desde el 50, que acá sí movió y que probablemente esa dinámica del fútbol femenino lo esté moviendo en otras partes. Pero me encanta porque fue como tratar de desmontar un mito, pero lo que vemos es que realmente la estructura no sigue siendo un mito, la estructura se mantiene y es más real hoy que siempre.
Okay. Solo una reacción, me parece muy interesante la idea, la comparación. Solo diría una cosa, me parece interesante ver que, mejor dicho, eso nos lleva a una cosa que Jorge y yo queremos explorar. De hecho, tenemos pendiente un viaje al sur del continente, seguramente iremos a Argentina, pero si tuviéramos más recursos iríamos a Perú, porque una de las preguntas muy importantes que está acá, que es un lado ciego de la historia del Dorado, es qué pasó en los países de donde vinieron los jugadores. Tenemos la sensación, muy superficialmente, que para Argentina no fue un golpe tan duro. Fue importante, un par de jugadores importantes, de hecho, la AFA, la Federación Argentina de Fútbol, envió varios emisarios aquí de hecho, el primero que viene a cobrar, a decir, deme la plata de Di Stéfano y de Rossi, no sé qué, y nadie le pone atención y se va un poco sin resultados. Pero que sea en Perú donde se llega al acuerdo de Lima, tiene mucho que ver con que Perú sí posiblemente sea una liga que sí se vio más afectada, creemos, pero eso hay que explorarlo, con el drenaje de jugadores peruanos que fue muy importante. Y Paraguay probablemente, que es de donde pues llegaron muchísimos jugadores también en un momento, sobre todo al Pereira. Pero bueno.
Otra cosa que me llamó la atención con los datos que mostrabas de participación de extranjeros en los equipos, e inclusive cuando mostraste el desempeño de Millonarios, que ganó 4 de 5, pero pues veíamos que también los que tenían extranjeros era el Cali, el Junior, me parece que lo mostraste, o Junior era los que no.
No, Junior era de los
Perdón,
que no.
no, entonces no, América, sí. Quisiera también, y además porque entiendo que tienen la intención de investigar también esta relación del dorado, pero relacionado más hacia los 80s, ¿no? Este otro dorado que brilla, pero no brilla tan positivamente como quisiéramos. Pero también pienso es hasta qué punto esa misma, así como la observación que hace María Paula, pero qué tan estándar siempre ha sido que los mismos ganen, ¿no? O sea, digamos, del desempeño del fútbol colombiano. Porque para mí, digamos, que aquí obviamente porque soy hincha del Bucaramanga, desde esa época no tenía plata para comprar, ¿sí? Desde esa época también en la taquilla era los que menos vendía contra Millonarios. En últimas, eso también sería un análisis importante y es, pues sí, cuál es el comportamiento de los mismos equipos ganando en Colombia y esa relación pues que puede llegar a tener desde esa época, o sea, desde ahí se sienta una tendencia, desde la fundación, de los años fundacionales de la liga, ya hay unos equipos que despuntan y porque siguen despuntando, digamos, a lo largo del tiempo. No sé, quisiera ver esa relación también con otros periodos.
De acuerdo, sí, creo que nos permite hacer, sí, hay datos y hay información sobre eso. Efectivamente, tal vez lo que diría es que es fluctuante. Es cierto que los principales equipos que siguen siendo los grandes equipos de la liga colombiana son los sospechosos de siempre, obviamente Millonarios, Cali, pero por ejemplo América no era tan importante y por ejemplo Cúcuta, que hoy está en la segunda división, no, era un equipo muy importante. Entonces sí hay ciertas fluctuaciones, pero es interesante tratar de ver esa dependencia del sendero que pudo haber habido desde esa época. Lo que sí es cierto es que los 80 cambiaron eso, cambiaron esas fuerzas. Es decir, aunque Millonarios fue muy importante en los 80s, aquí está el antecesor del Nacional, ¿cómo se llamaba? El Municipal de Medellín, y Nacional no era nada en ese momento. De hecho, estos son equipos que le apuestan al fútbol criollo. Estos que están acá no se alcanza a ver, pero dicen las excepciones, quienes no tenían jugadores internacionales, que obviamente estaban en lo bajo de la tabla y que intentaban desarrollar el fútbol nacional. Los dos grandes equipos, o uno de los grandes equipos de Medellín, el Junior, que después fue muy importante ya cuando los Char invierten, etcétera, esa es otra historia, pero sí sí hay un poquito de fluctuaciones, pero es interesante. Jorge.
En español. Digamos, el fútbol en Colombia se desarrolla donde está la población y donde hay comunicación. Hay que tener en cuenta que en esta época se transportaban ya en avión y Di Mayor tenía un convenio con Avianca y Lanzas, que llama la otra aerolínea que había por ahí. Y entonces, ¿a dónde iban? Al eje cafetero, a Cali, a Medellín, a Bogotá. Y había un par de equipos en la costa. Entonces, digamos, uno pensaría que lo que todos estos profesores estudian, ¿no? El mercado importa, ¿no? El tamaño de mercado importa para desarrollar un equipo. En esa época importó otras cosas, digamos, es el espíritu de quien lo mandaba. Entonces, lo del Cúcuta es porque Cúcuta trajo a varios campeones del mundo el año 50, a un montón de uruguayos, quiso traer a Obdulio Varela, quiso traer a Chiafino, que después prefirió irse a Italia. El Cali se llenó de peruanos, el Boca Juniors era otro de los equipos grandes que también era de Cali, y Millonarios. Santa Fe, curiosamente, Santa Fe ganó el primer torneo y en el año 48, cuando todavía, digamos, fue el primer torneo, pero Santa Fe en el año 51 y en el año 52 fue un equipo menor, a pesar de que era de Bogotá, y no por rivalidad con Millonarios ni nada de eso. Igual que el otro equipo de Bogotá, la Universidad Nacional, que eran sobre todo costarricenses, tampoco fue. Entonces, digamos, realmente al principio hay una mezcla ahí de por qué se desarrolla en un sitio y qué equipos eran grandes. Y lo que sí tenía Alfonso Dosenio, que era el directivo de Millonarios, es que era una visión el tipo se imaginaba Marte cuando todo el mundo está en la Tierra.
Entonces se trae a Pedernera y pues la historia de cómo se trae a Pedernera es, le dicen, ¿usted cómo va a pretender traerse a Pedernera? Es la mayor estrella del fútbol argentino en ese momento. Para muchos argentinos, ya se están muriendo los de esa época, era mejor que Di Stéfano. Entonces, él dice, ¿cuánto me cobra Pedernera? Y al final le cobra 5.000 pesos. Y entonces el tipo lo presenta en un partido, una recaudación de 15.000 y escrito en su biografía está, les tira los 5.000 pesos a los directivos, ahí está su plata de Pedernera con un partido. Entonces, como Millonarios pagó Pedernera con un partido, el resto creyó que se podía hacer igual. Y tenemos un montón, tenemos muchísima información que estamos sistematizando, pero hay un montón de fotos de los estadios. Y los estadios son jugar hoy en un club con unas graditas chiquitas. Es decir, no hay infraestructura para soportar una liga de este tipo tampoco.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Okay. So,
for once, I think I can say last and least. I would like to thank Jorge in particular for the invitation and organizing the conference, which has been very enjoyable. One advantage of speaking last is that sometimes people cover the topics that you're talking about in some detail in advance, and that's what's happened here. We've had several talks, so going back to yesterday, Bernd's talk about convergence in track and field athletics of men and women's performance is relevant to what I'm going to talk about, but also the roundtable discussion we had this morning about the role of women's football in Colombia, and also particularly some of the comments that were made about the ban on women's football that took place in England and elsewhere from the 1920s. So let me give you a sort of brief roadmap of where I'm going. So I want to talk about I want to put the context of women's football in the frame of convergence. Convergence is something I've written about with Melanie Krause in terms of men's international football. And so I want to really, this paper is sort of extending that idea and applying it to the women's game. I'm going to show you some sort of very broad results about international results in women's games, and then talk about beta and sigma convergence, which I'll explain. Though many of you may well be familiar with these concepts already. Then I'm going to show you some broad tables about the distributions of win percentages of teams, and relate that really to the frequency of games played. So I'm going to try and explain why perhaps the results we see are the way they are in terms of the extent to which game is being played. And then finally sort of thinking about this question, will women's international football converge? And what I should say is that this is still pretty early stage research, so I will definitely benefit from comments and suggestions as to how to develop it from here. So let me, again, many of you will know this, remind you of the convergence debate in economics. The basic idea is that poor nations will have less productive capital, and therefore investing in new capital should produce larger returns in poorer nations. And what that should lead to is a phenomenon where poorer nations grow faster than richer nations, and so they will tend in the long term to converge in terms of income. This idea was sort of first examined empirically by Barrow back in 1991, and it provoked a small but significant literature. And one of the attractions of this is that you can test the proposition that there is convergence simply by comparing past growth rates with current levels of income and see whether there really is this tendency to converge. So in this literature, there are basically two concepts of convergence, beta convergence and sigma convergence. So beta convergence is really identified by running a regression of the change in your dependent variable, which typically would be GDP per capita, for example, on past GDP per capita, lag GDP per capita. And the simple test is if the coefficient beta is significantly is negative and significant, then you have beta convergence. In this case, it would be unconditional because no other covariates are introduced into the equation. But if you introduced other covariates, you could maybe identify conditional convergence. And this led to sort of quite a lot of criticism in the literature, and there's a famous paper by Danny Quar in 1996, who showed that essentially beta convergence would be a necessary condition for convergence to occur, but actually not sufficient in its own right. And actually a better measure of convergence, which is actually much simpler, is what's called sigma convergence. And sigma convergence just asks the question, is the dispersion of outcomes over time diminishing? So it's easier to calculate and gives you, is clearly evidence of a narrowing of differences. So it's almost definitional evidence of convergence. So again, this is the kind of classic example from the Barrow paper of the relationship. This was growth rates of US states and per capita income, showing that the states that were poorest in 1880 were the ones that grew fastest over the following century, and pretty high level of correlation there. But this, when this is extended to international data, the results have not been nearly as effective. And there's been some evidence of convergence for North America, Europe, and Asia. But when it comes to Africa and Latin America, the evidence for convergence has been much weaker. So that's sort of challenged this story about whether convergence exists or not. And of course, this is a debate that still goes on today and is a very important one, largely because of thinking about what are the mechanisms by which convergence might occur. So convergence is something which we might want to see as a policy objective, and so what do you need to do to achieve it? So why look at football and convergence? Well, one thing I always like to point out is that there are probably 3 statistics for which you can get a good long time series that is will cover almost every country on the planet, and that is population, GDP, and international soccer results. Every country on the planet plays international soccer, and has actually been playing international soccer for about the same time that national income accounts have existed. So if you think about it, national income accounting framework emerged after the Second World War from 1945 onwards and was universally adopted. Well, also after the Second World War, there's decolonization. The vast majority of countries in the world are created after the Second World War. And the first thing that each one of those countries does when it gains independence is to join FIFA, start a national football team, and build a national football stadium. So in that sense, if we want to make comparisons, this kind of data is important. And also, I mean, I think a justification for this is that people actually care. People really care about the performance of national teams. It's a constant source of conversation. So understanding how relative performance develops is a worthwhile question to investigate. So this is the paper that Melanie and I published in 2019, and looking at men's international football results over the period. Well, we focused largely on the period 1950 to 2014. And on the right-hand side, actually, there you can see evidence for beta convergence. So
There you can see that's the regression line is the slope, is the coefficient beta, and you can see that the slope of the regression line has the coefficient beta, and that shows you that teams that were less successful in the past tend to be more successful today, and vice versa. But also on the left-hand side, you see the evidence of sigma conversion. The standard deviation of win percentage of national teams has tended to decrease. So let me just say what I mean by that. Win percentage I define as being a statistic where if you win the game, you get 1 point. If the game is a draw, you get half a point. And if you lose the game, you get 0 points. And what we did in this paper, and what I'm going to show you today, is that statistic aggregated into 4-year cycles, so to coincide with, obviously, the World Cup cycle itself, right? So these statistics are looking at teams over 4-year cycles. So let's talk about women's international football and put that in the context and compare it with the men. So the men start officially in 1872, the first international men's game. Interestingly, the other first women's international game is recorded as Scotland versus England in 1881. But until the end of the 19th century, pretty much nobody claims to be playing international football apart from the British. It really gets going at the first decade of the 20th century. And obviously, the foundation of FIFA in 1904 was a significant step forward. And so by the beginning of the First World War, 1914, you actually get quite a few nations that are starting to play. Then the World War interrupts everything. And then after the World War, you see a big expansion, a further expansion of international football. But that's exactly the point when women's football becomes banned. So the reason for the ban was that women's amateur football was proving to be extremely attractive at the box office. They were attracting very large crowds, and because of that, the owners of the football league teams in England, the men, were concerned that their business was going to be undermined, so they asked the FA to impose this ban, and the FA agreed to do so. And that ban lasted essentially for 50 years. Not that there's no women's football after that, but women are having to find places to play which are not grounds owned by the clubs. So there's quite a lot of unofficial women's football being played. And it's only in 1970 that Germany, France, and UEFA lift the ban. England lifts the ban the following year. And that's the beginning, really, of modern women's international football. And even then, in the 1970s, very little is done. UEFA sets up a committee for women's football that consists entirely of men who fail to meet for years at a time, and nothing happens. And it's only in 1984 that you get the first European championship for women, and not until 1991 that you get the first Women's World Cup. So when I was researching this, I was pretty chuffed to get this Wikipedia page. So there's a Wikipedia page about the ban on women's football, and I was very delighted to find an extensive reference to the chapter that Simon Cooper and I wrote in the last edition of Soccernomics about this ban and what this meant. If you had such a thing happen today, it would be a cast iron antitrust violation. And the penalties for this kind of antitrust violation would be significant. There would be undoubtedly be very large fines imposed. And what we're talking about here is not something where hypothetically maybe women's football would have developed in the 1920s. We actually know that in 1920 there were significant numbers of women's games attracting large audiences. So it's not
stopping a hypothetical development is stopping a development that was actually in process. And we argue in the book that if the one way of dealing with this, it would be through reparations, which would actually, if you think about it, even if women's football had only managed to achieve 1/10 of the popularity of the men's game from 1921 onwards, the size of the damages over that 50-year period would run into arguably tens of billions of dollars. It's not an insignificant amount of revenue foregone for the women's game. So with that said, let me tell you about the data that I'm going to look at here. So the data sets I'm using are both from the same source. There's this guy, Mart Uriso, who keeps this Kaggle data set going. So it's very easy to download all of the data. It keeps updating. So I've obviously taken the data up until 2023. So for the men's game, and as it says, the link says 2017, but actually it goes up to the present day. For the men's game, he has a list of nearly 45,000 international men's games played since 1872. And for the women's game, his database adds up to just over 5,500 games. Now, when you look at this data set, there is some ambiguity about what is an international game. Mostly, we actually agree on this, but whether these databases are complete as you go back to the earlier periods is still a matter of debate, I think. But I think but still, nonetheless, it's a pretty good, solid database, and I don't think there's much doubt about the actual outcome, the scores in the game and the results. So this is just a first very simple regression where I look at look at the games and run a regression of the game outcome, win, lose, draw for the home team based on home advantage, and then the GDP, the ratio of GDP per capita of the home team to the visiting team, the ratio of the population of the home team to the visiting team, and the ratio of experience, which I define as the number of games played since the international team started. So those three ratios are included. And what this shows is if you compare we look at all games, cup games for federation level, qualifiers and other. And the only point I really want to make about this is that the coefficients comparing the men and the women are actually pretty similar. So there's a slightly smaller home advantage in the women's game. The effect of GDP per capita is slightly larger for the women's game. The effect of the population ratio is slightly smaller, but these are actually pretty small differences. These regressions actually look very similar, which suggests that the underlying technology of the game is fundamentally quite similar for the men's and the women's game. This is just goal difference. So I can measure it by goal difference, I measure it by win percentage. By goal difference, again, the results are very, very similar. So in that sense, these underlying results give us some confidence that we're talking about the same game. So this is the evidence on beta convergence for the women, beta convergence in win percentage, beta convergence in goal difference. Essentially, the pictures tell it all. The beta coefficient, which has to be negative and significant for convergence, for beta convergence, that's the slope of those blue lines, and yes, both of those, the slopes, they're both statistically significant, as you would expect. As I say, there's a bit of a problem with beta convergence in general. What does it really mean? And one thing it might mean is really just convergence to the mean, which is not really the sign of convergence across countries. So one would be a little bit suspicious about that, and so I'm not going to dwell too much on this. I'm going to focus much more on sigma convergence. And the question I want to raise is, what's the right comparison? And I think Dennis mentioned this morning
the research on the NBA, comparing Dave Berry's work, comparing, thinking about what is the relevant comparison for the performance of the NBA. Is it the WNBA? Is it the NBA today, or is it the NBA with the same extent of history as the WNBA has today? And so in that sense, I'm going to ask the sort of same question: should we be looking at women's international, should we be comparing it with the men over the last half century, or should we take it where a point where I would argue men's soccer was in roughly the same position as women's soccer was in 1990 actually, which is 1919, so just after the First World War, when you get the big expansion in international football. So here, for comparison, is the sigma convergence, looking at all of the teams in the databases and comparing the men and the women. And what you can see is, if you look at the orange line at the bottom, that's the men in the last 50 years. And if you look at that, you can see there is actually evidence of convergence, which is what we showed in our previous, Melly and I showed in our previous paper, that there's evidence of sigma convergence for the men. But now, if you look at the women, which is the blue line, then it's a mixed picture. There's some evidence of some convergence, but in the last 2 4-year cycles, actually, it seems to have gone in the opposite direction. And taking the period as a whole, you'd be very reluctant to conclude that there was a solid trend of convergence. But look at the men. From the men is for this, the equivalent period for the men is 1919 to 1961. Bearing in mind you've got another world war in between there where nothing much is happening. So they're kind of, the men in that period kind of look similar. They're the lines sort of resting on top of each other. There's not real. You would argue that they're actually rather similar. Now that was all teams. Here I've restricted it to just a balanced panel of teams, so teams that are present in every 4-year cycle in the data set. And here you see, again, the orange line, you can see the clear evidence of men's convergence in the last 40, 50 years. And again, with the women, you see the blue line, you see this actually quite stark evidence of convergence up to a point, but then some kind of reversion where it actually seems to, the standard deviation seems to be increasing. And again, not dissimilar to the men over that similar period, where you get some evidence of convergence in some periods, but not a very clear sense of an overall trend. So again, I'd argue that we're seeing the comparison with the men in that earlier period is probably the more relevant comparison. So here what I've done is I've drawn the distributions of win percentages, the densities, and here I'm comparing 3 cycles for men and 3 cycles for women. So on the left, the women over the earliest cycle, the 1990 to 93, then a cycle in mid-period, 2006 to 2009, and then the most recent cycle, 2018 to 2021. And what you can see there is actually, for the women, not much of a trend, and actually the higher the peak, the lower the standard deviation is going to be. So actually the highest peak for the women is actually in the past period, showing that there's been some regression in recent periods, whereas the men seem to be all pretty similar and a much taller peaks, suggesting that there's much narrower variation amongst the men. Yes, yeah, I'm using the balance panel for that. So this is this is comparing the men and the women in 93, and the men and the women in 2018-21. And what you can see there is on the left,
well, comparing the two look remarkably similar. So in some ways, there's been very little change over this period. The evidence, the women have not been catching up in the same way, have not been catching up with the men in terms of the distribution. But now what I'm doing is making the comparison with the earlier period for the men. So now on the left, I have the same women's data, but on the right, you have the men's data for the 1919 to 1961 eras. And again, what you can see is there, the women, there's not much change over time for the women. There is some change over time for the men, so there is some evidence of convergence, but it's not nearly as stark as well, sorry, it's not that dramatic. And if we make these comparisons, if we compare the men in 1919 to 1922 to the women in 1990 to 93, they're almost identical. So in other words, in that starting point, they look very similar. Whereas, and again, for the later period, for the end period, there's slightly more evidence of convergence for the men, but not really very much. So these distributions look rather similar. So in that sense, the women in the recent period look much more like men in the earlier era than men in the recent era. And I think there's a pretty simple explanation for this as well. So the problem for the women's game in recent years and for the men's game in the 1919 to 61 era is that the games are, there are a small number of teams that are playing regularly and a large number of teams that are not playing very often, which is not true today so much for the men. So these are the shares of total games played by country ranked from lowest to highest. And what you can see there is for the men, it's fairly flat. Pretty much all the men's teams are playing a lot of football. Whether they're good or bad, they're playing a lot of football. Whereas the problem for the women's teams are the successful women's teams are playing a lot of football, but there are a lot of women's teams that hardly play at all. And so that's one way of measuring that is just the Gini coefficient. You can see the Gini, 0 is perfect equality, 1 is perfect inequality, and the women are far closer to perfect inequality and the men to perfect equality. But here's the comparison for the earlier era with the men, and the Gini coefficients are much closer together. The Gini coefficient for the men is still somewhat smaller, suggesting more equality, but again, you can see the picture's much more similar. So it looks as if the stage of development of the women's game looks quite similar to the stage of development of the men's game, essentially in the first half of the 20th century. And of course, that coincides with a 50-year ban. The women are 50 years behind because they were banned from playing football for 50 years. That seems to me the logical interpretation here. And so the sort of final point I want to make here is really, are we going to see women converge? So are we going to see a progression in the next 50 years where the women in the next 50 years look more like the men in the last 50 years? So one thing I've done here is, I would argue the precondition for that to happen is for the women from the less successful teams to play a lot more games. They need to play a lot more in order to reach a similar standard, and then they will get better results. And so what I've done here is I've looked at the number of international games played and looked at how that depends on experience, the amount of experience you've got. And what you can see there is, on the first column, is the men in the most recent period, and you can see there's a so you get it's what you would expect. Experience adds to the number of games you played, but the squared term is negative. So you tend to reach a peak And so that will mean that will lead to convergence of teams over time. And then what you compare the men and the women in the men in the earlier period and the women in the recent period, what you see there is a similar pattern in sense of a positive linear term and a negative quadratic term, but the coefficients are much larger. And what that means is that the men in the earlier period and the women in the last period are catching up faster. They're achieving the less experienced teams are achieving more experience faster, or achieved more experience faster than is happening today. And one thing, again, I went over it quite quickly, but one thing to notice is that actually in the most recent period for the men, experience seems to matter less and less. It's not nearly as significant as it once was. That's because everybody plays so much international football now, everybody knows how you play the game. And what's needed is for the women, I think, is for that catch up for the women from the weaker nations to get more experience of playing, and then they will likewise catch up, and then you will see, I would argue, significant convergence. So, I think I just said that, basically. So I'll finish there. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your comments.
Thank you. That was a really lovely depiction of the last 100 years of football. Really cool. I wanted to ask about that bimodality in those distributions. It's really interesting to me that shows up both in men and women's football around the same periods of development. And I'm wondering if you've dug into that and you know kind of what's generating that, and also if there's correlation within country across men and women's football in terms of where they land up in that distribution, or in terms of, you know, being in one mode or the other.
That's a great question, and I think I should certainly look into that further. I think the bimodality is I would say it's quite clear in my mind what's driving that. For women's football in the last 50 years and for men's football in the, let's say, the mid-20th century, what's happening is you have a small group of nations that are heavily invested in playing football, and another group of nations that, you know, they'll turn up for the Olympics, right? That's the extent of their interest. The interesting thing is obviously the identity of those countries is not always the same. So in that early period, it's countries like England that are leading the way in terms of the number of games played, whereas clearly the United States is the big leader in the women's game. Although there are some other nations which crop up, like, say, Sweden, Germany, which were both accelerating rapidly in that mid-20th century period for the men, and have also accelerated rapidly. But what you've got is, you've got this small bunch of nations, usually outside of Europe and outside Europe and North America, that are not playing very often, but just turning up occasionally.
Thanks for the presentation, fascinating. One question that arises immediately is the following one. To what extent are your coefficients for the women's game biased because in large parts of the world, women are not even allowed in the streets, much less so to play soccer? Think about many of the Arab countries where there are no women's teams, right?
Right, and I think, I mean, so one thing I'd say about, so I'm not, if you go back to this, look at the last line. Think of the R squared of this regression, right? So this is what is explaining the results, right? And one thing you might say is, how much of the variation are we explaining with these macro variables, these economic variables? To which the answer is not that much. But the point I always make to people is say, find me the other variable that has a bigger impact than any of these combined. There are clearly going to be other variables. And hopefully, there's one big random component here, because otherwise, why are we, go back to uncertainty of outcome, we have to have some uncertainty in order for this to make any sense at all. So the question is, what are the omitted variables here? And there are going to be omitted variables for the men and the women, right? And what you're saying, I think what you're saying is the omitted variables for the women might be different than the omitted variables for the men. And I think that's true, but only up to a point, because I think generally speaking, the countries that tend to be more liberal, where women have managed to assert their rights more fully, also tend to be, on average, the richer nations, the ones with the higher GDP. And it's not a perfect correlation, I think, but I think there is some correlation there. And I think that's part of the challenge here. So, yes, I think there are omitted variables. The question is, which ones and for which gender do we think they're going to be most important?
Thanks, Stefan. Slightly, just a comment that I've got for you, which is slightly arcane compared to perhaps more substantive points. But you mentioned the 53,000 gate for the women's football in 1921, and knowing that you're a stickler for accuracy, and also knowing that we're in a group with the economic historians, that number, 53,000, comes from newspaper reports, and there's a bit of debate about how accurate it is, but you may be aware that Everton Football Club have a collection of historic documents that are online and you can access, and you can find the gate record for that precise match, and the gate was actually a still very impressive 48,784. So just to correct the record, but point out that it was still a very impressive gate for a women's match in 1921.
No, I don't think you've corrected the record here. You have presented an alternative version of history, which I would argue might well be wrong. We know, and you know this as well, in English football, there were long claims that that ground numbers were being understated for tax purposes. In fact, during the First World War, they'd introduced a specific tax on football grounds, on entry, and the football clubs were up in arms about it was called the entertainment tax, I think. It was on cinemas as well. And so they hated this tax. And so I'm fully willing to believe there were 53,000 people, but Everton was damn well lying about how many people went to the game.
They may be, but they had turnstile machines for that precise reason, of the turnstile operators fiddling the books. And so they've got the records in their gate books of the turnstile numbers, pre-match and post-match for all their games. So they were making attempts to,
Who was?
Everton were.
But if Everton are the ones who are trying to fiddle the taxes, why wouldn't they fiddle the turnstile receipts?
Well, no, they were concerned about the turnstile operators and what they were doing with the money that they took on the turnstiles for games. So they were one of the first clubs to...
No, that's one concern. No, okay, so that's a different concern.
Yeah, we're getting sidetracked here.
No, it's an important question. It's what is history, right? Because they might have been, they were concerned about, the people at the gate stealing the money. But there's also the question about whether the owners of Everton were pocketing the money themselves and then not declaring it for tax purposes. So.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the change you have during the last 10 years in the women's football. Is it related with something we talk about it during my presentation? Is maybe related with the phenomena of a higher concentration of high-level teams in some places that are maybe is reducing the speed of the convergence. I mean, today there is this phenomenon of very competitive leagues in Europe, or women's league in Europe, rather than in Latin America, for example. So it is maybe something related with the competitiveness of the leagues in the countries. I don't know.
That's a great point, actually, and I think you might have something there, because I think particularly in Europe, it's really the last decade or so that the professional clubs have gone in and thrown money at this, and yeah, I'm sure that's having. So I'm sure that's a phenomenon. Then the question is, does bringing Colombian players to play in England in a top-level league, does that improve or harm the performance of the Colombian national team? So I think your presumption is that it harms it, whereas maybe it would make it better. I mean, getting exposure to playing in top competition would maybe be a help for the national team. So, but I think it's a really good point. I think it's a very interesting one to think about.
Thank you. Really, really interesting presentation. I'm wondering about the time periods you're saying. In some places you worked with men's football started in 1990 as a comparison with the women's you had some regression in 1986 forward, onward, something like that. But yes, those, I was thinking of those. But I would at least try to think men's football starting in 1930 and maybe even women's football starting in 1991. The idea is that since you're thinking in international convergence, we want international football to happen beyond England playing Scotland. So international football in terms of transatlantic football started really with the World Cups for both women and men. So maybe starting, comparing those two periods, starting in 1930 when the World Cup started. I mean, if you talk with an Uruguayan guy, they would say 1924, but since there are no Uruguayans here, let's start with 1930 and compare it with women's in that time period. I think maybe you get a cleaner, in terms of history, coefficient. Then I have just one question, I guess. You have experience ratio. It's not significant in men. How do you measure the experience ratio?
So it's the cumulative number of games you've played since you began to play international football. And that's one reason why it's becoming insignificant, precisely because, what does it matter that England played a game in 1872 now? That's really not really very relevant. But it is very significant for women. And it has been significant in the men's game until very recently. So in our paper, which went up to 2014, the experience variable for men was significant. So the fact that it's fallen off in the last decade, essentially, is kind of interesting.
Okay, and the last comment, given what you were discussing with James about how to deal with history, I looked at the website.
Don't trust the statistician.
Yeah. When the turnstile was invented, it was invented in 1928. So after that game, so I'm wondering, maybe how did they count people going to stadium when they're in the thousands? I think maybe there's it's difficult to say 48,253, and maybe it's the same number, just, different source originator or something like that.
Yes. The honest answer is, there is clearly going to be uncertainty about the precise number at this game. The one thing we know is the number was large enough to put the fear of God into the football league clubs, so they go to the Football Association and demand that women's football is banned. That's the one thing we definitely know. But to go back to your first point, I think what a journal referee would likely say is, I want you to test whether this is robust to different starting points, which I think is a fair point. So yes, maybe you could. I'm not inclined to go back to go forward to 1930. I mean, already the Latin American teams are playing huge numbers of internationals in the first and second decades of the 20th century. Yeah, but those 4 teams are playing often. Not once, not occasionally, but often. And also in Europe, you know, FIFA is founded, 8 members in the 1904. Because one reason, because they want to play international football. And between 1904 and 1915, European nations play a lot of international football as well. So it's really, I think the First World War interrupts it significantly. And that's another historical project. I think actually that interruption had a very significant influence, not least on the development of soccer in the United States. Soccer was on a takeoff path in 1913 in the United States, and then it died. After the war, it's dead. And I think that's so. I think it's a great point. I think you're right. You have to try different time periods. I like the one I chose, but then I suppose that's why I chose it. So, right.
Well, you and Jorge kind of hit on my points already, but I think there's a little more to be said there, which is that the sort of actionable information that you've got here is that there are massive returns to experience still for women's football. And, you know, that kind of is a really nice retort to more pessimistic views or, you know, arguably sexist views that women's football can't compete with men's football because, you know, the physiology isn't there, or these sorts of things that you hear people discuss. You know, that's not what your data is saying, right? Your data is saying there's huge marginal benefits on the table to experience that are there to be had, and that, you know, something resembling the kind of catch-up growth that we saw in Asia with industrial policies that prioritized adoption of technology, or here, you know, getting women on the stage to gain that experience, that's going to have big returns. It's very interesting.
No, I completely agree, but I also think this point is kind of obvious. I'm sure no one listening to this is the least bit surprised to see that story emerge, right? It's exactly what you expected. And the other point is, I don't know how you translate this into Spanish. The knuckleheads who think that women's football is never going to be any good, they're never going to be persuaded. This isn't going to persuade them. Least of all this, you know, they don't care. They're just dinosaurs, right? And the sooner they die out, the better.
Sadly, some of them are young dinosaurs.
Yeah, knuckleheads to dinosaurs. Yeah, I'm not good mixing my metaphors here.
I have no more questions. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say I just wanted to say thank you very much for coming here to Colombia and presenting and help us to explain what we understand by sports economic, what can be done. And thank you for those who came and for those who are not here also. And I hope the idea is to try to convince BetPlay that we can do this again, maybe with better marketing. I'll have to learn about that. Thank you.
I think we all want to say thank you to the translators who've done a fabulous job, and really nobody ever says enough thanks to the translators. Thank you.